Our main protagonist was a complete noob until one day he reincarnated with the wood-cutting system. His journey from a loser to the most powerful being in the universe is filled with taming the demon lord to rescuing his students from S-rank demons. If this piques your interest, then let's get started. The story begins amongst the mountains of Qingluan Peak. The scene shifts to an enormous pile of chopped wood with an axe cutting them. Our main character is on a log and remarks that he has cut much wood. A screen pops up next to his head as he looks over. The screen tells us that the total number of firewood chopped is 3.65 million. He gets the title of Saint of Chopping Wood and is surprised at this. He explains while cutting wood that he is originally from the earth as it shows him playing basketball. He says while chopping wood he used to be a top stream youngster. Another scene shows him passed out on a sofa between a lot of bottles and boxes of alcohol. He explains that he became depressed after being kept in the shadows for refusing to obey the agency. The scene shifts to him teaching students of the Runic Seal Department at the Qinghong Academy and explaining his rebirth. He is seen again holding a blue glowing circle. He thought that after being born and gaining the system he would be able to show his strength and live differently. However, the system that he got is the firewood chopping system that only asks him to chop wood. He sighs and while holding a piece of wood explains that he still has not broken through to the open light stage. Someone is flying towards him and calls him Grandmaster Bai. He lands on the top of the woodpile breaking the ones on the top as Bai looks on. He informs Grandmaster Bai to go to the front yard and select his disciples as instructed by the headmaster. The messenger thinks that even if Bai goes he would not be able to get any disciples with that cultivation level. Our main character tells him to leave and resumes chopping wood as the messenger flies off. He looks tired and says that he would not get a disciple with his realm. He leaves to go to the academy yard with the axe on his shoulders and wonders whether the dragon in Kan Wu Valley has grown fat and good enough to eat. The scene shifts to the enrollment plaza. Hundreds are lined up to be disciples of the instructors. Outland swordsman Jian Hemming is shown talking to two people who congratulate him on getting new disciples for the sword art department. They talk about how he has over 500 disciples, which is the stuff of envy. They also talk about how Bai Luochen did not even show up to take disciples for the runic seal exam. They feel like if Bai does show up it would be shameful due to him just being in the revolving light stage. One instructor is annoyed at Grandmaster Bai's absence and his not receiving any disciples for 10 straight years. He implores the headmaster to dismiss him as a teacher and move him out of Qingluan Peak to rectify the academy. An old man with a gray beard is shown and tells them not to forget. Headmaster Li Guanqi is the one that is shown sitting atop a chair with a blue glowing orb at its apex. He reminds the others of Bai Luochen's sacrifice to save the academy and losing his cultivation during the process. The other instructors are silent during this. They still chime in to say that they would not forget his heroics, but his current state is still not suitable for being an instructor. They wish the headmaster to dismiss Bai's position as a teacher and let him continue living in the Qingluan Peak, to which other instructors accept the suggestion. A voice thanks them for their concern as everyone looks over. Bai appears at the academy yard holding a dead snake in his hands with some scratches on him. He is mocked for being injured while only catching a snake, and Bai replies that the snake had some cultivation and he almost got killed by it. A girl is seen within the crowd looking concerned as the others in the crowd make fun of Bai and think of his words as being humorous. The girl is shown again looking concerned at something. She is surprised to see an aura come out of the snake killed by him. The other instructor pulls out a 5-element pill of cultivating yuan and mockingly offers it to Bai to heal his wounds. The other instructor challenges Grandmaster Bai to get a student for the 5-element pill. Failure would result in the resignation of Bai as a teacher of the academy. Bai refuses as he is too lazy to play such a game with him. As he is leaving, he is stopped by the instructor telling him not to leave. Instructor Jiang requests the headmaster to dismiss him as instructor. Bai has become lazy and his realm is too low for him to be worthy of being a teacher. He points his finger towards the unbothered Bai and demands his dismissal. The other teachers agree that Bai is not suitable for teaching anymore. The headmaster asks Bai for his opinion. Bai replies that he is fine with the decision as he would not have to do anything. The other instructors look on, wanting to usurp the position of King Luang Peak for themselves. The headmaster agrees to announce Bai's dismissal. As he is announcing the dismissal, a voice from the crowd tells them to wait. The instructors look towards the voice. The lady previously seen from the crowd tells them that she will be Bai's disciple. The other instructors are surprised by this and call Bai an iron waist and call Bai weaker than a chicken while questioning the lady's choice. She is questioned once again but is shown looking firmly at her decision. They insult Bai again, which annoys her, and tell her that being his student is the same as being his maid. Instructor Jiang tries to persuade her to stay in the sword arts department and bribes her with excellent spiritual roots and the highest position. She grabs Bai's hand. She tells them that she has made her decision and urges Bai to accept it, to which Bai refuses. Instructor Jiang is annoyed at her for leaving the sword arts department for runic seal department and feels that something is going on with her, begging Bai to be her master in the background. Instructor Jiang feels that Bai Luochen wants to take his place by using the woman to get the highest position in the sword arts department. He exclaims to a confused Bai Luochen and the girl that he is not stupid and tells the Grandmaster to let her be Bai's disciple as he cannot force her to stay. The headmaster accepts the proposal, which comes off as shocking to Bai as his newfound disciple is seen happy at the decision. Bai wonders why she wants to be his disciple even though he is just at the revolving light stage, and she looks hesitant to tell him. She monologues in her thoughts that she is a reincarnation of an immortal who had to reincarnate due to her unsuccessful cultivation. The scene shows her as a blue-haired woman reincarnating into what she is today. She explains she wanted to join the sword arts department to steal their cultivation resources. But she is surprised to find a genuine master there who has hunted a snake about to become a dragon, which requires a supreme master of at least the Mahayana stage. Her past life is shown fighting a blue dragon. She explains that she wouldn't dare slay a snake who is about to become a dragon even during her past life. A dragon is shown in the panel looking menacing. She looks at Bai and wonders how he conquered the snake even though he was just at the revolving light stage. The headmaster clears his throat. He says that as Instructor Jiang is not against it, the disciple is transferred to the Runic Seal Character Department from the Sword Arts Department even though Bai wanted to object. The headmaster jokes with Bai about how great of a senior that the headmaster is, to which Bai is not amused. The recruitment conference ends. People are seen moving out. The Instructor Jiang congratulates Bai on finding a good disciple and mocks his Runic Seal Department. Bai finds this odd and wonders if the other instructor hid his head somewhere. He goes back to talking with the girl and asks the girl's name, who then replies with her name being Su Liyue. He regrets going to the conference and says he made trouble for himself and feels tired. He praises the girl's name and she thanks her new master as they walk out the gate. The chapter starts with a scene between the mountains and a gate above a floating rock. Large stacks of wood piles are seen lying down in neatly arranged piles. Su Liyue wonders why Bai gets bullied so much if he is such a big guy and notices so much firewood around there. Bai takes her inside the gate. He throws the snake on the ground as she wonders why he would put up with this, because his power could easily raise the whole Qing Hong Academy to the ground. He tells Su that he wants to make some things clear with her. He explains that firstly, in the Runic Seal Department, they do not plan any lessons and that self-awareness is key. He says the second thing is she doesn't need to report him for entering or leaving. He explains thirdly that he lacks resources because he lacks the students. But he tells her that he will not let that affect her as he pulls out 2 books from one of the beads on his necklace. He tells her that he hadn't figured out the 4th one and asks her if she has any questions, to which she replies that she has none. He provides her with the 2 cultivation books which he has carefully prepared. He explains that the first book provides runic seal problems step by step and is arranged by difficulty, while the other book is full of practice exercises for her and the relevant difficulty is also marked there. He also tells her not to be greedy and to follow her own pace. He tells her he will repeatedly check her progress as she bows and thanks him. He points her to the disciples' quarters and tells her to choose any of the rooms available there. She is visibly disappointed in the quarters as he tells her to contact the disciples of the Department of Internal Affairs and they will arrange it for her. Looking at the state of the house, she wonders if it was too late for her to request a change in department. Bai skins the snake while Su enters the quarters, telling herself to endure it even if it may be difficult. Bai chops the skinned snake meat. He puts the snake meat on a stick ready to cook it. He then creates an ember off of his finger. Finally, he lights up the grill and starts to roast the snake. Su Liyue smells the aroma of the cooked snake as she makes her bed. The appetizing aroma pleases her senses. She opens the windows and looks out to see Bai cook up the snake. She is surprised to see Bai roast the dragon outside. She is speechless at Bai eating the dragon as they must be presented to the patriarch if they are obtained. Bai is seen eating the snake and Su is still surprised to see him eat it. He looks happy while eating the meat. The sight of this makes Su hungry and makes her drool. She comes out of the house and realizes that she has never tasted dragon meat even during her past life, which she cultivated for thousands of years. She calls her master while he is eating it. Then she requests a piece of the roasted snake. Bai refuses her, bluntly shattering her ego as an immortal. A dignified immortal like herself getting denied a bite of food makes her embarrassed and feels that if the Taoists from her previous life learned of this, they would laugh at her until death. She gives him a teary-eyed look, trying to get some food, but he refuses again and tells her no means no. She gets annoyed and calls Bai petty as she starts to walk away. Bai tells her to slow down, to which she stops. This makes Sue hopeful as she turns around drooling. He takes off a tiny portion of the meat off of the stick. He then gives her a lick of the meat and tells her to have a lick. She is hesitant to lick it but does so after Bai insists she do it. Bai advises her not to call her master petty and tells her she will understand after she licks the small portion of meat. He gets really hungry and finally gives up and accepts the stick. She is shown licking the stick from the bottom to the top. As she does lick it, she is stunned by the spiritual energy contained within the stick. She gets overwhelmed by the spiritual energy present within it. She realizes that she is too weak to directly take a bite of the meat. She would have never guessed that a small piece of meat could contain such a vast amount of energy. Realization comes to her that she would have exploded if she had taken a bite out of the meat. She thanks her master's generosity as Bai continues eating. Bai tells her one lick of it a day is enough and advises her not to be greedy, and she acknowledges it. The day turns to night. Then two shady figures are seen entering the gate at night. They explain that the horse instructor Bai had raised has a lot of spirituality, and the last time they tried to steal it, the clansmen got beaten by the horse. They enter to steal the horse owned by Bai. They climb up the walls and enter the premises. One of them asks the other if two are enough to do the job as he jumps down the wall. The other reassures the former that they are by giving him a drug meant to put the horse to sleep. The other intruder tries to question him but is shushed. The two notice someone near the stables. Hay is dropped on the feeder. Bai is feeding the horse some hay. He reminisces about the time when he first got the horse and how it looked like a frail donkey, also telling the horse about its majestic look now. He asks the horse to watch over him while he goes to sleep as the horse nuzzles with him. The two wait for him to go to bed and make their move. Bai turns the lights off and enters his chambers. The first intruder tells his friend to get going as the coast is clear. They are seen with ropes near the horse stable, wanting the horse back to the beast taming department. The chapter starts with Su Liyue reading on her bed, flipping through the pages. As she is turning the page, she notices something and quickly closes the book. She wonders who might be sneaking into the Azure Bird Peak at this moment in the night to cause trouble. She places her book on the table and opens the door to go outside. She wants to teach the intruders a lesson. The horse is seen at the stable with the intruders approaching the horse. The intruder looks at the horse with a sinister smile, holding a small bottle in his hand. He is trying to get the horse to smell the drug while pouring the contents of the bottle, with his friend looking from the back. Sue appears with an aura around her and calls them out angrily, demanding to know who sent them. The two intruders are surprised to see someone other than Bai there and question whether our girl is a maid. One of them explains that the girl must be Bai's disciple. They mockingly tell her to go back and tell her not to poke her nose into others' business. She warns the intruders not to touch her master's belongings while she is there. One of the intruders tells her if that was the case, they should settle it the hard way, and rushes towards her. He is seen rushing forward towards her. He warns her not to blame him and that she asked for this. Su Liyue stands there unfazed. She counters quickly by dodging his strike. She then lifts up her leg to kick him. Her legs connect with the intruders' faces. He falls over as she puts her feet down. The other rushes in to help his comrade and calls out to him. The attacker, whilst bleeding, lies to his friend that he had just lost his cool for a moment of time, which the friend believes. The first one tells him to get the horse and wants to take Sue on alone, as he is seen with a fiery aura, which the other accepts. A fiery hand is seen. He rushes at Sue with a fiery aura and an attacking stance, who rushes at him. He gets ready to attack her. Before he can attack her, she quickly kicks him on the side, causing him to bleed again. He rolls over agonizingly while clutching his hand where she landed her kick and screams out in pain that the fire produced by Su Liyue is burning his spiritual energy. Seeing him down, Sue puts her leg down. The other one curses her out and steps into battle with Sue to avenge his brother. Bai wakes up by the noise outside. He puts on his slippers and looks at the situation outside. He looks through the window and sees his disciple beating down on the intruders. He yawns and closes the down, then snaps his fingers as he walks away. A blue array appears over the land and the mountains. Right outside Bai's house, his disciple is taking care of the attackers. Bai recognizes the array as the silencing array and is surprised. She then looks at the two intruders menacingly with a blue aura coming off her and tells them that her master doesn't plan on letting them go. They beg Su to wait and the sounds of their pain are heard. The scene changes to someone angrily slamming their hand on a table. The person is recognized to be He Xiangshan sitting on a chair, visibly annoyed. The two beat-up intruders call him their senior and kneel before him as they describe the events that occurred. They recall what happened before between them and Su Liyue and how they could not beat her and promise to steal the horse once they recover. Xiangshan gives them 3 restorative pills for their wounds and 2 qi replenishing pills as compensation for their injuries. They accept the compensation and thank him for his generosity. He tells them to rest while he goes to talk with the talisman department. He tells them to call everyone there to go to Azure Peak, where Bai and Su reside. He gathers them up and gets ready to go to Azure Peak. They are stopped by another disciple who tells them not to go there. The disciple fears repercussions as they were the ones in the wrong for going to cause trouble there in the first place. He and the gathered crowd ask the other disciples angrily if they are just going to pretend that nothing happened and let them go. He suggests changing the story and getting Su punished instead, and he hatches up a plan to frame Su as the aggressor. They plan to get the horse from Bai Luochen by getting Su punished, as they plan to be on the side of reason. He gets happy talking about this with the other disciple and is happy to force Bai Luochen to choose between his horse or his disciple. They make their way to the enforcement hall as the night rages on. The sun shines over the mountains. Bai opens the door and is seen yawning. He looks over to the side where he hears Su calling him. His disciple with blackened eyes greets him good morning, all weary. He asks her about the book given to her yesterday. While he checks a piece of firewood to cut, she flinches. She gets nervous and she is ashamed to tell him that she could only read half a page as her spiritual qi got depleted. She flashes back to the time last night when it is shown her getting stressed while reading, as she could not even understand half of the page that she read. Bai assures her he will not reprimand her and asks her the question again while he gets ready to chop the firewood with his axe. She accepts and tells him slowly while looking away as she gets ashamed for not being able to comprehend even half a page of that book. She explains that she only read 1 page and Bai is extremely surprised to learn of this. He is extremely shocked by this and breaks the firewood log that he was cutting. Being baffled by what she said, he asks her to repeat what she said. She looks disappointed as he exclaims that she read half a page. Starts with Bai exclaiming that Su read half a page in a single night. Su apologizes for disappointing Bai, who tells her that he was not disappointed, just surprised while resting his hand atop the axe. He tells her that he was surprised as he thought she could only read a few questions, which shocks Su Liyue. Su asks Bai if he thinks that she is dumb. He juggles a fireball in his hand as he tells her he is feeling pleasantly surprised. Bai did not think she would be able to complete half a page so quickly, so he is very impressed. He advises her that even though the knowledge of runes is required, she should not rush as he throws her a token. He explains that the token allows her to enter the library and take some martial scripts. He continues explaining that if the level of the token rises, she can access better martial scripts. Su questions her master about what she must do to increase the level of the token while she takes a look at the token in her hands. He tells her to complete the tasks released irregularly in the front range of the academy and participate in the disciples' trial. Bowing, she thanks him for his advice. Bai thinks for a moment about the book given to her and the token in her hand. She recalls her being an immortal for tens of thousands of years with an image of her sleeping on top of a pile of books. She feels that the token has much less value compared to what she has read over her past life. She happily snuggles with the book given to her by her master as she thinks that book is the most valuable to her. Bai looks towards the gate concerned and Su asks him what the problem is. A voice calls out Su to take the punishment as she listens with a concerned face. She tells her master about last night's incident. She tells him she may have caused some trouble as she did not hold back. He tells her not to worry and focus on her studies and to leave everything to him. He asks Su to follow him through the gate to see what is going on, and she agrees while following him. A large platoon of people is outside the gate with 3 people leading them from above whilst flying. Bai and his disciples appear outside the gate and observe their surroundings. They are from the law enforcement hall, and Song Lang, who is in the integration stage, demands Bai to hand over Su Liyue. They tell Bai to respect the rules of the academy by handing over Su Liyue. Bai laughs smugly and tells Song that they have put on quite a show. He and his disciple walk through the crowd, moving forward. Zhao Cheng, who is at the integration stage as well from the law enforcement hall, tells about the evidence and asks for Su Liyue. Bai puts his axe down and tells him not to rush. Master Bai calls out to he hiding behind Zhao and Song. Bai asks him about what happened to the intruders from the night before that was in Qingluan Peak to make trouble. He looks intimidated as Bai asks what happened to them. He tells Bai they slipped in accidentally to Qingluan Peak and says he already had them punished. Master Bai is annoyed that he said they were at Qingluan Peak accidentally. Bai smiles smugly as he tells them that his disciple also hurt them accidentally, which surprises Su Liyue as well. They try to stop Bai and tell him that law enforcement hall has already caught them guilty and warned them of bad times ahead if they don't comply. Bai is annoyed with them and asks them menacingly if they are teaching him how to do things as he still was an instructor at the academy. He is scared and gulps. He turns to Song and Zhao and tells them that Bai Luochen is covering for Su Liyue, who was a criminal in his eyes. He then requests the help of the others to detain Su Liyue, which annoys Bai and Su quite a bit. The two from the law enforcement hall step down. They warn Bai about fighting the law enforcement order. Bai mocks them and calls them brats and asks them if they believe that they can represent the law enforcement hall. Feeling humiliated, they challenge Bai to a fight to punish his disciple. Song and Zhao charge in with their swords unsheathed. As they charge in, the one who caused the commotion smiles smugly. He believes that this is the end for Bai Luochen, as this is not the same genius Bai Luochen from 10 years ago. They rush towards Bai and Su. He thinks that this is the end for Bai as he is just in the revolving light stage. Bai sends Su in to fight them as a test for what she had learned last night. Su steps forward as they charge in. Su easily dodges their sword attacks. Neither Song nor Zhao can hit her. He swings their sword only for Su to dodge it and slam the ground. As she weaves through them, Su notices why her master sent her. She feels that these two are too weak to fight her master and that it's not worth his time. She dodges their strikes skillfully while thinking of being able to ascend quickly by staying with her master. Song is confused as to what Su might be doing. He then notices her drawing lines mid-fight. He is surprised at her drawing seals mid-battle and takes this as her looking down on them. Zhao feels that she's looking down on the two of them. Both of them rush in. He doesn't let Su finish her runes and she gets annoyed by this. However, Su manages to dodge them carefully. But the other guy with the sword jumps up to interrupt Su's movements and launches a dragon like a sword attack. Su produces some chi on top of her fingers. She tells them they are not worth more than this. The chapter ends with Su lifting her finger and getting ready to fight them. The chapter starts with Su holding her hand up and releasing a stream of blue energy, blocking the attack from Song and Zhao. The ground erupts from the clash in a vibrant golden light. The ones from the law enforcement hall stab their sword on the ground to not get blown up. They wonder if their attack worked. After the dust settles, Su Liyue is seen still standing with two blue energy owls generated from her fingers. She tells them that she is starting to get more serious. She sends her owls towards them. They get caught in its attack. We see Su standing over the blast created by her owls while Bai looks at this from a bit far away. Bai looks at her attack and thinks of an object that would support her thunder attribute while deciding not to give her the snake gall as it is of wood attribute. He wonders if he can find a thunder attribute realm-breaking object for her at the abyss of Kanwu. The two are lying on the ground from the power of Su's attack and Su exclaims that the fight is finally done. Song Lang calls out he to help them as he is the main perpetrator. He is annoyed at Song for calling him out. He gets scared of Su Liyue and knows he is no match for her as Song Lang and Zhao Chen were defeated by her. She is making a rune in the air. Su then launches a rune at he who falls to the ground. This guy starts to glow purple and wonders why she threw it at him. Su is confused by this as she had only aimed for Song Lang and not this guy. Bai orders his disciple to stand down as she accepts her master's order. Song Lang looks exhausted as he threatens Bai and warns him to mess with the law enforcement hall. Song tells Bai that he would regret doing this. Bai tells them that they should be the ones to get scared. As Song gets scared of Instructor Bai's intentions, he orders them to kneel whilst pointing his finger down. Song Lang feels a force pulling him down. All three of them are forced down by the overwhelming spiritual chi. Lightning crashes down on the mountains as Bai does this. They are shocked by the spiritual chi by someone at the revolving light stage. Zhao asks whether he has already recovered and Bai reminds him that the place they are at is Qingluan Peak. Song tells Zhao that instructors here can borrow the spiritual chi of Lingfeng and that Bai has not recovered. In the heat of the battle, Song gets called by Elder 2 as his token starts glowing green. He wonders why he would get it at this time, but he suddenly coughs up blood, possibly something to do with Elder 2. Bai lets the two go to save Elder Twosome Face as tokens fly off. Bai then turns to a kneeling guy. Bai does not let he go and keeps him kneeling until his master personally comes to talk with him. Night falls as the scene shifts to a building where Song Lang and Zhao have been waiting. Song Lang bows before someone. Song Lang and his comrade meet up with the vice instructor of the beast taming department, Cheng Kuan. They tell him about the events that have unfolded. Cheng sends them back to the law enforcement hall as they leave not to bother him again. Song smiles deviously. The vice instructor orders In Hai to bring the one kneeling back along with him, to which In Hai agrees. The night ends as the sun rises above the mountains. We see Master Bai eating some food with his chopsticks. He is annoyed that no one came to pick him up from Bai Luochen. He puts down his chopsticks and goes to check up on Su Liyue. Inside, Su Liyue is practicing making runes. He opens a door and goes in. He throws a piece of wood at her from behind. She senses it immediately and breaks it in half. She strikes another piece using her legs. The wood pieces break as she strikes a cool pose. Bai is impressed by it and compliments her for being quiet while moving. Bai gives Su a seal and orders her to use it if the ones from the beast taming department appear, and she accepts it, assuring him no one would cause trouble as long as she is present. She bids Bai safe travels as he tells her he will be back by morning as he flies out. The scene shifts to the abyss of Kanwu. A map of the area is shown containing Jiuli Valley, Coiled Dragon Pillar, and Green Rhino Cliff. It is explained that 12 ancestral demons live in the deeper areas. The demons are even feared by people in the Mahayana stage. Bai flies above a few demons. He stops his flight and lands on a rock. He considers what he should get Su, as she cannot use materials from an ancestral demon. He goes in search of a lightning-attributed demon king nearby and demands their stuff as lightning strikes the land over which he is watching. He notices a woman clad in a white robe running away. Bai recognizes her as a student of the academy. Some purple flames are seen going towards her as she tries to run. She gets attacked and a big explosion occurs. He goes over to help her, annoyed at the troublesome situation at hand. He makes a rune between his fingers. He disappears using the rune. The attacked girl is damaged from the previous attack as she sits on the ground. Two figures are standing over her and threatening her not to run anymore. He wants her to play with them. She refuses and tells them to dream on. The muscular man with a goatee calls the Four Arts department just a female pet of the academy and wants service from her for him to leave her alone. The chapter ends with her scared face in view. This starts with a woman named Yun Rua exclaiming that she would rather die than be with them. The muscular attacker grabs her head in his glowing purple fist. She is surprised to learn that he has sealed the spiritual powers of Yun Rua. He feels her face and describes it as smooth, as he stands over her, commenting that other places of her must be smooth as well. She gets disheartened by the thought of an evil person like him defiling her and remembers her senior sister. Bai tells her to hit his Danzong point while still not visible to them. Yun is surprised to find that she can move. She does as she's been told to. The big dude is surprised by this attack and is unable to move. She pushes him back using the same attack on his Danzong point. He gets pushed far back as his comrade looks on, which surprises Yun herself. The attacker's inwards spill out as he stops on a rock with his bones completely broken. This surprises Yun as well. His assistant goes to help the one he calls his boss. We see Yun thanking the air around her as she couldn't see Bai due to his rune activation. Bai thinks she's clumsy as she's just bowing to the air and wonders if all the students trained by his senior sister Yu are clumsy like Yun Rua. The other attacker is furious and wants to take revenge on her. She gets on a stance and she taunts him as she realizes she has no chi left. The attacker knows she has no spiritual powers left, so he charges at her. She asks Bai for advice as he charges at her. Bai gives her instructions to take one step left and hit his acupoint. The attacker dodges it and gets close to hitting her. He tells her to go to hell as he gets near her. She is frightened by his attack, which was very close to her. Bai snaps his finger. The attacker nearly makes contact, but he gets sealed. Bai encourages Yun to kill the attacker, and Yun looks back at the voice from behind, still not knowing that is Bai. Having not seen him yet, she asks Bai if she could ask her sister's whereabouts from the attacker. The attacker tells her that Yun's sister has died already to keep her innocence. Yun refuses to believe her sister's death as Yun believes her sister cannot be defeated by someone like them. He threatens her about getting hunted by the Formless Boundary sect if she ever hurts him. He dares her to kill him as she's surprised to hear that he is from the Formless Boundary sect. Bai reveals himself to the two as Yun gets excited to see who has helped her. Bai reveals himself to the two. They are surprised by Bai's appearance. Bai is surprised that he knows him and wonders if he is that famous. The one in chains replies that Bai is known as the trash in the revolving light stage and is frustrated after being defeated by him. Bai asks him where Yun's sister is being kept captive. The attacker refuses to answer, so Bai kills him ruthlessly. Bai looks cold as the blood splatters from the attacker's body and Yun Rua looks away. Yun is annoyed by Bai as she will not be able to know her sister's whereabouts now that the attacker is dead, and Bai tells her to calm down as he knows how to find her. He asks Yun for any of her sister's belongings and she gives him her handkerchief embroidered by her sister. Yun asks Bai for help to find his sister. Bai makes a bird from chi and sends her to search for Yun's sister. The bird flies and after a while reaches a cave. It finds her in a pit down deep. There we can see that she's been injured gravely and recalls falling as she escaped her attackers. As her chi was already destroyed, she feels that this place will become her grave. As she thinks of her sister Yun, wondering if she is safe as she grasps the hole above her. A voice reaches her ears calling for her. The voice asks her if she is down there as she looks up with hope. She recognizes this voice as Yun Rua's voice and calls out to her as she stands up. Bai and Yun Rua are seen above with Yun being ecstatic about finding her sister as Bai explains that she's been gravely injured. Yun wants to go down there and bring her up, but Bai tells her not to be hasty and volunteers to do it. Bai produces a soaring talisman which Yun immediately recognizes. He sends the seal down the hole as the two of them look on. Bubbles form around Yun's sister as she rises. The bubbles take her out of the cave. She gets out of the cave where Yun and Bai are waiting for her. She hugs Yun Rua as the bubbles pop behind them. They thank Bai for helping them. He takes a bead off his necklace which transforms into a pill. These are the 5 elements of cultivating pills. Bai gives it to them to heal up. They politely refuse the generous offer as the pill is the treasure of the Academy's pill department. Bai insists they take the pills as being picky would not save their lives. Yun Rua takes the pill much to her sister's surprise. Yun thanks Master Bai and feeds it to her sister, who takes it begrudgingly. She immediately heals up after consuming the pill. Yun asks her sister if she feels better. She exclaims that she feels much better as her leg gets healed completely and agrees that the pill is worthy of being called a treasure. They thank Elder Bai and tell him that they will return the favor someday, to which Bai declines. Bai then asks them why they came to the Kanwu Abyss. The two sisters hesitate to answer. The scene shifts to Su Liyue finishing reading a page. As she stretches, she feels like she is about to break through and thinks about cultivating next. As she is about to cultivate, she notices someone troublesome approaching her. A light blue figure is seen flying through the full moon night. They are here because Bai and his disciples resisted law enforcement. The vice professor of the beast taming department arrives to punish Bai Luochin and calls him a maniac. He calls them out to receive punishment. The chapter starts with Bai scolding Yun Rua and her sister for being careless and running into dangerous areas where the Demon King may reside. Yun Rua's sister tells him that it was her fault for trying to find materials to fix her master's instrument. Bai looks concerned as he feels that something is odd about her story. She tells him that she was chasing a 9th grade ice silkworm which was also being chased by the Formless Boundary sect, as Bai wonders why the Formless Boundary sect would chase only a 9th grade demon from the northern realm to the southern realm, potentially being a spirit demon in its molting stage or perhaps even a demon king that has obtained human form. Yun Rua cluelessly asks instructor Bai if he would go and catch the ice silkworm, and Bai replies to her question in affirmation as it is extremely rare and he needs it for his disciple's lightning attribute. Slowly the day turns to night. A full moon is seen between the stars at night. We are taken back to the Azure Peak. The thunderous voice demands Bai Luochin to come out immediately. The two from the beast taming sect are seen hovering as Su Liyue opens the door and appears before them. Su Liyue apologizes and tells them that her master is out at the moment and requests them to pass on their message to her master. He tells Su to kneel. Su asks respectfully why she was being made to kneel as she had not done anything wrong, and the vice professor of the beast taming department tells her sternly to kneel. She apologizes to him as she states she has never heard of this certain rule and tells him to be respectful towards her master as he is not trash. The vice instructor calls her insolent and gets ready to fire an attack toward her as he is covered with a green aura. He orders her to kneel. As he orders this, he fires an attack towards Su, who looks on. A hand is shown below Su on the ground because of the pressure of the vice instructor to make her kneel. An injured Su still refuses to kneel as she believes that she has done nothing wrong. The vice instructor gets angry at this point, which is visible on his face as well. As he charges up to attack her, he challenges her to keep her mouth shut. He fires off a rapid round of spiritual attacks and yells at her to kneel several times as dust blows from the shockwave caused by that attack. After he is done attacking, he is shocked as he gazes down. Amid his chi attack, we can see the blue aura of Su Liyue still visible. As the dust settles down, we can see Su still standing. She gazes up, completely injured at this point but still standing, refusing to kneel. The vice instructor is extremely pissed as Su burns her realm to not kneel down, and if any word of this fight were ever to get out, the beast taming department would lose face. He decides to kill her as Su looks at them stubbornly. He orders Yen Hai to go and kill her, but Yen is hesitant to do so and questions if that is okay. His master orders him to do as he is told unless he wants to disobey his master. An injured Su mocks the vice instructor as a failure and is surprised to find his disciple to be more human. As Yen Hai comes down to talk to her, she makes an oath to herself that if she ever survives this, she will make him regret it in the future. Yen talks to Su and advises her to admit her wrongdoings and kneel to survive. He tells her that pride is not worth putting her life on the line for, and she replies that she did not expect the sect with the best reputation to have a scum like his master. Yen is ready to execute her as he asks her why she would even bother with such trivial things. Yen stands proudly and tells him to kill her as she would rather die than beg for mercy. Yen tells her he cannot disobey his master's orders and apologizes as he produces a tall spiritual energy from his hand to kill her. Su thinks that the one that should be apologizing should be her as she gets ready to secretly activate the rune. Suddenly, a horse comes dashing in towards Yen as he looks surprised. It headbutts him while chewing grass and makes Yen unable to attack Su. The horse pushes him quite far towards the wall. He is seen between some rubble, completely injured. Su recognizes the horse as Xiao Wu, the horse of Bai Luochen. The vice instructor finally understood why Xiangshan was obsessed with this horse, as the horse was a spirit demon. Xiao Wu is seen angrily neighing with his front legs up in the air. Su calls Xiao Wu as it looks at taking down the attackers itself. The vice instructor tells the horse that if it had not shown up, he would not have thought about it, and makes a rope and lasso out of chi. He throws it and tells the horse not to blame it as it jumps out itself. He puts the lasso on the horse and tells it to behave itself. Xiao Wu tries fighting back despite Su Liyue's warnings. It jumps up to kick the vice instructor. He calls Xiao Wu an evil beast and tells it to die. Then he punches the horse, shattering its vital organs as the horse flies back. Su Liyue looks on tearfully as the horse is knocked back. It falls and hits the ground while Su looks on. The horse is down on the ground, injured and bleeding. Su cries as she cannot look at Xiao Wu's injured body. She yells at the attacker to kill her, otherwise she will make them pay in the future. The vice instructor lands down near Su. He walks closer to her with Su looking on. He tells her that he will kill her with a sinister look on his face. Su charges at him thinking that it is the right distance. Su explains further that her moon fairy wheel attack will hit at that distance with a golden ween appearing near her. She thinks that she burned her realm to use that attack. The attack is shown swinging. She hits the attack on him and dashes behind him, landing on her feet. The vice instructor is glad that he was prepared before going there. He healed the wound caused using a treasure. He thinks of Su as a danger as she was able to fight Song Lang and two others and wants her taken down immediately. She stands, huffing, with her knees shaking as she has completely used up her spiritual power. The vice instructor catches her with the lasso and dangles her in midair. He pulls her towards him. Then he grabs the neck of Su, who is exhausted and injured. She tells him that her master will make him pay. He tells her he had already decided to kill him along with her as he only thought of Bai as trash. Xiao Wu tries standing up to help her. She tells him not to go there and to run away as the horse falls to its knees. The attacker explains that he will kill her first and then teach the horse slowly. A half-dead Su thinks of her master. She remembers the talisman given by her master in case of emergency. She sticks it on the attacker as he looks confused. He scoffs at the desperate attempt of Su and asks what the piece of paper would even do. Suddenly, the paper erupts over his hand. The chapter begins with the attacker and Su Liyue getting separated from each other. Su Liyue lands on the glowing blue tail of a beast. It is revealed to have been a giant blue bird who stands before Su ready to protect her. The vice instructor thinks that it is ridiculous and is not able to complete his sentence as the bird quickly gets behind him. It attacks him from behind as only now does he realize that he is getting attacked. The bird stomps on him on the ground. It opens up its wings with light coming off of it as it prepares its attack. It gigantifies itself and completely obliterates the attacker. Then it disappears, leaving a crater with the attacker inside. His hands can be seen holding a green pocket watch treasure that is now broken. Yen limps back to his master lying on the ground and asks whether he is okay. His master is completely knocked out on the ground with his clothes becoming shredded. Yen slides down to check on his master. Yen begs his master to return as his injuries are serious, to which the master orders him to stay silent and hand him the 5 elements pill as Su ruins his protective treasure. He eats the pill and starts getting his wounds healed. He recovers completely and arrogantly refuses to believe that he cannot teach her a lesson. He charges towards Su Liyue after being healed completely to kill her as Su watches him approach helplessly. She wonders if this is the end of her life. As she thinks of her end, she is surprised as to why he hasn't attacked her yet. In front of her, Bai Luochen appears with a pouch attached to his hip. The attacker's arm is stopped by a shadowy clone of Bai. Yan's master is furious at this. He exclaims that it is Bai, as Bai is tending to Su's injury. He tells Su not to talk as her heart has been damaged severely as she tries calling out to him. Bai is angered at the fact that they tried to attack his disciple while he was out. He gestures to the clone with his hands. The clone lifts the attacker by his head as the attacker struggles. Bai asks angrily whether the vice instructor of the beast taming department has any morals at all. As he yells this out, the shadowy clone slams him to the ground, damaging and making him bleed. Yen is splattered by the blood of his master as he watches in horror. Yen begs Bai to not hit his master anymore as Bai is healing Su, who looks much better than before. Bai says, "Edict, golden bell." As he says this, a bell appears before Yen and captures him inside it. Yen looks at the shadow beating up his master as he is trapped in the bell. His master thinks of Bai as a savage while he takes the shadow's beating. He thinks this because Bai's shadow clone hits him and heals him while he beats him up. He is humiliated by this as the shadow continues beating him up and gathers green energy on his fist. It attacks him as a pillar of light is seen. The shadow appears while holding Yan's master by his head. Yen is shocked by this and Bai removes him from the bell. The shadow tells them that they should be grateful to be alive because of Li Guanxi, while Yen is on the ground looking at it with terror. The shadow tells them to leave Qingluan Peak as he throws Yan's master in Yan's arms. His master requests the 5 elements pill again. Yen feeds it to his master slowly and suggests to leave after he recovers while he holds up his master by the shoulder. His master has recovered completely and looks the same as before. He refuses to leave and says that he got ambushed, which is why Bai got the upper hand. He tells Yen that he has not shown his true power as he wants his storage ring back. We see Su Liyue still getting healed as she apologizes for not being able to protect Qingluan Peak. She adds further that even the horse got hurt because of her, while we cut to the horse getting healed by the shadow. Bai assures her that it wasn't her fault as she did the best she could have, and the crucial part is to repair her heart meridian, which might hurt her a bit as she braces for pain. The attacker is not done as he asks In Hai to watch closely. He summons a majestic-looking eagle with his technique as he wears new clothes from the spatial ring. He tells Yen the creature is an 8th-grade spirit demon called the Horned Eagle as the eagle charges in. He challenges Bai to defend against it as Bai's pouch starts glowing. The bird from before opens its eyes through the pouch. The eagle gets extremely scared due to the bird's presence and halts quickly. It hurriedly flies off as Yan's master looks in disbelief and calls the eagle back. Yun Rua and her sister appear and ask what has happened, which surprises Su, who is being carried by Bai. Bai asks them to take care of Su as he has some more work left. He tells the vice instructor that for many years he avoided conflict by just staying in Qingluan Peak. The vice instructor is scared as Bai continues telling him that even though he avoided conflict, they tried to take Qingluan Peak and even tried to kill his disciple. A red talisman shines in his eyes. The vice instructor is shocked to see Bai pull out the blood-rapturing talisman and calls Bai crazy. Bai is seen holding the talisman. He tries running away from Bai as the talisman dissolves people in a pool of blood without even leaving their souls intact. The shadow suddenly catches up to him. It knocks him down. He is sent crashing down to earth. He falls on the floor, coughing up blood with his clothes tattered. He tells Bai that he will not get away with using the blood-rupturing talisman against him. Bai tells him that he is the divine retribution that the other instructor should fear. The talisman spreads over the vice instructor as he shrieks. A lot of arms of various creatures pull him up towards the talisman while he doesn't want to go. The chapter ends with Bai catching the silkworm. Then he gets notified of the danger near Liyue. The beginning of the chapter shows an active soundproof talisman. Yen Hai is shocked to witness the events occurring in front of him. Only a red blob with multiple arms remains, which is crawling around. Then Bai snaps his finger. With the snap of his finger, the blob moves away from what remains of the vice instructor. Yunrua and her sister are terrified to see that only the clothes remain and think that the blood-rapturing talisman is horrific. Bai tells a grieving Yen that his master brought this fate upon himself. He acknowledges Bai with a tear running down his cheek. Bai raises his hand and looks at Yen. Yen realizes that Bai is about to kill him, so he braces by closing his eyes. Bai has seemingly cut Yen. However, it cuts back to Yan's hair being chopped off as Bai explains that he is not fond of killing unnecessarily and tells him to find a better master in the future. He tells Yen not to talk about that night and tells him to take back. He kneels on the front door as Yen thanks Bai for sparing him as he bows his head to the floor. Yunrua and her sister watch Bai talking with Su holding Xiao Wu's head. Yunrua tells her sister to not get in their way and pulls her away. Both of them thank Elder Bai and promise to visit in the future, and Bai tells them to greet their master Yu for him. Su Liyue however realizes that those two will not come back as Bai looks at her in confusion. Bai snaps his fingers and changes to a new set of clothes. The scene shifts to an aerial view of Bai, Su, and the horse. Bai senses its presence and looks up. A red organism with tentacles with one eye is seen getting squished. Bai attacks it with some attack without any effort. Su notices her master looking up and asks if something is up there in the sky. He replies that it was nothing. He figures that it is someone spying on Qingluan Peak as he expected. A red orb is seen cracked with Bai's face on it. An old man cries while cursing Bai Luochen for viciously killing his nephew. He is shown to be inside the seclusion cave and orders his underling to plan an attack for Bai's disciple in the trial exams coming up. We go back to Qingluan Peak where Bai tells his disciple that he has brought her something. Su looks concerned as a big white organism stands towering in front of her. It is revealed to be the ice silkworm that Bai explains that he caught. The silkworm greets Su. Bai explains that he originally wanted to get her a broken mirror fabric but decided to get the silkworm that came across his way. Su is speechless as she thinks of the strength of the silkworm being comparable to cultivators in the recombining stage as it was a demon king. He strokes the silkworm's face and tells Su that the silkworm has the dual attribute of lightning and water that fits Su very well. Su remembers her past life where she had difficulty in subduing demon kings and is touched that her master gave her one. She feels grateful to her master and hugs him and thanks him for such a gift. Bai tells her that a big test is coming up so she should get ready and recover for it as he pats her head. He tells her not to worry as it should not be a big deal for her and also tells her to take the ice silkworm with her. Su asks whether that was cheating or not. Bai tells her that he will suppress the demon king into a greater demon so she is allowed to take it. She wonders with a concerned face if the silkworm will be happy if he does that. Bai creates a yellow ball and starts to suppress it and tells the silkworm to bear with it as it might hurt a bit. The silkworm builds a cocoon around itself as Bai starts suppressing it with Su looking on. Su is astonished at the silkworm's cultivation improving even though it is being suppressed. A huge cocoon is in front of them as Bai finishes suppressing it. Light emerges from inside the cocoon. A head starts to come out of the cocoon shell assisted by 4 hands. Su Liyue is mesmerized by the one walking out. The one who comes out is a pink-haired lady with 4 arms who greets Su and calls herself Mai Meng but wants Su to call her Xiao Meng. Su thinks that Xiao Meng is extremely cute as she looks at her with hopeful eyes. Su looks around Meng and tells her with adorning eyes that she always thought of demons as fierce and evil-looking and tells her this was the first time she had seen such a cute transformation. Meng asks Su how she had met other demon kings even though she had just joined the sect. Su realizes that she messed up. While recalling the demon kings of her previous life, she lies and tells Xiao Meng that she just happened to see the portraits of demon kings in a book which Meng naively believes. Su is glad that her master did not seem to notice as he was busy trying and being unable to analyze something ahead. He closes the screen that he was observing. Bai Luocheng leaves Su Liyue's breakthrough in the hands of Xiao Meng, who reassures him that she will do her best. Bai tells them to go back to rest as it has gotten late, to which the two comply. Bai Luocheng takes some carrots to feed his horse. As he feeds the horse, he explains that the real goal of the Formless Boundary sect was the piece of jade that Xiao Meng was guarding. The jade could not even be analyzed by the system, so Bai wondered what was so special about it. The screen gives Bai a new task and tells him if his disciple breaks through and tops the exams, they will be rewarded handsomely. The rewards are shown on the screen to be 1-star martial arts gift pack, 2-star special item gift pack and a mystery prize, and the screen also warns him that refusal or failure to complete the task would cost him 30% of his spiritual chi. Bai finds this to be strange as he thinks of the screen as a wood-chopping counter which makes the screen blurred out counter. In shock, Bai feels something off about the screen and the screen nearly loses its cover. It quickly pressures Bai to accept it and he folds under the pressure. The rewards given will be useless to him, so he plans to give them to Su Liyue. With the help of the ice silkworm, she will be able to break through quickly. He opens the door to his room and goes inside. As he falls asleep while inside the blanket wearing a sleep mask, something pops out of him. It turns out to be a blue holographic girl between some red talisman. She opens her eyes and recalls previously when Bai nearly caught her. She extends her arms and tries to touch a sleeping Bai. She says that she wishes to meet Bai right now. In the extra panels, Su is seen feeding Xiao Wu, who can occasionally transform into a human. 5 days after the previous incident, a lot of meat is being cooked over some lit firewood. The sword arts department instructor is leading a bunch of his disciples when some of them notice the appetizing smell of the cooking meat in the distance. Our main character strikes the Salt Bay pose as he sprinkles some seasoning over the meat. The instructor, who is very annoyed by this, calls out Bai Luochen and asks him what he was doing there, to which Bai just asks him whether he was also interested in some wild hunted animals. The scene shifts to a white one-eyed flying creature with its brain visible outside and a halo coming from its brain resembling vaguely like an angel, but Bai could not understand as it was not speaking any human language. Bai honestly does not know what that thing is as he holds up a piece of its meat. The instructor informs Bai that this is the venue for the academy's trial exam. He points towards the east gate and asks him what he is doing as his subordinates drool from the smell. The instructor gets annoyed with his disciples complimenting the smell. Bai tells the instructor that he was just cooking some food and that his being there would not affect the exam in any way, as the instructor tells his disciples to back up and stay in line. He calls Bai unreasonable. He calls Bai as someone not fit to have the title of instructor, to which Bai just waves him off. As Su Liyue walks behind a group of people, one of them notices her walking behind. The ones in front are from the beast taming department and talk about how he and Ian both went into closed-door cultivation, while the other sees this as a good opportunity to shine due to their absence. The black-haired disciple looks over in Su Liyue's direction as he seems interested in her. We see Su Liyue with Xiao Ming atop her head as she walks forward. The black-haired disciple is shown to be from the extermination department and is named Feng Su. He looks at Su Liyue and is surprised to find her talent to be not that bad, but thinks of her as pitiful for becoming a disciple of Bai. He goes to introduce himself to Su Liyue as he wants to win her over using his suave. He gets completely ignored as she walks over to Bai's direction, uninterested in Feng Su, which annoys Feng Su. Su and Xiaoming look on hungrily as Bai tells them to back off as he is busy. Feng looks on from a distance as Su is shown asking for a bite, with Bai declining her request as Xiaoming sneakily eats some from Bai's hand. The pride of Feng is hurt by Su Liyue for ignoring him completely, and he gets furious over this as he twists and breaks his hand fan. A big hand is seen patting him on the shoulders. He turns around to find the head instructor of the extermination department, Yuan Xiang, and tells him not to get agitated as only the weak get jealous. One of the disciples from the distance tells them that the 4 arts department is coming over. Yun Rua and her sister are walking towards the trial hall with their master by their side. Their master is introduced to be Instructor Moon Xianzhu, who looks over while touching her hair. Instructor Wu goes over, greets Yu, and tells her what a coincidence it was to meet her. Her heels are shown taking off. She flies over to Bai and his disciple and thanks him for saving her students as she lands in between them. Bai laughs and asks her what she is talking about as Su Liyue grabs onto her master's hand and frowns at her as Xiaoming continues eating the meat. Bai introduces his disciple to the instructor and Su bows down and greets her as Yu greets her back. Su is annoyed at another woman who is near Bai Luocheng. Meanwhile, Instructor Wu gets jealous and is seen completely raging while his disciple gets hurt by his massive hands on the disciple's shoulders. A man with some facial hair orders them to be silent. He is sitting on a massive building as he demands everyone's attention towards him as the crowd looks on. He is introduced as the task elder as he tells them that the trial exam will take place in a secret realm and starts announcing the rules. As Wu and his disciple along with the other participants, the elder tells them that the time limit is just 2 days and that the ranking will be done by collecting points until the end. He tells them that they can find treasure and kill demons through their journey as well as steal other students' points. Some fingers are seen turning blue from gray. He warns them that endangering the life of another disciple by the grandfathers will cause immediate disqualification and punishment as the area around him gets weird and we see a few monsters flying as well as a monster with eyes that have X on their pupils. He finishes his announcement as the crowd looks on. Something flies up causing the ground to shake. It causes a small rock to hit a chubby person in the crowd as they stare above. He announces the beginning of the trial as a lion with wings is seen flying up from the building, and a gate opens below the announcer. Sue is seen walking towards the door. She bids her master farewell as he tells her to take care of Instructor Yu by his side. She looks at Yu with jealousy as she holds by his arms and Xiao Meng above Sue's head burps. Yu asks by whether he cares for her disciple or not as he had met her not too long ago but by praises her as the strongest disciple present there. He also tells her that Sue is his disciple. Sue is seen approaching the gate with Xiao Meng on her head. The ending shows a bit of the daily life of Xiao Meng. She is seen on the bed with Xiao Meng hogging up all the blankets. The scene shifts inside the demon's secret realm. Lightning strikes the mountain on the side as a lizard looks on in the lush forest beneath the mountain. Next, we see someone carrying a sword running away from a blue lightning bolt. He is scared as he runs away and wonders what kind of a monster she is as he had thought of the talisman department to be useless. The next moment we see Sue looking at the blue light striking him in the distance. He is down on the ground and begs Sue not to come close as she uses her attack. She takes his token, eliminating him. She feeds the token to a small winged creature who notifies her that she is currently ranked number 47. She feels this is still too slow. The eliminated one is taken off by a winged creature as Xiao Meng makes some noises atop Sue's head. She grabs Meng and tells her no one is there and she can talk. Meng, placed on Sue's hand, changes to her human form and yells at Sue for nearly strangling her and tells her that she was just pretending to be a greater demon and asks her if she had seen a greater demon that could talk. Sue asks an angry Meng if something is there who refuses to talk to Sue. She tells the silkworm to forget it and goes to check it out as Meng turns into her silkworm form. As she looks towards the mountain, her back is marked red. A frog senses her presence atop someone's hand. Two robed people are delighted to find Sue and go to meet her. In the academy square, people are looking through the screen to watch the participants. The crowd comments on Sue's cruelty as Feng Su had already admitted defeated but she still attacked him ruthlessly and they are shocked to see someone from the talisman department be this strong. Yu asks Bai if he is worried about his disciple being flamboyant, who tells her that only the weak care about others' opinions and blindly restrain themselves. He tells her that flaunting is one's choice whether they are strong or not. Yu smiles as she takes a sip of the tea. Meanwhile, a flashback is shown of Bai Luochen from 10 years ago beating up monsters as Yu remembers that he was still the same Bai Luochen from before who showed disdain towards the world. He gets slightly embarrassed and tells her that she is only imagining stuff. A bell is seen ringing. Suddenly all the screens show static as the crowd gets anxious. The elder who was announcing the start stands up and tells them to be quiet and keep quiet. The two beside him tell him that there is an offset of chi in the trial site and that developing arrays connected with Master Mu has failed. The elder asks when it could be repaired and they tell him that remote repair is impossible and they have already sent the array department disciples to the site for the emergency. Array departments are seen going inside the gate. Bai realizes that some people have not given up and his clone secretly enters the gate. Inside the realm, Sue moves back from an attack while sending an attack herself. The two attacks clash in the middle. The small creature giving the vision on the screen is sleeping as a foot is hovering above, ready to step on it. The one who stepped on it kills it and mocks Sue for being weak with a masked person beside her. Sue asks them whether they are afraid of her reporting it as she drops a bag containing a token. The two are introduced to be He Shirling and Luo Xiao of the Law Enforcement Hall and laugh at her reporting as the report would only go towards their people and tell her that her master should not have offended them. Sue does not believe that the law enforcement office can hide everything from the academy as she charges up her attack. They curse her as Luo Xiao asks her whether she still thought of leaving the place whilst cutting down her attack. Sue is surprised to find that the blade can cut lightning. They tell her to say goodbye to the world as they rush at her. Sue gets intimidated by these two as they are quite strong and feels that it is too difficult to escape at this moment. She asks the silkworm for help who refuses her and says that she cannot complete his task and it will not follow her task. He Shilling is about to strike Sue with her hand which is glowing red. Instead of attacking, she gets attacked by Su Liyue. Luo Xiao cuts in and cuts the lightning in half with his sword. The sword gets disintegrated and Luo took damage. Xiao Meng is seen blowing out lightning. She already reverted back to her human as she tells the attackers that they are still no match for her and tells them to run off. The two realize that Xiao Meng is Demon King as Yu is pushed to the ground. She tells them that it's good that they know about her being a Demon King and tells them to scamper off. He pulls back Luo from the ground away from Su. Su asks Meng why she made herself bigger than usual, who then tells her in return that she will not show the enemy her true self. She asks Meng if it is okay to let them go away like that, to which the silkworm gets annoyed and tells her that Su is not allowed to command her like her master. The silkworm points Su in the direction of the treasures. She reluctantly agrees and goes that way. We cut to a few days before the exam began, with Su asking Meng what she was up to. Meng tells Su that she's just helping Su cultivate as she presses her body with Su's body. Su asks who cultivates like that. Meng replies that she is just helping treat her wounds as the elixir given to her is not sufficient. She tells Wu lying on the bed that the electricity is used to stimulate the repayment of Su's meridians as Su tells her to be more gentle. Meng tells Su that it is only a bit stimulating as she uses lightning on Su's stomach. We then see Luo unfreezing him from an ice statue. Luo hopes that Shilling is alive as he cannot live without her. He feels bloodlust behind him. A voice calls the two of them and tells them that for trying to murder their fellow disciples, they will be punished. Shadow Bai appears and tells them that next time before trying to kill others they should be prepared to be killed. An eye is watching everything in the realm. The eye is shown belonging to a white creature with wings on either side. Bai says that since the law enforcement hall uses such means, he is going to use some of his ruthless techniques. He starts chanting with his fingers up. He sends them a warning and warns them not to make him kill them as he sends the attack. The Supreme Elder of the Law Enforcement Department gets hurt in the seclusion cave. Two around him try to help him, to which he waves off the help and tells them that he is fine. He is surprised and wonders to what frightening level Bai's strength has recovered. Inside the Demon Ruins cave, Xiao Meng is flying up and yells at Su for taking her in a circle and feels lost. An annoyed Su keeps walking as Xiao Meng gets tired of flying and insults Su for being weak and also being unable to find a simple thing and wishes to go back to rest. Su is annoyed by Xiao Meng's constant moaning about her being weak, insults thrown towards Su. Su finally snaps and tells Meng that if it was not for Meng's treasure hunt they would have never been lost and calls her chatter annoying. Meng is also annoyed at this and readies up her attack. Su mistakes this as Meng attacks her and readies up to fight. Su is startled as Meng fired off the attack. The attack goes to the side of Su as Su looks on. She is surprised to find poison maggots frozen behind her as she turns around. Su is warned not to underestimate these maggots, which are deadly even to a demon king if they occur in swarms. Su remembers that the maggots live in a dark place. So she attacks the wall behind the maggot hoping to find treasure. The blast shatters a wall. A hole is formed on the wall revealing a tunnel inside. Xiaowu is happy as they get closer to finding a treasure and feels that her breakthrough might be around the corner as the two of them go inside. Su finds the place to be familiar. Su wants to go back, having a bad feeling about the tunnel, but Xiao Meng is not interested in going back and tells her not to worry with her around. She prepares an attack and releases a few waves of cold sky slash. The slashes are aimed at the wall and make contact with it. She tells Su to have as much fun as she can because Meng is there with her as the blast is seen in the background. Su tells her to look behind her before saying anything. The wall behind her is completely unscathed as Meng looks on with confusion and wonders how it is possible. She starts to get serious and brings out lightning from all four of her arms as she tells Su to see the real power of a demon king. She fires them at the wall. Exhausted, she feels that it finally worked. The door in front of them does not even have a single scratch and Meng gets annoyed by this. She angrily throws her ice stick on the ground as it breaks on impact. Meng is completely annoyed and kicks the door while shouting as to why the door was so sturdy in the ruins if it only contained poison maggots. Sui observes the statues on the side. She notices a palm print on the side. She puts her palm on the palm print and uses lightning on it. As she does this, lightning flies off the palm print. The door suddenly opens in front of Xiao Meng and she is confused as to why it opened now. Su knows something about this and is shocked and wonders why it worked. The gate opens revealing a purple pillar with writings on it. Xiao Meng sings a song in delight while looking at the pillar as they walk inside the door. Meng reads it and tells Su that there is an inheritance left there by an expert. She approaches a small demonic-looking statue while Su finds the place to be familiar. Meng looks at the statue greedily and wonders what attack should she use in order to get the inheritance. Su finally remembers after looking at the statue. She remembers her past life memory and a familiar demonic aura is felt by her while a long-haired being with a bone mask is seen. She remembers it as the place where she set it up while she was still in Mahayana stage. Su tells Meng not to touch the statue as Meng has already smashed it with a sword. Meng asks her what she said when suddenly the statue breaks. The pillar gets shattered with purple light emanating from it. The entire half of the realm is covered by this purple hue. A disciple is seen afraid of some spiky roots coming towards him. He wonders what the monstrosity in front of him is as he falls down in front of a cluster of trees. Meanwhile, in the academy, the elder is notified that the teleportation arrays in the secret realm have stopped working due to a sudden anomaly. He tells the elder that a demon emperor in the body unity stage has appeared there, much to the shock of the elder. The crowd starts panicking as to why it is happening and wondering in fear what would happen to those inside the realm as the headmaster rushes in with some elders. The elder tells them not to panic through a microphone. The headmaster asks the elder what is happening in the deacon hall through the communication device. The elder talks through the device that a lot of the disciples are not able to escape from the ruins due to the dysfunctional teleportation array. He orders the instructors there to let the simple teleportation arrays go inside the realm. He wishes to save the disciples stuck inside the realm as the arrays make their way there. Yunrua and Mu wonder what the trees around them are as they have been surrounded by them. They are teleported to their master Yu, who takes them and consoles them and tells them not to be scared and to take a deep breath. Bai Luocheng appears and asks the two whether they saw Li Yue inside the realm. Yunshi denies it. Yu explains that the disciples that come out appear near their instructor as the disciples of the sword arts department appear next to their master. She fears Su Li Yue may be in trouble as Su and Meng are seen frightened. A voice tells the world to tremble before them. The voice belongs to the demon emperor Dong Su, who has finally been released into this world, and exclaims that he has returned. He yells that the world belongs to him as he spreads his tentacles all over while Meng tries to protect Su from the emperor's attack. Meng wonders what to do as she cannot win against the emperor, but she cannot leave the girl and face Bai Luocheng either. The demon emperor notices her and wonders why a human is there. He calls Su unlucky as he points his finger towards her to attack her. Meng is annoyed by the attack as she has to defend against it again. Su wants to help, but Meng shuts her down and tells her not to help as it is the best way. The emperor's body starts to slither out. The emperor shrinks down to their size. He asks Meng, the creature of the same race as him, what she might be doing and takes this as Meng defying him. She lies to Dong Su and tells him that Su is a slave raised by demons and begs for mercy from the emperor as inside her head she is terrified of the emperor. Su whispers and asks her what they should do now, to which Meng tells her to escape as she has her ways. Meng suddenly attacks Su with her attack to fool the demon emperor and yells at her to get lost and not to dirty the emperor's eyes with her presence. One of her smaller clones takes Su and flies off, and the main Xiao Meng tries to buy time for them to escape. The demon watches them in silence. He then tells them that no one will be allowed to escape while Xiao Meng gears up to face him. She tells the emperor that it is rude to eavesdrop on a lady's private conversation. He tells her that they are all insects and that he can take her life at any time as he fires off a beam. A flashback is shown of Xiao Meng and Bai whereby is handing over a talisman to her to use for extreme emergencies. Meng tells the emperor to go and tell that Bai Luocheng, whom she describes as a monster as she holds up her two arms which are holding ice that is coated by electricity. She uses the talisman given by Bai and even hurts herself due to the side effects of it activating as the lightning comes out of the talisman. Blood vessels are shown bursting. The blood vessels belong to a random disciple who has been impaled by the tree growing out. It kills the disciple and throws it to the ground. The disciple is picked up again by the roots as they fill up the hole in his heart. It gives him new organs and revives him while also improving his original body. The revived disciple looks like a mindless zombie with no pupils. He staggers towards the portal to the academy. The headmaster takes his sword out ready to attack. It dashes at the ready headmaster and leaps towards him. He yells it to die as he slashes the creature. The zombies with the plants keep coming towards the gate as the headmaster sighs because it does not look like it is ending. He starts using the spirit sword formation as his eyes glow green. The viridescent 10-blade curtain attack brings down glowing green swords, destroying them. He orders the sword arts department head to lead the instructors inside the search and rescue the disciples and to return immediately, and warns him to not engage with the demon emperor as the head of the sword department suggests to send back Bai Luocheng. Bai asks why he must leave first. The other instructor yells at telling him that he would not be back alive because he was still at the revolving light stage and he would have to carry his corpse back, to which Bai replies that he would not be able to keep calm if he were to let him go alone. The headmaster tells Bai to stay back as he has already sacrificed enough for the academy. Instructor Yu chimes in and tells them that Bai is also an instructor who cannot stay still when their disciples are in danger, and she also adds that his only disciple is still in the secret realm and requests to let him join as well. The headmaster gives up and sighs as he accepts the request. He gives them the little creatures and advises them not to push themselves, as Bai thanks the headmaster while Yu takes this opportunity to see how much he has recovered. The other instructor calls him ungrateful as he was just looking out for Bai, as no one would come pick his corpse up if he were to die there. Bai jokes with him that if that happens he would help, causing the instructor to get even angrier. We cut to the realm where a beam of golden light comes out of a mountain. A blob of the Emperor's attack is seen lying in the midst of lava. The Emperor is seen with a black cape around him and a lot of goop-like substance shooting out from him, with his chest glowing gold. He wants to know who was the one that dared to ambush him. Bai's clone is seen hovering in the sky as he says that the prohibition has been broken and is being resisted. As the Emperor looks up, the Bai clone starts gathering up his spiritual energy as he starts to begin the annihilation. It turns into a black hole and starts to suck up all the demonic plants. The clone gathers enough energy and then releases the black hole on the mountain. This creates a massive explosion on the mountain. The ruins are seen again and Xiaomeng's frozen corpse is still standing there between the lava. Out of its mouth, a cocoon emerges wiggling. It drops down near her feet from her mouth and lands on the ground. The cocoon enlarges and starts growing again as it cracks the corpse while growing. Meng appears out of the cocoon with silky smooth skin as she breaks free of the shell. Her back is shown, completely covered in mucus. She opens her eyes and looks around her. She curses Bai for placing the prohibition on her and thanks herself that she fortunately still had the silkworm shell. The tiny Meng comes back and points the original one to someplace. She follows the little Meng as they fly over and in between some trees. They stop near a bush where Su Liyue's legs are poking where the little Meng is pointing at. Meng seems concerned looking at Su. Su is shown passed out on the ground with a flower growing out of her eye. Meng thinks hard for a while about whether to ignore her, as the Demon Emperor would get her quickly if she didn't escape, as she already has the demon scent. She contemplates whether to run away, as Bai Luochen would not be able to find her due to the restrictions being broken, and she had no reason to stay as she was captured to be a spirit pet. She remembers Su getting annoyed at her because she ate the horse's carrot. Also remembers the time Su sewing a blanket for her as they had to share one. She also remembers Su baking her cake made up of leaves as a joke. She decides to take Su with her and tells her that she better not die, and Meng flies off with Su being held by her. The chapter begins with the Demon Emperor flying over the ground as lightning strikes over the sky. He is seen flying above some trees within the lightning. A huge bolt of lightning hits him and shocks him. It causes the Emperor to crash down between the trees. A crater is formed where he crashes as the body is seen in between the crater. As it turns out, that was just a body made by the Dragon Emperor as he emerged from its mouth. Demon Emperor asks the clone who he is, as someone of his strength should not have appeared in this world. The shadow remains silent, creating an attack. The Demon Emperor is not impressed by its silence and asks it whether he is not worthy enough to know his name. The big dragon that the Dragon Emperor was riding fires up a flame as someone looks on. Instructor Jiang and Bai are seen with Jiang wondering what shadow can deal with the Shadow Emperor, while Bai jokes that Jiang can definitely create the shadow, stating that the shadow might be at the late crossing tribute stage. Jiang tells him to stop joking, forget about the missing disciples and run away, and then he notices a talisman in Bai. Bai puts it on his face and tells him to wait and go sit in the corner. He ties up Jiang to a tree, who is completely loopy, and stretches to go and fight the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor feels his demon power almost exhausted as he fails to even hurt the shadow and fears death. A summoning circle appears in the sky and the Emperor notices the arrival of the Earth Demon. The Earth Demon comes out and the Demon Emperor laughs in joy as he tells them that they will all die. The time limit has been reached for the shadow as he starts returning back to Bai. The Demon Emperor, now fused with Earth Demon, does not want to let him escape. It attacks the shadow with its numerous hands and yells for it to die using its Chaos Sky attack. Bai starts chanting and brings it back. Xiaomeng notices Bai's aura as she looks at the sky to see a long sword made up of his chi. The aura clashes with the aura of the now fused Demon Emperor. It slices the Earth Demon down after overpowering the Emperor's aura. The Demon King thinks that another strong opponent has arrived. He asks Bai who he is and Bai asks what he just said about the Earth Demon. He is surprised the demon does not recognize him as the shadow remerges with Bai. Bai sends down a talisman. The Demon Emperor is scared stiff as he realizes that Bai just used an immortal binding talisman and refuses to believe that Bai is in the revolving light stage as he possessed that talisman and has a shadow in crossing the tribulation stage. Bai asks the demon why it matters that he is in the revolving light stage as what he hasn't seen isn't impossible, and the demon asks him again who he is. He tells the demon that he does not need to know Bai and interrogates him about the demon from the west as he burns the demon's soul down. The monster screams in pain and asks what kind of a monster he was to burn his soul down. The emperor yells that he really does not know about it and asks him to stop burning him as a pillar of flame erupts from the forest while Xiao Mang looks on. He tells Bai that he does not know while in agonizing pain, and Bai tells him to take his time and think about it. Meng appears holding Su and tells Bai that Su is about to die. He asks her, concerned, how she became infected as Meng looks worried. Meng cries and tells him that she cannot protect Su properly. She reveals to Bai that her condition was caused by the Demon Emperor, which makes Bai mad as he looks at the demon. The Demon Emperor warns Bai that if he were to die, the Earth Demon would not leave Bai alone. Then the demon notices a purple light coming out and recognizes it. He recognizes it as the gates of the underworld, and Bai tells him that even if the Supreme Demon were to arrive, he would still die as he stood in front of the gates of the underworld. The gate pulls the Demon Emperor in, who struggles and refuses to die in that way. He is pulled in and the gate closes as the demon shouts at the Earth Demon to save him. The gate is pulled in as Bai and Meng watch. Meng praises Bai as she had expected him to deal with the Demon Emperor with quite ease as Bai holds up Su. Su screams out in pain after being affected by the flower. She rushes towards Bai ready to attack him. Meng is worried for Bai and warns him. Su gets close to his neck and is ready to bite him. He tells her to bite him as hard as she could. She does so, which removes the infection from her and transfers it to Bai. She wakes up and recognizes Bai as the flower falls off her. Bai greets her and asks whether she has slept well. She apologizes to Bai and tells him she overstepped her boundaries, and he assures her not to worry. She asks Bai whether he is also infected as she discovers the mark around his neck. He tells her not to worry as it is just a small remnant of the Demon Emperor. He tells her it is of no threat to him as he heals the wound. The system pops up and notifies Bai of an external invasion in his body as Bai looks at the screen. Inside his body, some error messages circle a pink anomaly. That is revealed to be the Demon Emperor, who laughs at Bai's foolishness to save his disciple. He explains that as long as any bit of him remains, he could live on forever. He swears to destroy everyone after taking over his body. As he tries to take over, he is surrounded by the error messages. The system annihilates the demon as a green light emerges. The scene cuts to the night Qingluan Peak where Su looks at her hands. She notices her eyesight getting worse and wants to break through quickly. She feels like a burden to her master and towards Meng and wants to get stronger no matter what it takes. Meng appears behind her after finishing bathing, feeling satisfied with the work done, and notices Su holding up her eyes and questions whether her eyes hurt. Su jokes about being a cyclops as she covers up one of her eyes. Meng dislikes the joke and slaps her on the head and tells her not to joke about this stuff, and Su apologizes. As they tuck into sleep, she apologizes to Su as it was her fault that made Su worse and promises to protect her properly next time as she puts the blanket sewn by Su over her and goes to sleep. Then we see Bai chopping wood while Su practices and Xiao Meng arranges the firewood. Su sneezes, which Bai notices and asks her if she caught a cold. She replies that she only has a runny nose and will be good in a few days, while Xiao Meng looks shocked. Xiao Meng remembers the slap that she gave Su during the fight with the Demon Emperor to fool it as it was extremely powerful. Su sneezes in the background and she tells Bai not to worry as Su will be fine in a few days. Bai tells them not to panic as he will take them to the 4 Arts department. He tells them that there is a hot spring in that area to recover from the cold, which gets Xiao Meng happy as Su keeps sneezing. The scene cuts to the next day as we see the hot spring previously mentioned with the water flowing from a pink dragon statue. We see Yun Tua causing trouble for her senior sister in the changing room as Xiao Meng wants to see Su's sea of consciousness and Su refuses to entertain that idea. Xiao Meng tells her about how much she has protected Su and wants the treasure Su has. Su declines to share it and tells Meng that she already does have the essence of the Demon Emperor. Meng gets pushed into a pile of clothes as she still feels she deserves the treasure belonging to Su. Meng gets pushed down by some more clothes thrown in the basket. She yells from in between the clothes that she wants the treasure still, and Su shuts her down by telling her that the treasures were given to Su by her master and she has to ask him before requesting the clothes. We see some curtains move as Su enters the bath. She dips her feet in the warm water of the hot spring. She puts her towel aside ready to submerge her body inside the water. She is completely satisfied to enter the bath and calls it comfortable as she submerges her body inside and Xiaomeng swims over Su's submerged body. The four arts disciples ask Liyue how she was feeling and she tells them that she felt the cold in her body start to disappear as the stars shone far away at night. Lu calls her an ignorant fool as she tests the temperature of the water. She sits by the side of the hot spring and insults Su's master as well by saying that there are different disciples for different kinds of masters. She starts to show Su the actual use of the demons by calling them over by her feet. The demons scramble over and curse at each other and push and tug trying to get to Lu. The demons suck off her feet and clean it up while Lu laughs as it tickles her as Su judges her hard. Yun and her sister tell Su not to worry about Lu as she cannot compete with their master, so she venting out her anger on Su. She tells Su that she saw Bai enter Yu's room with her own eyes. Su asks about her words as she is shocked. The scene cuts to Bai asking Yu if they are allowed to do what they were doing as the room looks smoked out. Yu asks Bai what is wrong with what they are doing and questions him whether he wants to do it or not as she is sweating hard. Bai is also sweating and tells her that he wants it but still feels wrong for doing it. He tells her that it is pretty inappropriate to cook barbecue there as he holds a piece of roasted meat, and Yu asks him when did he start to care about something this trivial as he was roasting the meat outside the trial area. A flashback is shown of Bai using his talismans for doing some unsavory stuff which Bai is embarrassed by and tells her that at that time he was ignorant. Bai asks Yu what she called him there for as it was not just for chatting together. Yu gets out of her bathtub, grabs her towel and calls Bai boring. She finally reveals to him that she wants him to take her disciples to the secret realm of the Fanghu Mountain to get some training, which Bai is surprised by as he had not heard of that place. Yu comes over to where Bai is sitting and tells him that there is a new secret opening up, that it is a secret place that needs an expert to oversee it. Bai is surprised Yu trusts him as much as he is just a cripple, to which Yu replies that even though she does not know Bai's strength right now, realm does not determine someone's actual strength. Bai tells her he can't leave his disciple alone and she replies that he could bring Su with him as the area is rich enough in cultivation resources. She tells him that they were not able to get much resources in the trial and she cannot leave the academy for a while, so she has asked him to take her disciples and the rewards will be good as well. She is happy that Bai agrees as Su barges into Yu's room telling Bai that she is ready. As Su enters with Yu's disciples, Yu whispers to Bai that he is still as cute as he was in his childhood. Looking at the scene before her, Su grabs Bai's hand as she calls her. She cries and pulls Bai back as she tells the ones present that they are returning to Qingluan Peak. Bai thanks them for the hot springs. Meanwhile, Yun Rua and Yun Shir congratulate their master as they seem to have misunderstood the situation. The scene changes back to Qingluan Peak as the clouds look gloomy over the starry night. Fire crackles near a rock and starts to expand. It turns out Su Liyue was the one behind the fire as she tried the new technique. Bai is surprised that she has already finished learning the skill as he had just taught it to her and tells her that Xiaomeng will have trouble against Su in a short while. Su walks towards her master with red eyes as Bai continues explaining that everything cannot be rushed and that the skill was created by him not too long ago, and tells her to keep her mind empty as she uses it while questioning whether she is listening to him. She grabs him by the shoulders with a big grin on her face as Bai is surprised. He gets scared slightly and calls out to her. Su gets on top of Bai, who is currently on the floor, and suggests having a baby between them. In the next scene, Bai asks Su Liyue to stop clinging to his chest as she is in a daze and has lost her reasoning as she questions his love for her. She sits atop Bai's chest and asks him if she is not as good as Instructor Yu. Bai explains that he does not have the kind of relationship with Yu that she has in mind as he questions what she had in mind during her training. She leans over and has her face coming close to Bai's as she asks him if she looks pretty, and Bai replies that she does. He tells her that he prefers the normal Su as he holds a blue talisman between his fingers. He puts it on Su's forehead as she closes her eyes and falls back. He is glad to have stopped her as she rests in his arms and starts talking in her sleep about wanting children. We cut to the next day in the Fanghu Mountain secret realm on a clear sunny day. A few tents have been set up on the mountain. Inside the tent, Bai is explaining to Instructor Yu's disciples how they will be sent to a random place in the secret realm and advises them not to lose the locating and protection charm given to them as Yun orders the other disciples to listen to their martial uncle. Bai advises them as well as Su to not get greedy as their first task is to gather up. Su looks embarrassed as she accepts her master's advice. She still remembers the events of the previous night and is embarrassed at her behavior as she lost control of her emotions during last night's training. She gathers herself up, remembers her goal to become an immortal, and wishes to forget the trivial matters. Bai looks at Su panicking and fidgeting in the corner and hopes that her mental state is okay. Another one of Yu's disciples enters the tent and calls for Yun Rua. She informs them that someone is attacking outside the tent, which shocks Yun. She looks at Bai, clearly asking for help, and Bai is ready to go take a look. Outside, Yun recognizes the attackers to be led by Song Mingxiu and demands to know what she is doing there. Song Mingxiu calls her ungrateful and questions them cockily as to whether they had forgotten the hospitality she had given during their younger days. Yun tells Song that she does not have any right to say anything as Song Mingxiu had betrayed the sect before. Song Mingxiu asks her how dare they talk to her in that tone as she pulls out a green flute. She tells them that she wants to teach them a lesson on behalf of their master as she sends a beam with the flute in between flying towards them. Song tells them to stop struggling and kneel as an apology and they will be forgiven as Yun Rua blocks her attack with a green shield and refuses her offer. The flute breaks her defense and gets close to hitting her face. Suddenly it bounces up and does not hit her as Bai tells Song Mingxiu not to use the instrument roughly as it would make the spirit of the instrument cry. Song Mingxiu does not know what happened as she loses control of the weapon. Bai catches the flute and tells her not to bother putting in effort as the flute is now his. Yun Rua is shocked that the spirit weapon disobeyed Song Mingxiu and went into Bai's possession while it was being used. A furious Song Mingxiu remembers him as Bai Luochen, the lover of Yu. Bai ignores her and starts to play the flute. Yu's disciples are shocked to see Bai play the flute as they had not expected him to be able to play it so well and wonder if he could play it better than their instructor, and other disciples come outside the tent to watch him in action. Su Liyue is surprised as well to find out that her master had so much knowledge in music. She then starts thinking that as he is the childhood friend of Instructor Yu, it is not unnatural for him to know about it. Song Mingxiu brings out the blissful demon eel and demands the return of her flute from Bai Luochen. Bai's flute playing creates a green shield around him which blocks the eel attack from Song Mingxiu. She gets repelled by the attack and the force sends her flying back with her clothes getting shredded. One of her juniors rushes forward to catch her as she continues to fall back. He catches Song Mingxiu. Bai tells them that he is willing to spare them for the sake of the spirit weapon and tells them to get lost as they retreat quickly. He gives the jade flute to Yun Rua and offers to upgrade the weapon from a spirit weapon to an imperial weapon, which makes Yun Rua extremely delighted and she thanks him for it. Su gives her congratulations to Yun Rua as she watches Instructor Yu's other disciples flock towards Bai Luochen wanting the flute as well, which makes Bai feel awkward, then tells them not to be anxious as there are still a lot of opportunities in the secret realm for them as long as they work hard for it. Su leaves the scene and goes inside the tent as Bai tells Su as well to not waste the opportunity at hand. Xiaomeng appears on Su's shoulders and asks what happened between her and her master the previous night, which Su does not want to answer and calls her nosy for asking it while she packs her bags. Suddenly a pink hue appears on the mountain. Yun Rua tells the other disciples that the secret realm is now open and that they should depart immediately. Yun Rua heads into the portal and she bids Bai farewell as they will be entering the realm first. Bai advises her not to reveal her whereabouts before all of them gather to meet inside. Su has packed her bags as well and she calls her master, who tells her not to be afraid as this time he is coming along as well. Xiaomeng appears on her shoulder as she tells them that she is there as well. Bai wonders if he had made a mistake as a person who has taken the clear heart talisman should have blurred memory for a day as Su enters the portal as well. A blue snake has been watching them from afar. One of Song Mingxiu's henchmen is seen keeping an eye on them using the snake. Song Mingxiu is in the background, having beaten up her junior for taking advantage of her during the previous event, as he reports to her that Bai and the disciples have already entered the secret realm. She tells them to head inside the realm and not to forget their actual mission. They chant that blissful rebirth as they call blood and flesh to be weak. Bai enters the portal as well. The system suddenly appears in front of him and informs him of a world task, which is to suppress a soul ancestor, as Bai is confused as to what a soul ancestor is. Then we are taken inside the Fanghu Mountains secret realm. A lizard looks in front where a green explosion has occurred. As the dust settles down, we see Yunrua facing off against two opponents who are lying on the floor because of the blast. Another person comes over and puts her feet over the one lying on the ground. The person turns out to be a pink-haired woman holding a whip in her hands who calls Yunrua a fierce kitty. Yunrua is shocked to find her uninjured from the blast. She sends out some tentacles towards Yunrua to teach her a lesson. Yunrua conjures up the jade flute in her hand. She starts to play the sword and song presto as a green shield is created in front of her. The shield keeps Yunrua protected as she looks on. However, her defense is ineffective as the tentacles capture her and tie around her like a rope. The pink-haired lady comments that the jade weapon is useless in the hands of Yunrua as Yun struggles to break free from the tentacles. She touches Yunrua inappropriately as the tentacles hold Yun down. She wants Yun to show her other tricks which she might have up her sleeve as Yun calls her shameless. Yun tried to call by for help using the talisman given before. The lady notices her attempt and snatches her talisman away while mocking her for asking for help. She tells Yun that she should be punished as she swings back her hand to slap her. She slaps Yun quite hard, which causes her extreme pain as she screams out loud. The pink-haired woman tells her that there is still a lot more left as she brings out different jade weapons to torture Yun. Suddenly a fish with sharp teeth comes flying towards the two of them. It pierces the lady right in her heart. This causes quite a damage to the pink-haired woman as she collapses onto the floor, freeing Yun from bondage. Yun notices by Luochin as he realizes that the blissful palace has set up an ambush inside the secret realm, which caused them quite a while to gather, as he tells her that he has already caught some fish while waiting for them. Bai supports Yun and asks about her well-being, and Yun tells him that a lot of her spiritual power has been taken away and her legs are shaky. Bai asks about the other disciples, and Yun tells him that a majority of the ambushers have already been killed by her, which should be keeping the other disciples alive. Bai gives her the bag she had dropped and tells her to quickly go and meet up with the others. Yun notices something as the two start walking. She quickly points Bai towards the direction to bring Bai's attention as well. A small blue creature is beside the defeated lady and is sucking up something as Yun asks about the creature. The creature is surrounded by some blue energy as Bai pulls it towards himself. He catches the creature smoothly in his hands. He reveals it in front of Yun and explains that the creature is called a soul wasp, which is used by the blissful palace to gather souls. He comments concerned that they should hurry up and find the others as he squeezes the wasp between his fist and destroys it. The scene changes to clouds rumbling as lightning is seen in the sky. The thunder suddenly strikes the ground as if marking the arrival of someone. The lightning fades away as we see the figure of Su Liyue in the distance where the lightning strike had occurred. She is seen standing on top of some rocks with her eyes closed and her hair in chaos. She sighs. Xiaomeng appears behind her in her human form and puts her hand on Su's shoulder, scaring Su. Su tells her not to scare people by appearing suddenly, which makes Meng annoyed as she replies that Su is the one scaring away the demons because of the lightning she had summoned. Meng calls Su a lunatic for cultivating by calling lightning upon herself and tells Su to check her hand, while Su looks at her injured hand and replies that the path to immortality is something that goes against the rules of heaven and that she will be reprimanded to achieve it, and tells Meng that she must quickly catch up to Bai's level. Meng asks, wondering why she wants to catch up to Bai, as she thinks that Bai is completely beyond what a normal person is. Su blushes and has a hard time telling Meng the reason. A voice starts to talk to Meng and Su, telling them that they had not expected to find another catch before unsealing the Soul Emperor. A group with purple cloaks appears before them. They tell them to surrender quickly and go with the group or to suffer. Xiaomeng is annoyed at this as she tries intimidating them, while she is surprised by their audacity to threaten her and Su. The girl mocks Meng for being just a demon emperor, and she tells them cockily that she just did not want to reveal her full strength. She summons an object from the sky over Meng, which she reveals to be the object that she relies on. A huge pillar drops down in front of Meng and Su as it cracks the ground upon impact. Meng is scared after feeling the demonic power. Su, who is dropped to the floor from impact, is surprised to see Meng afraid. Meng turns around to talk to Su when she is suddenly hit by a pillar. It knocks up a huge dust storm on impact with Xiaomeng. This attack pushes Meng back extremely far. As the dust settles, we see Xiaomeng plastered on the side of the mountain as she coughs and realizes that this person is not someone she can deal with alone. She looks completely bruised as she tells Su to call Bai. Su is petrified by the demonic aura as she stares in front of her, speechless. She's wide-eyed as she feels the thick concentration of demonic energy that shakes her up. The attacks bow their head and greet their little sixth venerable. A small girl with white hair and rabbit ears is seen near the pillar as she is annoyed by the greeting. He is revealed to be the demon master Chang Xiaolu as she demands to be called as Elder Sixth. Then we are in a cave where water is dripping down and some threads are sticking to the boulder. Su Liyue is shown, finally opening her eyes. She opens her eyes as she grunts in pain. We can see Su Liyue with her arms tied up and hanging down the cave as she wonders how she got there. While hanging down, Su notices a group of people below her hanging a patterned long box over a green flame emerging from the crack of the floor with Chang Xiaolu guarding her. Song Mingxiu is near the fire as she says that the time has arrived. The other disciples of the Four Arts Department are also there, tied up as they look scared as Su wonders why they are present there. She tries to escape from her imprisonment using lightning to save the disciples. Xiaomeng tells Su Liyue not to waste her effort as the ice silk holding Su is created by Meng herself and is super strong as she smiles smugly. Su Liyue is surprised at Xiaomeng tying her up and betraying her and her master. Meng tells Su that she is only following the wind that guides her and tells her that Bai Luochen means nothing to her as she now follows Chang Xiaolu. Su is in disbelief and starts to question Meng. She asks Meng why Meng herself is tied up and hanging as Meng lies and tells Su that she did it herself. Su swings back and forth while hitting Meng and asks her what she is doing and demands to be freed or her master will come and beat up Xiaomeng. To which Meng replies that she has contacted Bai already and asks help Su to buy them both time until he arrives, which annoys Chang Xiaolu, who overhears all the noise. She tells them angrily to quiet down, otherwise she will beat up both of them as Meng apologizes cheekily. The scene shifts to show Kong Mingxiu asking the soul ancestor inside the box if the souls provided were not enough as the box glows green. Two people from the soul refining sect are introduced as Ziling of the nascent soul great perfection stage, who comments on the low effort prepared by the blissful palace, while the other is introduced as Yang Chung of the early stage of spiritualization, who tells Song that the soul ancestor would never be unsealed with such few souls. Song anxiously tells them to remain calm as there are still souls remaining that could be offered to the soul ancestor. She orders her henchmen to bring the disciples of the Four Arts Department. As the men approach the disciples while laughing creepily, the disciples are horrified to die. Su asks Meng to free her so she can help the disciples, but Meng tells her to calm down and continue watching. The henchmen are suddenly stopped by lightning as they try to approach the disciples. The lightning zaps the henchmen. Song comes to the scene to find all of her henchmen on the floor and unable to get past a lightning shield. She looks at Meng, who whistles innocently as Meng had shown her ability as the Demon Emperor. Song requests help from Chang, but she declines, asking why she should help her. Chang tells her while eating that she already helped them defeat the Demon Emperor with one cassia twig and asks Song if she is making her work for free. Song is frustrated as the blissful palace is home to only 3 cassia twigs and she had brought out 2 of them and feels that the second one would be wasted at this moment. Yang Cheng tells Song not to be distressed. He starts to take the soul of the people of the blissful place as well. She gets annoyed at this and asks him what exactly he is doing as she brings out the cassia twig. Ziling tells Song to put down the cassia twig as she reminds Chuang whose strength the blissful palace used for their rise. Chung tells them to be quiet as the Soul Emperor has come back. Suddenly the chain holding the box breaks. Inside the box, a lot of skulls are seen with the souls escaping. A hand comes out of the box while the soul ancestor comments that it has been over 1,000 years since he had seen Yun Huang. He declares that he has arrived with a big green explosion with skulls flying everywhere as Meng protects Su using an electric shield. Su realizes that the people have released the one who caused disasters for hundreds of years as she looks scared. She continues and calls him the Earth Immortal Soul Ancestor as a tall and skinny demonic figure appears and stands up between a plethora of human skulls. The two from the Soul Refining Sect kneel in front of it and welcome the Soul Ancestor as Tsong looks on. The Soul Ancestor notices a superior soul in the vicinity. He points at Tsong and asks her to come with him. Tsong is seen getting the soul sucked out of her body as she uses the twig for help from the little sixth venerable. Chang Xiaolu stops her soul from getting sucked by the Soul Ancestor as she tells Tsong to call her Elder Sixth. Tsong uses the secret talisman Blissful Heaven and opens a portal below her. She drops down the portal. Chang Xiaolu notices Meng trying to flee Su and run away behind her. She pulls Su towards her as Xiaomeng asks her why she is following Tsong's command still. Su struggles and tries to run as Chang pulls her down the portal and tells her to follow her if she wants to survive. Xiaomeng tells her to bring her along as well. As the portal closes, the soul ancestor comments that Yunhua /Ing has changed a lot in the past 1,000 years and is annoyed that a mere demon master can take someone away from him. Ziling begs the soul ancestor to be merciful and calls Song a puppet of the soul refining sect and continues saying that the Yunhuiang soul sect has been besieged by bigger sects and for thousands of years has only managed to control smaller sects. Soul ancestor breathes out an attack as he says frustrated, how dare the mortals oppress the soul sect. His attacks towards the disciples of the Four Arts Department are thwarted by Xiaomeng as the soul ancestor wants to devour their soul first and then show fear to the world. Xiaomeng wonders why Bai has not appeared yet as she cannot hold off the attacks any longer. Suddenly, a corner of the walls of the cave near Xiaomeng bursts open. An axe is seen on the ground as a voice asks the villains why they hide in such places as searching is quite the hassle. Soul ancestor looks above him to see a figure standing there. He looks terrified as he starts to sweat. Bai breaks the fourth wall as he asks the soul ancestor what it is looking at and asks him if he has never seen a main character before. By looking down at the cave, the soul refining sect asks who he is. Soul ancestor wonders why he cannot see Bai's skills, even though he is clearly at the revolving light stage. Bai jumps down and lands near his axe. He picks it up and he says that the blissful palace was collecting souls to revive an old man, which is the soul ancestor. The soul ancestor is amused at his audacity, as he tells Bai that the insignificant people had become so insolent while he was sealed for 1,000 years. He brings out a weapon with skulls encrusted on it. It attacks by using some tentacles. Bai brings out an orange talisman, a 5-star divine talisman. The talisman creates a golden dragon that repels the attack. Soul Emperor finds it strange that exist divine runic masters in the world that are in the revolving light stage and asks for Bai's name. Bai mocks him by telling the soul ancestor that Bai is his father. This infuriates the soul ancestor. He activates his domain as the black swamp spreads across the cave. The talismans sent by Bai are devoured by the soul ancestor's attack, which surprises him. The soul ancestor laughs and tells Bai that there is nothing that he can do in this domain as he surrounds Bai. Bai looks frustrated by this as he is taken in by the domain. Bai thinks of a solution as the swamp can also melt his talismans. Even though he is surrounded by the swamp, it has not damaged him, as Bai is coated in a golden light. He uses the divine talisman Shenwu. It gets nullified by the swamp. He is surprised by this outcome, as he gets attacked by the swamp again. It attacks Bai repeatedly, but fails to damage him. The soul ancestor tells him that even a divine runic master with the power of the heavens cannot do anything but get slaughtered in his domain. He calls Bai an invincible divine runic master and waits to see how long he survives in that domain. He tries to slash Bai but does no damage again. Bai is annoyed at this point and asks the system to explain to him about the domain. The system tells him that the domain is the unique power of the cultivators in the spiritualization stage that creates a temporary independent realm which is beneficial to the user, and the system continues to tell him that inside the domain, the soul ancestor can temporarily cover up the rules of heaven, which allows him to suppress all cultivators who are weaker than the earth immortal. Bai smiles as he realizes that covering the rules of heaven applies to Bai's skills as well, which will bring about the soul ancestor's demise, which confuses the soul ancestor, who thinks that Bai has gone insane as he is smiling before his death. Bai swings his axe and removes all the swamp around him while hurting the ancestor. The ancestor flies far from the force of his attacks. He is confused as to how he has managed to injure the soul ancestor in his domain, as he gathers the swamp to connect back to his real body. The injured soul ancestor asks Bai what he is holding. Bai gives off a golden aura, as he replies that he is just holding the axe that he uses to chop up wood. The soul ancestor asks in disbelief if the axe was for chopping wood. Bai reveals to him that he had used this axe in the past to save the face of heaven as he strikes down a bewildered soul ancestor. He steps on the swamp and slices him up as he tells the soul ancestor that he looks a lot like wood today. Outside, a golden light emanates from the domain. Xiao Meng is interrogating Z as she tells Meng that she will be the first one to die when the soul ancestor comes out of the domain. Xiao Meng notices the blinding light as she wonders if Bai is coming back out. Bai appears with a cloak of golden light as he is holding the head of the soul ancestor. Yunruo is also present in the scene, as she calls Bai while the man from the Soul Renang sect does not want to believe that Bai is out and asks what happened to the soul ancestor. Bai throws the severed head of the soul ancestor at him. This explodes on contact, killing him. Z is terrified by his death, as the blood splatters all around her. She begs Bai not to kill her, and tells him she will do anything to survive. He tells Yunruo to take her back to the academy, as she has been cooperative with them. Bai asks them about Su Liyue's whereabouts, as Xiao Meng tries to sneak away. He grabs her, not letting her run as she tells him that she does not know anything and that there was a demon master and an earth immortal, so she could not do anything. One of the 4 arts disciples calls out to Bai. She is named Tang Daodu and tells him that she used the mindfulness technique, which allowed her to find out that Su has been kidnapped by the demon master and has been brought to the blissful palace. The scene shifts to the blissful residence, where Su Liyue is seen. She opens up her eyes. Chains are seen binding up someone, with talismans hanging from the chains. She looks at the entity, bound by the chains. The entity chained greets her after a long time, calling her a Tsaishio Celestial as Su stares at it. Then we are taken to Luli Palace above the mountain. We see the previous life of Su Liyue, talking with someone she calls Man-Man, as she tells Man-Man that they had reached the Earth Immortal realm over 1,000 years ago, to which Man-Man questions her why she would bring up the topic again, as they had agreed to not try and force through destiny. She replies to Man-Man and says that she has already received an epiphany from the heavens, as smoke comes off her hands. Man-Man looks worried as she asks what kind of epiphany she got from the heavens. She replies while bleeding that the 2 of them had been cultivating all wrong. She tells a shocked Man-Man that the immortal realm is beyond their mortal imaginations, as she brings out 3 golden orbs from her belly, and calls them the 3 corpses, and tells Man-Man that those were the reason that they have not been able to become immortals. She crushes one of the golden balls. Man-Man tells her that she has been suffering from cultivation deviation, and explains that the 3 balls are her original spirits, as she activates the mystic technique life. She steals the balls from Kaishio, Su's name in her previous life, who looks hurt by this action. She angrily conjures up a weapon to throw at Man-Man, which has been coated in the black miasma. Then, she throws the weapon at her, and tells her not to stop Kai from ascending. She calls Man-Man ungrateful, as she shared such a big discovery with Man-Man, who is standing in her way as Man-Man gets pierced straight through her chest by the weapon. Kai bursts the second ball as well, as she screams in joy that she is about to ascend to immortality. She laughs maniacally, as she tells Man-Man to look at her ascending, while Man-Man uses the mystic technique of suppression. She looks at Kai Shio tearfully, as Kai tells her to look at her immortal chi. Kai is suddenly shocked to find herself unable to ascend, as the black miasma surrounds her. She remembers bursting 2 balls and panicking, as she wondered where the 3rd one could be. She remembers the 3rd being stolen by Man-Man. She loudly screams Man-Man, as the house they were living in explodes. Man-Man is seen healing herself with some green slime-like substance, somewhere hidden, as she swears to find a cure for Kai Shio's madness. She hopes to stop Kai's madness by protecting her original spirit. A big crescent moon-shaped object appears in the sky, making a shade using the sun's rays. It is seen to be Kai riding the object, as she searches for Man-Man with the black miasma pouring out of her body. She wonders why Man-Man is hiding, because they had agreed to become immortals together. She looks sternly as she starts to conjure up an attack. She says that she will find Man-Man, even if she is hidden in the earth's veins, as she does not want to let Man-Man stop her from achieving immortality. She starts using the sun-eating moon wheel, which starts covering up the sun, using the moon that she is riding on. It shadows half the land down below. Man-Man looks at Kai worried while healing in her green liquid. Suddenly, out of the waters, something starts to rise. From inside the water, a giant clam rises from the water. The clam is conjured by Man-Man, as she is using the mystic technique Great Clam Armor Imagine Dragon. She conjures up a dragon made up of ice, and sends it to attack Kai Shio. The dragon attack is close to reaching Kai. It strikes the moon Kai has been riding. Kai slashes up the dragon multiple times and tells Man-Man that she is overestimating herself. The clam armor of Man-Man gets cut up as well as the nearby mountain. Man-Man thinks that it is the full power of her immortal weapon called Moon Fairy Wheel as she runs away from its range. Kai tells Man-Man that she cannot hide from her, as Kai knows all of her moves like the back of her own hands. She continues and tells her that if she hides in the mountains, she will cut up the entire mountains, and if she hides in the sea, she will drain all of the water from the sea. She uses the attack shooting star as multiple projectiles start to rain down from the sky. It starts to slam into the ground and explodes upon impact. She finally finds Man-Man and she says creepily that she has seen Man-Man. The projectiles are seen going deep underground and approaching a green light. Their Man-Man is surrounded by the green light as the projectiles come near her. She opens the mystic technique as she looks completely injured and has still not recovered from Kai's previous attack. She wonders what Kai saw that suddenly made her lose her mind, as she stands over a yin and yang symbol made from her technique. Kai questions Man-Man if she had ever considered that she might be the one losing her mind and not Kai, and invites her to ascend to immortality along with herself. She keeps the golden ball close to herself, as she says that if achieving immortality meant losing one's mind, she does not want either of them to achieve immortality. She uses a technique called reversing the heavens, as a green circle appears before her. Kai then wants to compare whose attack is stronger between Man-Man's and her moon fairy wheel, as she begins her attack. Two attacks meet in the middle, causing a massive explosion. The scene shifts to night, as Man-Man tells Kai Shio that it's Man-Man's win this time around. Kai is completely devastated, as she asks Man-Man why she did not want to ascend with Kai, as they were best friends. Man-Man tells her that it is because they are best friends that she does not wish to see her friend in that state. She continues telling her that is the reason why she will bring back Kai, even if it is only one part of her. Kai looks at her remorsefully and calls her out. Man-Man's body is seen lying dead on the floor, as Kai apologizes to her, desperately hoping that she is alive. Then, we see a flashback of Su Liue's previous life, where Su is seen kneeling mourning the death of Man-Man. Su is kneeling in the present, as she mutters impossible. She looks with tears in her eyes, as she says again that it is impossible. Someone behind her asks Su if she has remembered. Finally, Su cries and shives, as she says that the person in there is not herself. She calls the memory fake and refuses to believe that it is herself, as she turns around and demands to know who is showing her such things and asks them what they want. A zombie version of Man-Man is standing with a talisman on her forehead, as she calls Su Tsaisho to listen to her with the sixth elder by her side, looking on. She warns Su not to go down the wrong path again. Su recognizes her as Man-Man, and is shocked to find her as a corpse immortal. They turn to the side, as Man-Man says that someone has come. Man-Man calls Sixth to come with her to go. We are taken to the outside of the blissful palace hall where an explosion has occurred in the vicinity. Bai appears from the smoke and he demands his disciple back. Leader of the blissful palace Xiao is seen frustrated, as she says that even with the amount of their people outnumbering Bai, they cannot hurt him at all. She smugly tells him that he is too late as Su has already been fed to the Lord. Bai is angered by this and tells her that they will die with her as he performs an attack. The leader quickly uses the ward to protect herself from the attack. Bai lunges at her with his axe in his hand. She quickly uses the twig and calls for the little venerable Sixth to come and save her. The elder appears, with her staff blocking Bai from reaching her. She orders the leader to call her elder Sixth as she stands atop her weapon, while Bai looks at her up above him. The leader thanks the elder for her help, as she drops the weapon and tells the leader that they do not owe each other anymore, as she had used the last Kasha twig. Bai notices the elder being a demon master in the crossing tribulation stage, as he asks them whether she is the lord that the leader was talking about. The elder tells him to mind his own business and does not want to tell him anything. He asks her not to curse, as he only wants his disciple back. She mocks him as she realizes that he is Su's master and does not want to tell him even more now. Bai is infuriated by this, and tells her that she will not be able to stop him even if she is a demon master. Then, he starts to pull the elder towards himself. The leader calls out to the sixth elder concerned. Bai grabs her by the ears, as she still looks cocky as she tells the leader not to scream, as Bai cannot hurt her in any way. Bai bends her over as he lifts his hand, ready to strike her, which surprises her. She looks embarrassed, as she asks him what he is doing and demands him to not touch her. A big golden aura appears behind Bai, as he raises his hand and starts to use the beating drum, the golden emir's heavenly might. He brings his hand down and smacks her behind, hard as she cries out in pain. She curses at him and asks him what he is doing with tears in her eyes. He replies simply that he is beating her. Then he starts to bring his hand down again and strikes her, as she screams out in pain. She threatens to kill him and rip him up to shreds if he continues. He calls her mouth tough, as his eyes start to flow golden along with his body. He dares her to talk more, as she continues to scream in pain from his continuous barrage of slaps. She still tries to threaten him, as he still demands information about Sue. The leader is terrified by what she has witnessed. Finally, the elder folds and tells him that she will talk, as she begs him not to beat her up anymore. She is kneeling and looks completely embarrassed, as she tells him that she is on the same side as Sue and she is only helping the blissful palace, as she owes them a favor which has been repaid. Bai realizes that his disciple is safe, as he tells her that she should have disclosed this information earlier. Bai demands the elder bring him to Sue, but she objects, telling him that his slaps hurt her hard. The leader finds Bai's strength to be horrifying, as even a demon master could not defeat him. She smiles, as she thinks that that is good, as the pain she will experience after sacrificing the sixth elder will help her unleash. She quickly starts to summon something, which surprises both Bai and the elder. She brings out 2 hands from the blood and flesh ascension around Bai and the elder. Bai wonders if he had beaten her too badly, as she had used the blood and flesh ascension technique. 2 huge red hands capture both Bai and the elder. The leader is seen atop a red demon as she laughs maniacally, as she has captured them both. She tells them that for blissful eternal life, the suffering of the flesh and blood is used by her. Then we see the leader of the blissful palace, controlling a red demon with Bai and the sixth elder, both captured in its hands. The sixth elder asks the leader, how could she even dare betray her, as she threatens to chop her into pieces. The leader asks her not to be angry. She brings out her tongue, as she says that they will be intertwined by flesh and blood after this, and calls this beautiful, as the demon opens its mouth to devour the both of them. Bai jokes that the rabbit, referring to the sixth elder, is cute, so how could they even think about eating the rabbit? The elder asks him, scared, whether this is the right time to crack jokes. Bai tells the demon that it is not that easy to eat him up, as he breaks free himself and frees the elder as well, while golden light radiates from his body. The sixth elder starts to fall and she quickly calls Meteor Sand Pestle to go over to her. The Meteor Sand Pestle is revealed to be the name of the weapon, which she carries, which does not obey her command. She is shocked by the weapon not following her orders. As there are sharp objects below her, she panics as she does not wish to die there. He lands on top of a rock and tells her to stay within the golden circle, which he has created, as she asks him why should she listen to him, who beat her up earlier. The leader atop the demon is surprised, and the demon's arms are seen to have been cut off from the bone. She thinks that Bai is quite something, as she had not expected him to break through her flesh and blood body. The demon regenerates its arms, and the leader then yells that was it, referring to Bai's strength as nothing more than something. Bai says that the fight is going to be troublesome, as the demon can completely heal off a severed limb. He uses the 4-star sword Tally Millennium Shatter towards the demon, as he tells it to fight until it cannot regenerate any further. As a result, the monster is obliterated into a lot of pieces. The sixth elder is disgusted by the minced meat, while the demon's meat falls towards the ground from Bai's attack. Bai notices something. The leader is surrounded by the flesh and blood of the demon. As she exclaims that his attack hurts a lot, she laughs maniacally. Then, she exclaims that extreme pain is the best pleasure in the world, as she gets surrounded by the flesh and blood around her. She changes form into a horned entity wearing black and white, who thanks Bai and the elder for helping her step through the last door of immortality, as she absorbs the flesh remaining of the demon. She tells them to turn into flesh and blood, as she makes some weapons off the flesh and sends them towards Bai and the elder. The elder notifies Bai that the gold shield has been penetrated by the attack of the leader, as Bai looks on. He is still deep in thought, as the attack grabs him and the elder asks him to do something about it. She gets touched not so appropriately by the tentacles. As it goes on, she wonders why she could not use her aura. The leader tells her not to waste her energy. She explains that she can absorb people's aura as long as they are in contact with her flesh and blood. She goes over to the elder and tells her that she will absorb all of her aura, as the elder calls her a pervert and tells her to stay away. The leader of the blissful palace turns over to Bai and tells him that his fate would be the same as well, as he has finally finished thinking, and asks her if that is so. He tells her to absorb his aura, as he starts to release it. The leader is shocked at Bai's aura, as she asks how can anyone have such a dominating aura in the world. As she keeps absorbing, she realizes that it is too much and that it will overflow, while the veins start popping out in her face, about to explode. She gives her more aura as she explodes, freeing him and the elder. The elder asks if the leader is dead this time, as Bai notices the flesh and blood on the ground and realizes something. He explains that she has used the flesh and blood formation to connect with the earth vein. The leader, while regenerating, tells him that he is correct. She tells them that she will not die until the earth vein has been exhausted. Bai cuts up his hand and draws blood, as he says that this is the only way to stop her now. Then he throws his blood at her as a blood sacrifice. A big four-armed golden deity appears behind the elder, while she is regenerating. It puts its palms above her. Suddenly the leader feels the pressure, as she screams out in pain. He tells Bai that, even if he seals her, she cannot be killed, as Bai tells her that sealing her is enough. Then he grabs his axe. She asks him what he is even going to be able to do with the broken axe. However, he quickly slashes twice. He slashes with such power and so far deep that the earth around them starts to fly off. It leaves a huge crater showing the leader's roots, which have been connected with the earth vein. She is speechless and wonders how the earth vein could even be cut off from her at the same time. She starts to fear Bai, as Bai looks at her with a smug expression. Then he tells her to shrink for him. He uses a technique to shrink her, as she protests at it in vain. A comedic cloud is seen nearby, as he holds out his hand. The leader opens her eyes, and she is shocked to find herself in a shrunken state in Bai's hands. Then we are taken to the leader of the blissful palace, tiny and captured by Bai, as she asks him what he has done to her, while she struggles around in his fist. He pokes her using his fingers, as he tells her that he has sealed her along with the earth vein and calls her a hand puppet full of aura, as she refuses to be a hand puppet, wanting to enjoy her bliss. Bai turns to Elder Sixth and asks her if she is Little Sixth, and the annoyed elder asks him what he really wants. He tosses the leader to the Elder Sixth, who is surprised by it. She catches her. The leader is still frustrated at the seal, as she curses it out while atop the Elder Sixth's palm. She is speechless, looking at the tiny Shizua, who has been sealed on top of her palms, and calls it ridiculous. She cannot handle all the spiritual power oozing off Shizua and says that she has never felt that sense of fulfillment in her entire life. She falls to her knees while calling it powerful, and Bai goes to check up on her and asks her if she is okay. She stands with the support of her weapon, as she asks Bai why the sealed Shizua have so much spiritual power. He tells her that, since Shizua was connected to the earth vein, she is like a moving eye of spiritual energy that can be absorbed by others, as long as they are in contact with her body. He tells her that, because of this, he is planning to turn her into a cultivation material for his disciple, as the sixth elder holds Shizua tightly in between her hands. She looks at Shizua in a sinister way, and mutters to herself that she can absorb spiritual energy just by touching her. As Shizua gets scared, she starts to lick Shizua, who screams no. Then, she completely does it to the entire tiny body of Shizua, who does not seem happy with this result. Shizua demands her to stop licking her. The scene changes to inside the cave, where the corpse of Man is wondering what is happening outside. She is surprised that someone is breaking in, as Su looks on silently. Then, she goes back to talking to Su and advises her not to go astray in this life as well. The roof starts to fall, as Man clicks her tongue and wonders, frustrated, what Elder Sixth is doing. Man says that she will spank the Elder Sixth when she returns, as Su Liue still looks on silently. Bai drops down into their cave. He asks Man whether she is the one who has kidnapped Su Liue, as Shizua is still being licked, and shouts at the sixth elder to stop licking her. Su calls him Master Man and looks at him. She asks him if he is Su's master in this life, and he tells her that he is. Then she tells him that he should also advise Su Liue to give up on immortal cultivation, which she calls a scam, as it will lead Su down the wrong path again. Bai asks her what is wrong with Su going down the wrong path, which surprises Man. He tells her that good and evil are both definitions given by the world, and immortal cultivation being a scam is also a definition given by her. This makes Man infuriated. He explains to her that her universe self is all from the heart, as a picture of the black hole is shown. He tells Su that everything he has taught is all about cultivating from the heart, which makes Su tear up. Man blocks Su's path and asks Bai what would happen if Su succumbs to chi deviation again. He assures her that, as long as he is around, nothing will happen to Su. Man is skeptical about this and asks him how he can even talk in this situation, as Su and Namna had been together and faced life and death for thousands of years. He starts to release his chi and is surprised that she has asked him what gave him the right to talk. He tells Man that he is her master. He uses a technique on Man and brings her somewhere. She asks him where she is, as there are corpses in the tree stumps everywhere, and he replies that she is currently in his divine consciousness space, also called a domain by others. He asks her if she has any other questions, as she asks him how this is possible, as he is just in the revolving light stage, and he tells her not to focus on that detail. She asks him what the corpses were, and he tells her these were the wood that he has been cutting down for many years now. She notices that everyone in there is at least at the Mahayana stage, and he asks her if he could trust Su to her. He tells her he will give her time to think about it, as he snaps his fingers. Man finally realizes why Su has trusted by so much as they return. Bai pats Su's head and tells her to listen to him, and Su agrees and tells him she will work hard to cultivate, while Man is still terrified of Bai's strength. He asks her if Elder Song is one of her people, and Man wonders who Elder Song is. Song is slowly revealed, as she is shocked that she has been discovered. Then, Bai asks Song if she thought that she would not get found hiding if she used a holy weapon, as something over Song explodes. Man is surprised at this, as even an Earth Immortal could not detect the holy weapon, and wonders how he can do it. Bai restrains her as she starts threatening him, asking him if he is not afraid of the blood and flesh ascension formation, as he has trespassed in the territory of the blissful palace. Bai points at Elder Sixth with Shizua and asks Song if the flesh and blood formation she is talking about is the thing held by Elder Sixth, who asks Man if she wants to touch it, which Man politely declines. Song cannot believe that the flesh and blood formation could not stop him either. She asks while restrained if he thinks he can deal with an actual Earth Immortal, as she brings out a jade token. Man tells Bai and the others that Song cannot be allowed to break the jade, as Song releases it while Bai looks on. The release of the jade causes Man extreme pain, as she breaks the chains that have been holding her, while she screams in pain. Sixth tells them that her boss, Man, is about to lose control. She explains that the jade pendant controls the chains on Man's body, and once it is gone, her restraints are gone, as Man starts transforming and her nails start to grow as well as her fangs. She explains that Man's consciousness will be devoured by the death chi, and Su calls out to Man, while Bai tells them not to panic, as he is still there with them. Man looks at them with a bloodthirsty look with her fangs out. Song laughs maniacally at the situation, as she tells them all to die. In the next scene, Man completely loses control, grows to a gigantic size, and starts to release her death aura, which Bai protects himself and the others from using a barrier. He uses the 4-star divine talisman Clean Skies and Clear Ground to protect them from the death aura. The sixth elder tells him that they are doomed, as the last time Man lost control, 3 Mahayana stage cultivators lost their lives and barely managed to seal her back. She panics and asks Bai, what can they do? The restrained Song tells them with a maniacal face to not think about leaving this place alive. Bai calls her noisy. He binds her mouth as well, making her unable to speak. Then, he restrained the sixth elder from talking as well, who wonders why her mouth got restrained too, as Bai hands Su a talisman. Man now uses Chimin Kuan Soul Stab as a yin-yang symbol that appears in front of her. She targets the attack at Bai and the others. However, the attack gets blocked by Bai. He is amused by the fact that even a corpse can make a seal, as he holds a talisman in his hand and his axe on another. He taunts her by asking if that is all she can do, as he appears in front of her instantly. Then, Bai blocks her attack and says that in the end, a corpse is still just a corpse. He places a talisman on her forehead, which seemingly causes her a lot of pain. A big purple explosion is caused by the talisman, as Su and the Elder Sixth are worried about Bai. Man opens her eyes, as she seems to have come back to her senses. She feels embarrassed to find Bai grabbing her, with his face mushed to her chest. She calls him out while her face looks flustered and tries to move back, as he commands her not to move. She is embarrassed and tells Bai that even if she is a female cultivator, her body has already become a zombie, so he should stop it. Bai finally realizes something as he starts to bring his face out. He brings his face out and tells Man that he finally understands everything, as Man asks Bai what the matter is. He is seen explaining everything he discovered to Man, as the Elder Sixth waves at them, and Su is still concerned for Bai. She still looks flustered, and she finally understands that Bai did not have any strange intentions, and instead that he discovered some problems in her body. He tells her that right now it was just an accident and nothing more, but he tells her that he can fix her, as her body cannot remain as it is now, then he exhales some green fumes. He tells her that it will be slightly troublesome if the main problem is to be removed, as they didn't have many resources there, and can be solved with her returning to the sect with him. Man hesitates, as something looks to be on her mind. He wants to talk to her again. After she has considered the offer, he gets up and starts to walk away. He tells her that he will take care of Song first as he walks toward a restrained Song, who is seen kneeling in the background. She tells Bai that she had been blinded by the evil blissful palace and begs him to spare her life, while calling him senior brother Bai, which amuses Bai as he tells her that he did not think that she thought of him as her senior brother. He decides to spare her life, as they are from the same sect, and fires off a beam from his fingers. The beam lands near Tsong's torso, as she asks him what he is doing. She is suddenly hurt by this beam, as her restraints are removed. He tells her to get lost as the academy has nothing to do with her anymore, and he uses the Schwanta formation Bailey vanishing to set her free. Elder Sixth is seen objecting to something, while Sue agrees as the three of them are seen talking. Mamkin tells Six that she should know how important it is for her, as Six argues with her that as Man is an Earth immortal, she should not follow a person in the revolving light stage. Bai asks her from afar if she has thought about joining them back at the academy. Man looks at Liue, who cheerfully persuades her to join them and go back to the academy. Man falls to her knees, as Bai asks her what is the meaning of her kneeling. She bows down to Bai and begs him to let her be his disciple. He tells her awkwardly that she can just follow him back to the sect and she does not have to be his disciple. Suddenly, the system pops out, which surprises Bai, and congratulates him on triggering the last piece to activate the world task. It tells Bai to take notes of the task, as the task is shown to be to get any of his disciples to reach the Earth's immortal realm, which would reward him with the mysterious blind box and the heavenly Tao fragment Qi, and failure in doing so would result in him losing the system as well as losing all of his spiritual Qi, as Bai feels that the system is making the situation so big on purpose. A blood moon is seen over a jungle as the scene changes. Song huffs and leans on a tree, as she wonders why she is still stuck in that forest. She is angry at Bai Luochen for crippling her snow mountain sea of Qi, and wants to make him pay in the future, as someone calls out to Song. Then, she asks who was there, and a mysterious figure starts to laugh suspiciously. It turns out to be soul-refining sex Yang Cheng, who asks her to come a bit closer, to talk as he looks weird. Song feels something wrong with him, as he should have been killed earlier, and knowing Bai Luochen's personality, he is not someone who would let Cheng go so easily. She asks him who he is again, and his face starts to get distorted and he mutters that mountain is mountain and water is water. Suddenly, his head starts to twist backward, revealing another face behind him, who says that all appearances are reality. His head twists completely, revealing it to be the soul ancestor, who asks her why can he not be Yang Cheng. He asks her if she thought that she had arrived there of her own will, as she is annoyed by this and gets ready to fight. A loud scream by Tsong is heard in the forest as the birds fly out due to the scream, while the blood moon shines brightly in the night.
Then, we are at Qinghuan Peak at night. A portal opens in the air, over Bai and Su's residence. A big coffin starts to appear out of the portal. It drops from the portal and lands on the ground. Bai, Su, and the sixth elder are seen near the coffin, as Bai is glad to have gotten the coffin from the soul ancestor, otherwise it would have been difficult to stop the Earth Immortal's corpse from exploding. Bai orders the two to quickly bring Man to his room, as time is key. They are seen pushing the coffin inside his room, as Xiao Meng looks on from a distance. She hides behind a wall and wonders, scared, why Bai has brought back the sixth elder with him. Bai tells the sixth elder to wait outside and she demands to know why. Xiao Meng remembers offering her some Qingdi grass, which in reality was the grass used to wipe the butt of the horse. Xiao Wu realizes that Meng is doomed if she ever gets found out. She appears behind Meng, scaring Meng, as she tells her what a coincidence it was that they met again. However, she is angry at Meng for making her suffer from diarrhea all night while Meng apologizes. Meng screams and her scream echoes out loud. Inside Bai's room, we see him conjuring up a sphere as it pulls the deathly aura inside it while Su looks on. He says that it is finally time to unseal the coffin. The sphere floats above the coffin as it opens up. Inside it, Man tells him that she does not feel like her body can contain any more corpse energy. He tells her that if that is the case, then they should hurry up and make her better, and tells them both to remove their garments. This sentence makes both Man and Su flustered, as they are surprised Bai would tell them to take their clothes off. Bai starts to remove his clothes, as he tells them to take them off quickly or it will be too late. Man tells him that she understands what he means, but it feels inappropriate for the current situation. He tells them not to think nonsense, as they will not be able to complete it without their clothes being off. He starts to take off even more clothing while Man and Sue ask each other what to do, since it is the first situation of this kind for the both of them. Man tells Bai she understands and starts to undress while being flustered. Sue is surprised by Man's actions and looks completely flustered. She follows Man and starts to undress as well, as she is following her master's orders. The two of them undress completely. Bai turns around after undressing and, as he is about to tell the two of them something, he pauses as he looks at them. The two of them look at him, fully undressed. He asks them, why did they take everything off and did not even keep any undergarments on? They are both shocked by this, as they both yell what while feeling embarrassed. He orders them to wear their undergarments quickly and they hurriedly do so. He looks disappointed, as he tells them that improving the efficiency of spiritual chi transformation through skin contact is supposed to be common sense. He scolds both of them for having impure thoughts and asks them if they see him as such an obscene person. Sue apologizes to Bai for having impure thoughts. Bai accepts the apology and tells them that it will be no joke if Man's body explodes, and starts to teach them about the method, and tells them to listen carefully. Man asks Liyue to be careful as well, who in turn replies that she is fine and to start doing it. Bai explains to them that to suppress and control the corpse chi, his supreme yang chi is needed. He continues to explain that, if he injects the chi directly into Man's body, the two energies will collide inside her, causing an explosion, so the chi needs to meet up in Su Liyue's body before entering Man's body. Su tells Bai not to inject his chi so much. He explains to them that this method will also be very beneficial for their cultivation, as there are not many ways for direct exposure to spiritual power. As Sue accepts his technique, the spiritual chi starts to enter Sue as she feels like the chi is about to overflow, as it is too much. He tells Sue to switch places with Man, to transfer the spiritual chi into Man. They swap places and Bai approaches Man, and he tells Sue to come then, stabilize Man's body, as the feeling of being controlled by spiritual energy is not good. Sue goes behind Man and tells her not to worry. Then, Sue tells her that her master is skillful and Man agrees. He tells Man to get ready as he is about to enter her. The scene changes to a healthy-looking radish. Xiao Meng is seen offering a big and juicy carrot to the sixth elder, as Xiao Wu calls Xiao Meng a bad insect, as she has been tied by her strings, since the radish originally belonged to her. Six cannot resist the radish, as she starts to salivate in her mouth as she feels that this is the perfect radish. She holds the radish and feels that the radish has some overwhelmingly rich spiritual chi. She takes a bite of the plump radish. She finds the radish to be extremely delicious, as she imagines sleeping atop a lot of these carrots. She realizes after finishing the radish that she did not pay attention to the radish and got lost in the flavor. Xiao Meng is seen telling Wu that from now onwards she will be the second boss and the sixth elder be the first boss, and that she should offer up the radishes if the two of them ever want one. To which Wu rejects her offer, as the sixth elder tells herself that Xiao Meng is worthless. She tells Wu that although Meng is a snob and just looks strong and weak, she is still a half-step demon emperor, and for Wu to have hurt Meng, she considers Wu to be strong. The sixth elder smiles in a sinister way as she says that she has got it. She puts her hand over Xiao Wu's head and gives her an immortal fate, since the elder already has a lot of spiritual energy, and gives it as a trade for Wu's radish. She wants to see how powerful Wu can get if she reaches the Demon King realm. Xiao Liyue opens her eyes and finds her head resting on Man's thigh. Liyue is shocked yet relieved to see Man alive and well, whilst Man pats Liyue's head. Liyue eagerly informs Master Bai of Man's recovery, but the Bai suggests postponing further discussion until he's rested, attributing Man's condition to her meridians. Master Bai inwardly realizes that guiding spiritual energy into the Earth's immortal has almost drained him, while also acknowledging Man's struggle to absorb such a substantial amount. Grateful, Man concedes her inability to repay the favor and marvels at the rarity of someone offering a corpse to remodel her meridians over 1,000 years. Bai instructs her to utilize the energy from the corpse to nourish her spiritual consciousness, expressing hope that she will successfully reconstruct her true form and revive. Sensing odd energy afar, Bai heads out to investigate, telling the girls to stay put, while Man recognizes it as the Demon King's birth. A massive green tide of energy surges upwards into the sky between the hills, resembling an immense, slender pillar of fire. Xiao Lu and Xiao Meng observe the tide of energy as an extremely attractive female Demon King emerges from it. Lu asserts her rights over the Demon King and assures her that she will come to no harm under her protection. The Demon King expresses her dissatisfaction with her large breasts, wishing they were smaller like Lu's, inadvertently offending Lu, while Meng struggles to contain her laughter. Lu becomes incensed, stressing the significance of respecting elders and cherishing the young, while Ming clarifies, asserting she had no intention of disrespecting anyone. Lu issues a stern warning, respect the elders, then projects fiery laser-like beams from her palms, striking Meng's breast, and causing her to cry out in agony. Meng's remark about the anger of the flats angers Lu further, causing her to lunge at Ming, only to be restrained by Master Bite gripping her collar. Master Bite confronts Lu about causing trouble again, to which Lu protests the unfairness, stating he can do as he pleases while she cannot. Master Bai attempts to reason, explaining he was only trying to help Man, but Lu accuses him of attempting to sound as if he wasn't trying to take advantage. Ming leaps at Bai and lands on him, complaining that both the Demon King and Lu are bullying her. The Demon King charges forward and headbutts Ming in the stomach, sending her flying and crashing into the ground, asserting that she won't allow her to steal her radish. Master Bai strokes the Demon King's hair and advises her to respect elders and cherish the young, to which the Demon King agrees with a smile. He instructs Lu to take unconscious Meng back to the courtyard, surprising the Demon King upon learning that Meng is still breathing. Master Bai realizes the significance of a Demon King's birth and is certain that many others must have been aware of it as well. In the stillness of the night, 5 blinding flashes of light pierce the ground, revealing the sudden appearance of 5 instructors. Brother Yu, holding the compass, is confident that they have reached their destination as indicated by the compass. Ni Su, the Array Formation Department instructor, voices his concerns regarding the appropriateness of trespassing on Qingyuan Peak without permission. Yan Shangkong, the Alchemy Department instructor, concurs with Ni Su and suggests they seek permission from the Great Elders first. Brother Yu reminds Ni Su and Yan that Headmaster Li is leading others to aid Bai, underscoring their responsibility for the Academy's safety. One instructor expresses frustration over Bai's rescue effort, which led to late-night patrols after the headmaster allocated half the battle sectors, while another is angered by the Demon King's involvement, criticizing Bai for being short-sighted. Brother Yu warns everyone not to underestimate the Demon King, emphasizing that the safety of the Academy comes first, a sentiment wholeheartedly agreed upon by Ni Su. Instructor Yu clicks her tongue, prompting one of them to ask if she hates Bai, to which she responds that it's because he irritates her eyes. Brother Yu takes the lead, demolishing the door with a single punch, and they discover Bai cutting wood. Excitedly spotting Bai, Instructor Yu calls out to him, prompting Bai to inquire about the reason for the 5 instructors' presence on Qingyuan Peak. Brother Yu looks shocked to see Bai there and asks him about the Demon King's whereabouts. Bai responds, stating that it's natural for you to ask such questions, as he is a talisman instructor from the Talisman Department, and then summons the Demon King. Brother Yu is left speechless, astounded upon laying his eyes on the Demon King. Bai clarifies that the horse he had raised has just undergone a breakthrough and is now the Demon King. Ni Su chuckles as he marvels at the fact that it's a first for the Academy that someone has raised a Demon King. Yan, the Alchemy Department instructor, congratulates while admitting he didn't expect the Talisman Department to be the first successful in raising a Demon King. Instructor Jian suggests that the horse should be handed over to the Monster Control Department, but Instructor Yu insists that the horse belongs to Bai and that the instructions should be his. Instructor Jian points out that Bai is only in the revolving light stage, so he won't be able to control the Demon King, emphasizing the danger posed by uncontrolled demons. Brother Yu laughs and agrees with Jian, stating that Bai should hand over the demon for everyone's safety. Bai stands firm and questions what if he refuses, to which Yu smirks and reveals his terrifying form, asserting that it's not for Bai to decide. Brother Yu gives a wicked smile as he warns Bai that he won't allow the demon to take advantage of him, while the demon hides behind Bai in fear. He challenges Bai to stop him, to prove his capability, but Bai brushes the offer aside, stating that he wants to test the strength of the demon. Bai proposes a beast competition to Yu, surprising him, as he's from the Beast Taming Demon Department, and Yu looks shocked by the challenge. Then, Bai repeats the challenge, putting a smile on Brother Yu's face, who agrees and states that he will take the horse if his beast wins. Yu signals a command and shouts release, opening a portal through which AOD, a peak demon king, emerges. Instructor Yu attempts to reason with Yu, but Instructor Jian brushes her aside, instructing her to simply watch the match and not worry. Yu expresses concern about potential consequences with the headmaster, but Jian remains relaxed, trusting Yu to handle the situation, noting that demon battles are rare occurrences. The battle between Brother Yu's demon, AOD, and Bai's demon king, Xiao Wu, commences. AOD advances towards Xiao Wu, raising his fist and launching a deadly blow, which she stops with one hand. Brother Yu boasts of his demon's invincibility, claiming its speed and strength exceed Bai's demon king's, to which Bai responds with a content smile, suggesting his demon is equally formidable. Xiao Wu's eyes widen, flames erupting from them as she channels her power, successfully launching a punch at AOD. Instructor Jian marvels with astonishment at the terrifying potential of the horse, even though it's just an image of spiritual energy embodiment. Looking concerned, Brother Yu instructs AOD not to fool around and to return the punch back to Xiao Wu. AOD summons his blood double behind him as he lunges at Xiao Wu, who does the same, and they exchange countless punches. Anaisu questions if the demons will only punch each other, and Yen explains it's a test of their speed, strength, and endurance, instructing Anaisu to stay quiet if he doesn't understand. As the battle continues for a long time, Instructor Jian, who had passed out, wakes up suddenly, wondering if a winner has been declared. Instructor Yan notices AOD's movements slowing down and wonders if he will be able to keep up much longer. Xiao Wu shatters AOD's blood double with punches and lands multiple blows, slamming him to the ground, leaving him bloodied and dead. As she smirks, weak. Looking disgruntled, Brother Yu recalls his beaten demon and mentions that it had taken him a lot of effort to capture it. Bai strokes Xiao Wu's hair and congratulates her as he replies to Yu that it's not his problem. Looking pissed, Yu's eye turn pure darkness as he summons chains and launches an attack at Bai. Instructor Yan halts Yu's attack, emphasizing the violation of academy rules and instructors fighting each other and advising Yu against compromising his pride by refusing to accept defeat. Brother Yu attempts to reason, defending himself by accusing Bai's demon of going too far, but other instructors dismiss him as a sore loser and threaten to report his actions if necessary. Instructor Yu informs them that the headmaster is on his way, warning Instructor Yu that if he causes more trouble, they might consider reporting him. Instructor Yu reluctantly agrees to let go of the matter but leaves with a bad mood, warning Bai that he won't forget the incident. Bai thanks the other three instructors for their fairness, and Anaisu expresses gratitude for Bai's initiative on their behalf. Bai humbly states that he wouldn't dare to take the initiative and that his actions were solely for his family's sake. Instructor Anaisu, with a cheerful face, remarks that Bai has changed from being unrestrained to a family-loving man, seeking Sister Yu's approval, who blushes and denies any involvement. Instructor Yan tells Instructor Anaisu that they should go, expressing concern that his elixirs might go cold if they're late, indicating there are no further problems to address. As the two instructors leave, Bai laughs and acknowledges Instructor Anaisu's sense of humor. Xiao Wu tells Bai that she is tired and wants to go to sleep, and Bai approves, suggesting she find a room and rest as she worked hard that day. As Xiao Wu leaves to go to sleep, Yu pulls Bai towards her, taking advantage of the fact that there are only two of them there. She reminds Bai of their deal, causing Bai to blush as he wonders if they had such an agreement. She assures him that she will fulfill her promise, then leans in and kisses him. Yu covers her mouth as she lets out a giggle, while Bai stands there startled, unable to process what just happened. She admits that it's one of her most precious things, her cheeks flushing red, and then asks him how he is feeling. Bai inquires whether she came there just for that or if she has any more tricks up her sleeve, and he tells her not to tease him. Yu agrees not to tease him further and hands Bai an invitation card for the celebration party of the 4 Arts Department. Taking the card, Bai jokingly asks if it would be okay for him not to attend, but when he turns to see Yu, she has already vanished into thin air. He sighs, considering that not attending might not be an option, when suddenly Liu sneaks behind him and hugs him, catching him off guard. Still startled, Bai asks Liu why she's come out, and she explains she feels her breakthrough has hit a bottleneck, wondering if Bai could help with the flow of qi once again. He wears a tired expression and explains he doesn't have extra spiritual qi, to which Liu responds with a disapproving look. She grabs Bai's arm, demanding his help in breaking through, trying to force him inside despite his protests of having no more qi. A greeter happily welcomes 2 disciples from the Sword Arts Department through a door. The first disciple questions the elaborate setup for entering a secret realm, and the second explains the four arts department's control over its resources, warning against underestimating it. The first disciple suggests the instructors probably sold their bodies in exchange for it, to which the second disciple laughs, implying it makes sense. The greeter slams her hand onto the table, visibly angry at their conversation, admonishing them for speaking ill of her master and the others who extended the invitation. The two individuals stand up in anger, asserting their affiliation with the Sword Arts Department and demanding to know how she dares to raise her voice at them. The woman raises her voice, retorting that they couldn't possibly be from the Sword Arts Department, but rather from the Bastard Department. Both disciples draw their swords, threatening the woman for humiliating their department. The woman envelopes herself in energy, summoning her flute, emphasizing the need to teach them a lesson or they won't understand the consequences of their actions. Instructor Yu intervenes, commanding everyone to cease their actions, and immobilizes the two other disciples with her powers. Yu's disciple informs her of the insults, but Yu reminds them of the academy rules against fighting and advises Yunru to refrain from using her flute. The immobilized disciples exchange glances, expressing their protest against the monopoly of resources by the four arts departments. Other nearby disciples join in, expressing their suspicions that the four arts department is favored by the academy, believing that if leaders set a bad example, subordinates will follow suit. Yu laughs at their remarks, asking if Jiang Heming ordered them, then summons magic fists to punch the two disciples for their insolence. He Xianqing from the beast taming department agrees with Yu's actions but shares similar concerns about resources. He suggests handing over 90% of the resources in Famu Mountain to the academy and allocating them to other needy departments. Yunru opposes Xian, stating that resources are always favored towards the beast taming and sword arts departments, earned through their hard work and not to be shared. Xian smirks, asserting the world values strength and deriding Yu's department for being capable only of playing useless instruments. An individual's hand plucks the instrument's strings, ensnaring the disciples and Xian's neck with threads of pure energy, leaving him shocked and questioning the mysterious sorcery involved. Bai arrives late, waving cheerfully as he apologizes, accompanied by Ziling, who expresses her joy at meeting Instructor Yu. Yu appears nervous as her disciple, Yunru, gasps in shock upon seeing Ziling. Ziling explains that her previous appearance was the result of a skin painting technique and the current one reflects her real appearance. Instructor Yu questions Ziling about how she managed to escape, considering she should have been confined in a spiritual prison. Bai reveals that he freed Ziling because of her martial arts prowess and assures Yu that he's trained her to behave, requesting permission for Ziling to work as a handyman under her command. Yu agrees but recommends releasing Xian and his disciples, still bound by the strings, fearing the consequences their deaths might bring. Ziling releases the strings, causing Xian to fall to the ground, while Bai advises her to be more lenient next time as she attempts to apologize. Ziling appears upset for causing Bai to question her methods, while Yu expresses disappointment that Xian is still breathing. A disciple dumps the unconscious bodies of the Sword Arts Department's disciples outside the house using a wheelbarrow. Another disciple informs Instructor Yu that they're nearly done with the work, and Yu acknowledges their hard work by directing them to where they can find the spiritual stones. Bai is surprised by Instructor Zhang's unexpected gift, while Yu explains that both the Sword Arts and Beast Taming departments are highly esteemed faces of the academy. A paper crane flies towards Bai and Yu. Bai collects the paper crane, recognizing it as a message from the headmaster which instructs that all instructors should head there at once due to trouble at the mountain entrance. A voice thunders, demanding Yu Xianzhu and Li Guanqi to get out of the house immediately. Instructor Jian along with a few disciples walks out, warning whoever dared to cause trouble in their territory. Du Jiao and his disciples from the Zhu Mountain sect arrive at Qinghong Academy, demanding answers about why their disciples are safe while others perish in the secret realm. A disciple asks Master Qingzhu, the leader of the Zhu Mountain sect, about compensation for their disciples' lives, to which Qingzhu replies they won't demand lives but won't refuse resource provision. He chuckles, confident that Instructor Yu won't be able to refuse him. Most important, Instructor Jian suggests everyone calm down and shifts blame to the four arts departments, insisting his academy bears no responsibility in the matter. The intruders call it bullshit and single out Jian, pointing to the four arts department as one of his 6 major departments, with one person even spitting at it. Getting his temper up in anger, Jian demands to know who spat at it. Jian gives up trying to reason with them and instructs them to go directly to the four arts department. Du Jiao appears surprised at being allowed in so easily, while Qingzhu seems pleased to have the opportunity to enter. Instructor Jian, aware that Bai is currently in the Four Arts department, is eager to see how he responds to the new arrivals. Once inside, the disciples start misbehaving with the women, who call out for help. Dujio blushes upon seeing the lovely ladies in the academy and expresses a desire to claim more female as slaves, to which Qingju replies that he can do as he pleases but warns him not to touch the teachers. A disciple attempts to tear clothes off disciple of the Four Arts department, claiming her department owes them, while she screams at him to stop. A swiftly moving needle-like object surrounded by energy flies through the air and strikes the disciple, piercing just above his armpit. He screams for his master as his body vaporizes and collapses to the ground. Qingju identifies it as a corpse poison and orders Dujio to stay back, while the disciple pleads with his master to save him as his body begins to dissolve. Bai strides in with Yu by his side, both with outstretched hands, flames of energy dancing on their palms. Dujio, infuriated, shouts at Bai for killing his disciple when they were there just to talk. Qingju, his face contorted with fury, demands of Yu if she rejected his proposals so many times because of Bai, whom he calls a piece of shit. Bai asks Yu if she knows Qingju, and she responds affirmatively, mentioning that she met him once during the southern border competition, and that he is the patriarch of the Jushan sect. She complains that he has been following her ever since, even to her academy, and has proposed to her over 200 times in 3 years. Bai cracks a smile hearing this and calls Qingju a simp for being so desperate. He creates an evil-looking expression and admits regretting proposing to her, but now he is determined to punish the entire Four Arts department. Bai further mocks Qingju by saying that Yu has high standards and would never like someone like him, to which Yu wholeheartedly agrees. Qingju tries to attack Bai, but Dujio holds him back, warning that fighting would jeopardize their chances of obtaining more resources. Bai realizes their motive: they've come for the resources. Yu defends her department, denying any involvement in violence or killings, and suggests the Blissful Palace may be responsible. Dujio dismisses Yu's suggestion, pointing out that the Blissful Palace has already been destroyed. Yu expresses surprise at the news of the Blissful Palace's destruction, while Bai advises her that arguing with them is futile. Bai proposes settling their dispute through a noble fight. Qingju accepts the challenge, leaving Dujio in shock. Bai proposes a competition. 5 disciples from each side below the Golden Core realm will fight in an arena, best of 3 matches, with the option for Qingju to participate himself if he fears losing. Dujio appears concerned upon hearing about Bai's formidable disciple, but Qingju remains unperturbed, stating that he has his own methods. Qingju adds another demand alongside the resources of the Four Arts department if he wins, to which Bai agrees without hesitation. Qingju demands to castrate Bai himself upon his victory, which Yu refuses, but Bai accepts. Yu wears a worried expression and declares that if Qingju wants to kill Bai, he will have to go through her first. Qingju agrees with Yu, stating that if they want to die and live together, he will fulfill their wishes. To equalize their demands, Bai requests that in the event of his victory, he wants Qingju's heads on his necks. A large amount of dust and stones billow up from the ground, as something crashes into it. The winner of the first round is Yu Chu from the Bamboo Mountain sect, with Tang Daodu from the Four Arts department conceding defeat, looking beaten down. The supporters erupt in cheers, praising Yu Chu for being the strongest. Master Qingju taunts Bai to admit defeat and bark like a dog, but Bai remains unfazed, enjoying his food while suggesting Yunruo try in the next round. Qingju expresses pity for Bai, noting that he seems preoccupied with chatting and ignoring the impending loss. Bai sighs in relief when Yu arrives and informs him that the academy's dean is delayed, but other instructors are on the way. Yunruo, eager for the battle, suggests that instructor Yu chat with Bai while she takes on an opponent. Qingju raises his hand to catch Yu's attention, pleased to see her and affectionately calling her Moon. Yu inquires if he has anything to say, and Qingju advises her to act wisely and withdraw, as the disciples of the Four Arts department are no match for him. Yu declines his suggestion and expresses confidence in her disciples, but Qingju warns her not to deceive herself, emphasizing that Bai isn't worth risking her life for. Yu and her disciple join Bai in sampling the delicious food, while Qingju displays his deep disgust towards Bai. The battle intensifies as the attacks of both contenders collide in midair. Yunruo finds herself in the midst of battle with another one of Qingju's disciples, who mocks her and demands her surrender. Yunruo notices that her opponent is only targeting her clothes, prompting her to call him out for being a pervert. Smiling with satisfaction, he explains that his sword is a spirit weapon. Raising her hand, Yunruo summons her flute, declaring that she will now get serious. Caught by surprise, her opponent is struck by a wave of energy launched by Yunruo. His sword transforms into a rubber-like substance, bending at an odd angle, causing him to cry out in shock. Yunruo admonishes him for being unreasonable as she plays her flute, unleashing a burst of sound energy that strikes and lifts him off his feet, slamming him several feet away. The spectators recognize the flute as an emperor-grade weapon and are surprised that a disciple of the Four Arts Department is permitted to wield such a powerful tool. Yunruo looks down at her opponent, claiming victory, as she watches him moan over his sword, now a mess from their encounter. Qingzhu is astonished by the rare equipment in the disciple's hands, but Bai dismisses it as nothing unusual. Bai teases Qingzhu, suggesting he could grant him such a weapon if he barks, but Dujio forbids him from stooping so low, anticipating Qingzhu's response. Dujio assures Qingzhu that despite possessing such a powerful weapon, with cultivation like hers, she can never fully utilize its power, a notion that doesn't make sense to Qingzhu. Dujio reveals that he has a disciple specialized in fighting against female cultivators, as a horrible smell emerges from the entry point. Upon smelling the horrible odor, everyone in the audience starts vomiting and covers their noses in disgust. A disheveled man, surrounded by the foul smell, emerges into the fighting arena, causing Yunruo to cover her nose in disgust. He introduces himself as Li Haisheng, a disciple of the Mani sect, at the peak of the spiritual silence realm. Yunruo remarks that it's perfect timing, as her fist was itching to beat up more people, while also wondering why the guy smells so disgusting. From the stands, Bai calls out to Yunruo, urging her to retreat and let her sister take care of the new opponent, but Yunruo insists that she can still fight. Yunshi, a disciple of the Four Arts Department, however, convinces Yunruo to obey Bai's commands and let her take over the fight. The smelly disciple, Li, asserts that it doesn't matter who fights as he will defeat anyone, and he launches himself at Yunshi. Yunshi utilizes her magic to create a shield from sound, halting Li's attack, while she still ponders what technique could result in such an awful smell. The smell gets even worse and people in stands are unable to take it more and some escape. Instructor Jian and Instructor Enaisu arrive at the scene, discovering the horrible smell, and blame Bai being the cause of it. Enaisu hands you a golden pouch to scatter around the department to mitigate the foul smell, while Jian and Enaisu blame Bai for its origin. Enai replies, stating that such a smell can only be caused by a torturous cultivation technique unbearable by ordinary cultivators. Li Haisheng unleashes his full potential, transforming into a frighteningly scary figure, as he murmurs the technique named Tao of Filth. Then, Master Qingzhu instinctively covers his nose as he learns that the technique is named Filthy Tao. Qingzhu explains that Filthy Tao demands immersion in a manure pit, a feat not achieved in a century, and he's impressed Dujio managed to deceive his disciple into mastering it. Dujio implies that the technique might be unpleasant, but it's worth it as long as they win, to which Qingzhu agrees. Bai suggests giving Li a bath to undermine his efforts of using the technique and asks Enai for his advice. Enai says it would help to some extent, but not much, as the Filthy Tao can still hold its ground without being easily defeated in the same realm. Yunruo worries her sister may be destined to lose due to the foul smell, coughing, and feeling her consciousness contaminated. Yunshi, still battling with Li, has him suspended high in the air, surrounded by water as she attempts to wash the smell off. Li smiles and states that it's impossible to separate the smell from him, as he has soaked his body in manure for 15 years. Yunshi makes the water surrounding Li spin along with him, causing water mixed with filth to splatter the spectators, prompting them to curse and rage. She seems to realize that her water-based spells have no effect whatsoever on him. Qingzhu shields himself from the filth-mixed water and urges Dujio to rein in his disciple, while Dujio shouts at Enai to halt the situation. Yu suggests to Bai that admitting defeat could halt the madness, and he agrees upon realizing the round has placed Yunshi in a difficult position. Bai tells Li to prepare for the next round, and she assures him to rest assured. Master Jiang mocks, saying women are useless, and understands why people from the Academy's Four Arts Department are not cultivators but actors. Master Yan, upon hearing such comments, gives Jiang a death stare. Jiang suggests he could send someone from the Sword Arts Department to fight, as long as Bai kneels down and begs for help. Jiang chokes on his own laughter and vomits rainbow-colored substance, prompting Yan to call him out for having such unstable chi control despite being a sword cultivator. Jiang gets angry and curses at Yan, but he gets smacked by Jiang, who threatens him for attempting to pick a fight with his martial uncle. Jiang raises the issue of unfairness, expressing his desire to fight because he was made to eat dirt for nothing, but Yan dismisses it as mere bad luck. Both of their attention is captured by something that just happened, leaving even Dujio shocked to the core. Liu appears to have defeated Ni with a single strike, as she mocks Filthy Dao for not being worth fighting. Qingzhu admits that unorthodox cultivation will not win them the round, suggesting to a shocked Dujio to change to another person, but Dujio insists that he still hasn't lost. Ni's body has become charred, but he's still standing, indicating that he used the lightning to temper his body. Instructor Yu is bewildered seeing someone temper his body into an immaculate state, but Instructor Yan doubts if an immaculate body can truly be tempered under such conditions. Yu looks really worried as he says that even if it's not tempered, they need to stop Ni, or else the academy might be in danger. He shouts at Liu to seize her chance and take down Ni, but she doesn't seem to do anything. Yu gets even more surprised upon seeing Liu sitting down to cultivate, as energy surrounds her. He blames Bai for teaching his disciples to be stupid, but Bai responds by asking if Yu is happy now, especially after Zhang's recent embarrassment. Yu is unable to process how impossible one can be to deal with. Dujio reassures the instructors, emphasizing that once he teaches all his disciples to cultivate Filthy Dao, then they can panic. As a response to Dujio, Yu agrees to teach their disciples the Filthy Dao from the next day onwards as well, but faces immediate opposition from instructors Yan and Jiang. Yu appears frightened for Liu, but Bai reassures her not to worry, indicating that Liu must have confidence in herself to win. Bai acknowledges that compared to the immaculate body, his disciple is considerably more monstrous. Ni Haisheng laughs loudly and declares himself undefeatable, proclaiming that the Filthy Dao is eternal. As Liu conjures more water preparing to attack, he tells her that he will make people like her understand that he is stronger than all of them. Li Haisheng flexes his newly attained muscles and abs after the immaculation. His body sparkles with newfound vitality and strength. Liu quickly grabs her sunglasses to shield her eyes from the radiant light emitted by Li's shiny and impressive body. Li Haisheng gives a dashing smile, teasingly asking if Yu is finally feeling intimidated. Liu gestures towards the lower half of Li's body, which remains unchanged, lacking the muscular and shiny appearance of his upper body. Li shouts in frustration that his body didn't fully undergo immaculation. Yu, already appearing bored, suggests calling another contestant, indicating that she doesn't have enough time to spare on useless people like Li. Dujio's disappointed expression contrasts with Instructor Yu's relieved smile as Li fails to achieve immaculation, while Instructor Jian mocks the underwhelming nature of the Filthy Dao technique from their position in the stands. Instructor Jian dismisses the notion of empowering unworthy individuals, equating soaking in filth to insignificance, prompting a reprimand from Yurua for his unhelpful remarks. Jian angrily grabs Yu's collar, warning her not to speak to an instructor in such a disrespectful manner. Instructor Yu smacks Jian's head for his rude behavior towards her disciple, causing him to frown in pain. Yu further warns Jian against making such comments again, threatening to revise the sex rules and take action against him if he continues. Instructor Yu, standing behind Jian, grabs his shoulders, questioning why he was quarreling with women as Jian curses in rage. Yu shifts his attention to the ongoing battle and, upon seeing Li, smirks and laughs, commenting that he has gone crazy. Li is visibly enraged by the incomplete immaculation and shouts his desire to become eternal and immortal. Liu attempts to warn Li against continuing his actions, fearing that he might lose control of his body and mind. Growing increasingly furious with the state of his body, Li blames Yu for the botched immaculation. Charging towards Yu, he curses her, but Yu summons a lightning-shaped blade behind her in defense. Yu retaliates with her spirit skill, the Moonlight Thunder Slash, striking Li in midair. Li takes the hit and crashes into the ground. Beaten and unable to move, Li refuses to accept defeat, determined to fight again. Calling for his master, Dujio rushes towards him. Despite Li's insistence that he can still fight, Dujio realizes his condition and forbids him from continuing. Disappointed by the loss, Dujio announces that Li is no longer his disciple and expels him from the Hashan sect, instructing him to leave. Heartbroken, Li cries out, vowing to continue cultivating amidst the manure to grow stronger for success, pleading for one more chance. Dujio solemnly explains that tempering one's body isn't an easy task. Enraged, Dujio delivers a kick to Li, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. Li walks away from the academy, distancing himself from everyone. In a forest, he contemplates his fate, nursing his hurt arm with his other hand. On his knees, he questions why he's treated this way when all he wanted was to cultivate. Tears stream down his face as he wonders why the world is so unfair. Still kneeling, he bends over and vomits dark blood onto the ground. Collapsing onto his front, he hears someone approaching nearby. The newcomer asks if he desires revenge. Struggling to open his eyes, Lee inquires about the identity of the speaker. The person points a finger at the battered and wounded Lee, using their powers to instantly heal all his injuries. The healing technique is named the 3-star Heavenly Talisman Runma Rejuvenation. Now standing on his feet and fully healed, Lee marvels at his new condition, unable to believe that all his wounds have disappeared. The person who healed Lee is Bai, who explains that he can not only heal Lee's body but also give him a new tempered body, depending on Lee's decision to seek revenge or not. Surprised by this offer, Lee questions why Bai would want to help him. Bai explains that the reason is because he and Lee share similarities, as he was once used and abandoned by others, just like Lee. Lee expresses disbelief, insisting that it can't be possible as Bai is gifted by heaven, and nobody could have manipulated him. Bai tells Lee to believe whatever he wants, but if he doesn't seek revenge, he can forget Bai was ever there. Lee engages in an inner dialogue, realizing that it doesn't matter if he trusts Bai or not, as the only right path is with Bai's help. He asks Bai to wait, as Bai gives a smirk. Lee gets on his knees and hands, begging Bai. He declares that from that moment, he will earnestly request guidance from Bai. Bai gives a smile and says that Lee is worth teaching. Excited, Lee asks when they would begin training, to which Bai replies, telling him not to rush and first take off his pants. Lee is rendered speechless as Bai insists he remove his pants. Lee makes a horrified face at hearing this, shouting at Bai not to swing that way. Bai, looking puzzled, asks Lee if something is wrong and instructs him to quickly remove his clothes. Lee's face turns a deep shade of red as he blushes, admitting it would be his first time. He wants Bai to be gentle, causing Bai's expression to shift into one of shock. Bai aims a kick at Lee, reminding him to undress for inspection, questioning if his head got filled with filth while he was in the pit, as Lee apologizes with a shout. Looking irritated, Bai warns Lee that he will only inspect his physique, threatening to punch him if he says anything stupid. Blushing, Lee realizes he misunderstood Bai's orders and agrees to undress. Bai proceeds to inspect Lee's naked body. After the inspection, Bai orders Lee to put his pants back on, scratching his nose in annoyance. Bai warns Lee that the process might hurt as he starts inserting his chi into him. Meanwhile, at the 4 Arts Department Square, the battle rages on. The next candidate to replace Li Haisheng is Zhu Li from the Bamboo Mountain sect, an early-stage Golden Core disciple. Zhu Li boasts that even innate cultivators can't withstand her killing array, demanding Li Yu to admit defeat. Li Yu, unfazed, denounces Zhu Li's sect as shameless for sending a Golden Core disciple to fight. Zhu Li laughs off the criticism, emphasizing that victory is all that matters to her sect. She casts the spell known as 9 Palace Killing Array, summoning 2 fierce-looking green dragon shadows behind her. The shadowy dragons rush towards Li Yu, who envelopes herself in lightning, poised to react. From the stands, Instructor Nisu admires Zhu Li's skill in hiding her lethal tactics, with Instructor Jian speculating he fled sensing defeat. Instructor Yu frets over the possibility of losing all their resources in defeat. Instructor Yu vows to endure Qing Zhu's punishment but promises to shield Bai, leaving Qing Zhu hopeful that Instructor Yu has accepted his proposal. Bai returns, admonishing Instructor Yu against negative remarks. Landing firmly on his feet, he kicks up small stones that smack Qingzhu's face, boldly asserting that Qingzhu is unworthy of Instructor Yu's attention. Bai notes that as Yu hasn't conceded defeat, the outcome remains uncertain, while Du Jiu stands behind him, supporting the dazed Qianzhu after being hit by the stones. Instructor Nisu acknowledges the viciousness of the formation array, noting his reliance on brute force due to his higher cultivation level, while expressing concern over Yu's lower cultivation level possibly impeding her ability to break the 9 Palace Killing Array. Bai expresses confidence in Yu's ability to handle the formation array. The ongoing battle intensifies, with Yu displaying determination. Yu surrounds herself in an energy shield, acknowledging her opponent's strength and effortlessly controlling the 9 Palace Killing Array. The array strikes Yu with full force, destroying her shield. Unharmed, Yu remarks on the severity of the situation. Zhu Li, visibly disgruntled and struggling to maintain control over the 9 Palace Killing Array, wonders why it fails to affect Yu. With a confident smile, Yu swiftly counterattacks, showcasing her resilience. Yu confesses to having battled against the creator of such an array numerous times, leaving Zhu Li looking visibly shocked. Zhu Li discloses that the array was unearthed in a secret realm belonging to an Earth immortal from millennia ago, and she queries Yu about her supposed battles with its founder. Yu suggests that Zhu Li try using other arrays, hinting at a potential weakness. Zhu Li steps back, unable to believe she's resorting to extreme measures against Yu, a young girl. Kneeling, Julie charges up her power, preparing the next array. Commanding the herald of 1,000 ghosts, she conjures a tornado-like entity, while Yu fortifies her defenses. Instructor Nisu's expression turns concerned as he identifies the soul-binding array of the Soul Hunter sect. Instructor Yu demands an explanation from Qingzhu, seeking clarity. Shocked, Instructor Yu uncovers the collusion with the demonic sects, while Instructor Yan questions the Bamboo sect's allegiance within the Orthodox faction. Qingzhu defends his sect's autonomy, asserting that internal matters are not for outsiders to dictate, as Dujio dismisses concerns as a reaction to potential defeat. Instructor Yu, visibly irritated, denounces their actions as unreasonable and petty. She implores Bai to halt the fight to save Yu, but Bai remains unfazed, assuring her that the real battle is yet to come. Unable to comprehend Bai's calmness, Instructor Yu is bewildered. Qingzhu admires Bai's composure despite Yu's predicament, while Dujio laughs, believing Yu is on the verge of defeat. Julie acknowledges Yu for being skilled enough to break formations with a laugh. With a twisted smile, Julie summons a spirit, challenging Yu to face a spirit cultivator's array. The evil-looking spirit grabs Yu from behind, restraining her hands and holding his sharp claws near her throat, yet Yu, unfazed, mocks Julie, deeming her trump card worse than the 9 palace killing array. With glowing eyes and a sinister grin, Julie shouts, "Die!" In the stands, Instructor Yu anxiously covers her mouth, while Bai looks calm and Qingzhu smirks. Disciple Liyu's head is severed clean from her body. Her body drops down as her head rolls away, blood splattering the ground. Liyu's face is lifeless. Instructor Yu gives a dreamy laugh as he claims Wu Ji to be his, while by his side Instructor Jian gives the same expression and declares Qing Wan Peak to be his. Instructor Yu, filled with rage, confronts Dujio and Qingzhu for violating competition rules by causing death, with Dujio deflecting blame to Yu's disciple, while Qingzhu advises her to calm down, reminding her it wasn't her disciple who died. Bai startles Instructor Yu as he grabs her arm. He advises her to remain calm, emphasizing that it's not the right time to act. Bai's composed demeanor reassures Yu as he mentions that the competition isn't over yet. With a victorious smile, Julie overlooks disciple Liyu's severed head, expressing disappointment in Liyu's lack of special powers. Julie mocks Liu, labeling her a sheep in wolf's clothing. She turns around to leave but is alarmed by a swirling cocoon appearing behind her, its interior glowing brightly. The cocoon dissipates, revealing an unharmed disciple Liu, except for her torn clothes, leaving Julie bewildered. Despite seeing Liyu's severed head nearby, Julie is astonished by her miraculous revival. Yu's severed head and body turn out to be fake, fooling Julie and others. Liu explains that her ability to survive was thanks to the phantom power, not demonic forces. Recognizing Liyu's horrifying ability, Julie considers giving up. However, before Julie can concede, Liu launches a surprise attack, catching her off guard. She sends Julie slamming into the wall, asking what she was saying. Beaten and bloodied, Julie reluctantly surrenders. With Julie defeated, Liu is declared victorious, securing Qinghong Academy's final triumph. Liu appears to be chewing on something, a white fluid flowing from the corners of her lips. Recalling consuming the frozen silkworm cast to save her life, she finds it useful but revolting, covering her mouth with her elbow as if she might throw up. Liu stares at the slimy remains of the silkworm dangling in her fingers, resembling rubber. Disgusted, she shakes her hand to rid herself of the last traces, likening it to the taste of Xiao Meng. Master Qingzhu is stunned, struggling to comprehend what just occurred. He questions how Liu managed to overpower a golden core cultivator, suspecting foul play. Bai eagerly awaits Qingzhu and Dujio's compliance with their promise, now that the result has been determined. Qingzhu hesitates, reminding Bai of the consequences for their sects in the southern realm, while Dujio distances himself from Qingzhu's decision, claiming no involvement. Bai offers Qingzhu a choice: fulfill the promise himself or let Bai handle it. Qingzhu, seething with hatred, blames Bai for their predicament. Enraged, Qingzhu unleashes his powers. Instructor Yu recognizes Qingzhu's scent, suspecting his origins on the Divine Divergence Peak, while Instructor Jian notes hints of the Wraith Realm's spiritual skills in Qingzhu's techniques. Instructor Nisu expresses concern over their ability to defeat Qingzhu, even with combined efforts. Qingzhu's transformation, with horns protruding from his forehead and darkened eyes, alarms everyone. He targets Bai with a powerful punch, prompting Bai to face him without fear. Instructor Yu intervenes, pushing Bai aside to shield him from Qingzhu's attack. Qingzhu's strike shatters the ground, scattering debris. Instructor Yu is relieved to have saved Bai from harm. She holds Bai tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. Qingzhu is perplexed by his failed attack. Growing frustrated, he vows to kill them all. Bai smiles and asks if Qingzhu is getting mad so easily. He moves with incredible speed, appearing right in front of Qingzhu in an instant, leaving him astonished. Bai delivers a single punch, defeating Qingzhu instantly. The witnessing instructors are left speechless, shocked by Bai's feat. Bai criticizes Dujio for Qingzhu's swift defeat, considering it pathetic. Bai deliberates on what to do with Dujio. Dujio begs for mercy, promising to pay any price if spared. Bai grants mercy and walks away, noting others who desire his head more than Dujio. Instructor Yu, still holding Bai after saving him, watches another Bai approach. Bai instructs Yu to keep his puppet, seeing her fondness for it. Yu realizes she's holding a replica of Bai, not the real one. Blushing, she accepts the puppet as compensation for the scare, as Bai jokes about refraining from sticking needles into it. Instructors Yu and Jian discuss Bai's actions, impressed yet astonished, confirming his single-punch-esque defeat of a Divine Divergence Peak cultivator. Instructor Yu wonders if Bai's abilities surpass those of the Divine Divergence Peak, as Instructor Jian agrees in disappointment, while Instructor Enaisu looks excited upon learning of Bai's powers. Instructor Yan praises Bai's powerful punch, while Enaisu questions Yu and Jian's departure, and Jian explains he needs to feed his dogs, so he is leaving. Instructor Yan expresses disappointment that Bai didn't mention his recovered abilities, deeming him careless, while Enaisu tries defending Bai, suggesting he might have his own reasons for doing so. Yan reassures, saying it's alright and that it's a good thing for the sect. Bai commends Li Yu's performance, and, seeing Instructor Yu holding the puppet, she expresses her desire to have one too. Bai asks her why she wants a puppet, and she replies, saying she too has her intentions. The blissful palace lies in ruins, shrouded in miasma. 3 strangers soar above, one spotting the looming miasma and urging descent, checking if they all have closed breath pills. The strangers, identified as the Southern Realm Immortal Alliance investigation team, consisting of 2 men and 1 lady, touch down on the ground. Each of them have with them what looks like an extremely large eye casually floating close to them. The lady remarks on the culprit's audacity in killing without fearing pursuit by the Immortal Alliance, while the first man notes the thin miasma. The second man interjects, urging caution in their language, emphasizing their investigative purpose. The first guy, seeing what lies ahead, opens his mouth in horror. He voices his concerns, questioning aloud what could have possibly transpired in that place. The lady notices the earth vein has been dug out, suggesting involvement from a higher power, while the second man examines the area with memento stones. The third person gestures to the other 2, drawing their attention to something in the sky, and together they witness a gap forming amid the smoke and dust. Numerous tentacle-like rays of blinding golden light emerge from the vast gap. One of them inquires whether the phenomenon is the Great Tao. Suddenly, all 3 memento stones are destroyed, and the trio appears entranced by the new manifestation, their faces breaking into eerie smiles. The locket worn by the woman cracks into 2 pieces. She splutters blood from her mouth. The other 2 men open their bellies, extracting their organs, as the first man, still laughing, claims enlightenment while the lady implores them to cease their actions. The lady gazes at the creature and realizes that her locket, which was the Immortal Alliance's secret treasure, has broken, leaving her to ponder the nature of the threat they are facing. The arriving entity is enormous, resembling an octopus with numerous large tentacles, each shining in a bright gold color. Amidst the tentacle-like appendages, a woman identifies the aura she senses as familiar. She points downward, expressing her disappointment that the heavenly Tao does not permit her to descend. Below, the lady, still conscious unlike the other 2 possibly deceased men, refuses to give up and pushes herself to use the life-saving talisman to escape and report back to her alliance. The lady then vanishes, releasing a large wave of green and white-colored energy, while the woman in the sky retreats into the clouds. She grasps onto some of the released energy, recognizing the aura, and exclaims that she has finally found someone after so many years. Her eyes gleaming with pure evil, she declares that she has finally located her best friend, Man. The Qinghong Academy at Qingwan Peak exudes peace and tranquility. Bai is engrossed in his woodcutting when suddenly his attention is seized by something. A warning message appears on a television-like screen in midair, cautioning that incidents related to the host are being monitored by the Heavenly Tao. Another message appears, indicating that to ensure the host's safety, there will be a limit on the maximum amount of spiritual energy that can be used. Finally, the last message says that if there are no special circumstances in the future, Bai should not use the Pangu axe other than for chopping firewood. The system warns that surpassing the maximum spiritual energy limit after unlocking the world's mission will draw the attention of the heavenly Tao, prompting Bai to inquire about his current energy reserves. The system responds, indicating that there is only 10% of spiritual energy remaining, equivalent to the level of the crossing tribulation realm. Bai recalls senior brother Li's mention of reaching the crossing tribulation realm and realizes that his remaining spiritual energy is at about Li's level, which he perceives as rather weak. To offset the spiritual energy limitation, Bai asks for compensation, prompting the system to offer him a new weapon from the blind box. The system instructs Bai to inspect the weapon, revealing that its wrapping resembles a female's body. Bai is dumbfounded by this and questions the system about how that thing can be considered a weapon, expressing disdain for its atrocious wrapping. As Bai questions if the thing can glow, it indeed does. It's a hot bath, and someone is already in it. Man emerges from the bath and remarks that her master is generous for giving a 5-star quenching pill to Liu, while Liu, still in the hot tub, suggests that perhaps their master's constitution doesn't allow him to use the pill. Man holds the glowing pill above her palms, describing it as a precious treasure that can forcefully enhance one's cultivation by 3 levels, emphasizing its rarity in Yunhuang. Liu, poking her head out of the big tub, expresses disappointment that her master did not personally give her a quenched body. Still holding the glowing pill over her palms, Man explains that quenching the body differs from reshaping meridians and must be done completely bare. Bai's lifeless puppet remains still outside near the bathtub. Man joins Liu in the bathtub and hands her the pill, mentioning that their master requested her assistance. Liu swallows the pill and makes a strange face, as if it tastes sour. Man inquires about the experience, and Liu describes it as slightly salty with a numbing aftertaste, comparing it favorably to the silkworm mold, prompting Man to clarify she meant the effect on her body. Liu gasps in surprise, stating that it feels like something amazing is about to happen. She opens her mouth in shock, yelling that her body is getting really hot. Man advises her to endure the pain, her eyes glowing golden as she reassures Liu that she won't let anything happen to her. Something happens as waves of energy gather in the tub, causing the water to spill everywhere. Bai's puppets get socked by water hitting it. Liu's face shows sign of her struggling with pain. Man, positioned behind her, holds her upright and attempts to calm her down, urging her to stay strong and assuring her that it will be over soon. Liu, her face still showing signs of discomfort, expresses the sensation of something impending. Dark clouds loom over tall mountains, nestled at the foot of which lies a dense forest. Xiaolu, sitting on a rock and halfway through eating a carrot, senses something and realizes that Liu has broken through, while behind her, the Demon King is chasing Xiao Meng. Back at Qinghuan Peak, Bai is burying the female-shaped weapon he received earlier while the system urges him to give the weapon a try before burying it. Bai looks at the sky and sees a giant wave of lightning. He wonders why Liu's Golden Core Thunder Tribulation has this kind of aura. Liu appears to have passed out, and Man supports her in the hot tub, her arms around her. The sky is filled with dark clouds, thunder rumbling loudly, while beneath it, a range of hills sits surrounded by a shield of some kind. Bai stands on a small hill, looking out, wondering why the Golden Core Tribulation appears so sinister. A flash of lightning strikes the protective formation shield, creating a large hole through it. Bai notices and realizes that the lightning struck where Liu is currently located, prompting him to sprint towards her. A bolt of lightning hurtles towards a house, but Xiaolu blocks it with her wand. The lightning reflects towards Xiao Meng and strikes her buttocks, causing her to ask in pain where the lightning came from. Struck by another wave of lightning, Xiao Meng angrily asks the Demon King if it was intentional or accidental, to which the Demon King replies affirmatively before fleeing. She ponders if it's a Golden Core Tribulation. Bai gazes up at the sky, suspended mid-air, his expression furious. He clenches his fist, blood dripping down from it. He calls out, demanding that whoever is there stop hiding and show themselves. As thunder rumbles, a woman emerges, accompanied by a giant eye at her side and an instrument-like object in front of her, standing atop a cloud. She smiles and acknowledges the revolving light stage, remarking on its interest. Bai asks her who she is and what her motives are for attacking his disciples. The woman offers another smile and tells Bai that he must be truly skilled if he can protect his disciple from an immortal like her. Bai is surprised to hear that the woman is an immortal and asks if she is the same Saishio whom Man had spoken of. Saishio gives a sinister laugh from behind the dark clouds. She appears emotional after hearing that Man still remembers her. She appears right in front of Bai and asks him if Man has been doing well. Retreating slightly, Bai informs her that Man is alright but has become a corpse immortal. Saisho gives a smile and remarks that it's good to hear, adding that being a corpse immortal also suits Man very well, excitedly suggesting a feast to celebrate the reunion of her and Man as sisters. Saisho proposes unconventional dishes, but Bai abruptly cuts her off, urging her to stop acting foolish. Bai warns Saisho, asserting his awareness of her motives, reminding her that Liu is his disciple and also Saisho's reincarnation, and firmly states that she shouldn't entertain any thoughts of harming her. Saisho declares that Liu is one of her 3 corpses and ultimately just a burden to be discarded. Enraged by Bai's obstruction, she launches her instrument at him from above at high speed, fiercely commanding him to perish. Bai steps out of the way of her attack, and her chariot-like instrument strikes the ground, cleaving large chunks from the hillside. The system warns Bai of danger and advises him to escape, but Bai, knowing his disciples are still there, refuses to leave. Bai looks down and sees the damage done despite the talisman formation, pondering what kind of monster Saisho truly is. Bai's disciples and others emerge from the house, gazing upwards at the confrontation, while Man implores Bai to take Liu away, volunteering to confront Saisho, as Liu, still weakened, struggles to grasp the unfolding situation. Bai orders the women not to step outside the talisman formation and assures them that he will handle Saisho himself. Bai inquires with the system whether the current situation qualifies as a special circumstance and if he can acquire the Pangu axe. The system hands him the axe, and Bai looks relieved upon receiving it, remarking that it would be difficult to fight barehanded. The system warns him to be careful, and Bai confidently replies, telling it not to worry. Bai declares that Saisho is just a bigger wood to chop down and sets out after her. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the surroundings. Xiaolu remarks that Bai is completely crazy, emphasizing that Saisho, the opponent he's confronting, is an actual immortal and not just random wood. Bai finds himself unable to damage Saisho's instrument despite launching several attacks, prompting him to question why the shell is so hard. Growing increasingly annoyed, Bai activates the Buddha aspect technique, his eyes glowing with intensity. He shouts, "Shura manifestation," as a huge golden statue-like figure materializes. The Shura manifestation launches an attack at Saisho's chariot-like instrument, managing to inflict some damage upon it. Saisho, still inside the thing, chuckles and admits that the attack was quite painful. She smirks, wiping the blood from her mouth, and expresses her surprise at discovering such a powerful monster in the mortal world. The system warns Bai to be cautious as Saisho is about to get serious. A tentacle-like appendage smashes the system, which was by Bai's side, catching Bai completely off guard. The tentacle-like appendage returns back to Saisho. She praises Bai for his skills and suggests that perhaps fate has brought them together, urging him not to get distracted during their battle. Bai agrees, stating that he will comply with her wishes. Saisho commands the tentacles from her instrument to launch their attack. Bai's manifestation creates a shield to block Saisho's attacks. Bai swoops down swiftly towards Saisho, who realizes that he's attempting to attack her while simultaneously using his manifestation to block her attacks. Before Bai can reach Saisho, she stops his axe mid-swing, praising him for possessing such a fine weapon and expressing her desire to integrate it with her instrument, which she refers to as moon wheels. Bai questions her, asking why she wants to attack his disciple when she has already ascended into an immortal. Saisho responds, acknowledging that she has achieved immortality, but adds that the heavenly realm is nothing special, populated only by countless immortals who occupy smaller worlds similar to the mortal realm. She states that she has no interest in occupying a world. She reveals her desire to pursue something beyond the heavens. With a wicked laugh, she tells Bai that she wants to witness the true heavenly way and become the laws of heaven and earth itself. With a final sinister laugh, she reveals that her ultimate goal is to become the heaven itself. Bai clenches his teeth and mutters that she is greedy. He aims his axe at her and orders her to return to her heavenly realm, then swings the axe at her, launching a powerful attack. Saisho is thunderstruck as Bai's attack tears space apart. Bai swiftly maneuvers behind Saisho and hurls her through the gap he created in the fabric of space itself, shouting at her not to return. He closes the gap, exhaling a sigh of relief. 2 hands emerge from the gap Bai just closed. The hands tear the closure apart, revealing Saisho, who tells Bai that he isn't the only one who can rip space apart. She wears a wicked smile and warns Bai not to even think about stopping her from becoming the heavens. The system returns with a warning, stating that Saisho has damaged the heavenly channel, causing the heavenly way to become connected with the mortal worlds. It flickers and displays another message with a single word, warning. The heavenly channel begins to extend into the mortal worlds through the tear in space. It resembles molten lava, flowing through roofs and consuming anything it touches. Xiao Lu, looking scared, asks what the thing is, while Man orders others to protect Liu as the heavenly channel starts surrounding them. Someone warns Xiao Meng to watch out as a bolt of lightning comes hurtling towards her from behind. Before the lightning can strike her, Bai intercepts it with his own attack. Bai looks up and remarks, "It's annoying." He wonders what Saishio might have done to the heavenly realm. He gazes at the hole through the space and observes more heavenly channel flowing in. The system warns of the expanding heavenly channel, threatening to devour the entire mortal world if unchecked. Urging Bai to act, he reassures, vowing to prevent such a calamity. Saishio, pleased with everything that is happening, exclaims that it is the manifestation of her fusion with the heavenly way. She questions Bai on how he plans to fight against the heavens itself now. She sends a few slimy, tentacle-like appendages toward him. A fire ignites in Bai's eyes. As the slimy things lunge at Bai from all directions, his body begins emitting a green mist. They encapsulate him completely. A huge explosion occurs, blowing the thing encapsulating Bai into countless pieces. The blown-off pieces scatter everywhere. They fall onto house roofs. Bai's disciples have protected themselves by summoning a shield around them. The thing that was coming out of the tear in space starts coming out of the ground too as Xiao Lu notices it and shouts in annoyance. She tries to destroy it but realizes it's indestructible, while Man reminds them that their top priority is protecting Liu and tells them to stay together. Another bolt of lightning comes hurtling towards them. Like before, it strikes Xiao Meng, who falls flat on her face because of it, questioning why it only targets her. Man hopes Bai can solve the situation as soon as possible as the Demon King offers Liu to carry her. The sky roars as large waves of lightning thunder across it. Bai's body is covered in spiritual energy and he is glowing like gold. The system issues a warning saying Bai's usage of spiritual energy has exceeded the limit, but Bai tells it to shut up and says even if he has to drain all of the spiritual energy of the worlds, he won't hesitate if it comes to defending Qinghuan Peak. Bai turns at Caxus and mocks her power of heavenly way, calling it dog's hit, and says he will let her know that if he can rip apart the heavens then he certainly can seal them too. He goes straight for the hole in space and seals it with his spiritual energy. Caxus, who is shocked at seeing this, wonders how can a mortal and mortal realm use such a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. She notices the Pangu acts of creation and lets out a laugh, admitting she was no match. Bai calls her crazy as Caxus leaves. He questions himself if all those who pursue immortality would become like her. He looks at the axe in his hand as it starts falling apart and tells it that it has worked hard. Large droplets that look like gold start falling from the sky. Xiao Lu looks up at the sky and says that it's finally over. She admits that the Golden Core tribulation is probably something which no one might have experienced before. Liu calls out for Man, who supports her exhausted body from dropping down. Liu expresses her exhaustion, stating she can't continue, her tiredness evident in her eyes. Man lets others know that something is wrong with Liu's quenched body. Bai flies down as he asks what happened to Liu, and Xiao Lu responds saying Liu can't hang on anymore and requests him to say something to her. Man smacks Xiao Lu on her head, telling her to stop talking nonsense. Bai commands Man to bring Liu to him. Liu, still unable to stand up and with eyes closed, calls out for her master as Bai suggests her not to talk and lie down first. Xiao Lu asks if it will be fine and Man replies saying that with Bai around everything will be okay. Bai says that Liu's condition is such because she missed the final step of the Thunder Tribulation process. Man asks where they will find one to complete the process. Looking worried, Bai says that unless they find a Thunder Attribute Cultivator contaminated with energy of the Heavenly Thunder, Liu will suffer heavy injuries. Xiao Meng shouts with determination that they shouldn't wait any longer and quickly look for such cultivator. Everyone stares at Xiao Meng, thinking their intentions aren't any good. She asks them what are they planning to do with her. She attempts to flee, yelling for them to stay away from her, as a huge burst of lightning erupts. The Thunder Tribulation process, the final step, proceeds. Liu opens her eyes and finds Bai and Man staring at her, both with a smile on their faces. She calls out to her master and Man. Liu recalls having missed the final step and realizes she has successfully completed her Golden Core. She asks Bai where he found another Thunder Cultivator for her final process as Bai smirks and tells her to count herself as lucky. Liu sees Xiao Meng passed out in Xiao Lu's arms and realizes she must be the Thunder Cultivator. Xiao Lu states that Xiao Meng needs emergency treatment and orders them to bring the grass that she had used the day before to wipe her ass. Bai tells others that he will go to the Deacon Hall first to clean up the mess and then rebuild Qinghuan Peak, and says they can do whatever they want. In the heavenly domain, Cakesis is losing her mind, repeatedly chanting Man's, Liu's, and Bai's names, vowing to be their demise the next time they meet. Bai descends with a bag of money, condemning those demanding 50,000 spirit stones to repair houses as black-hearted, pondering alternative income sources. As Bai unearths the buried weapon, the system directs him to a designated location to seek and accept a new disciple. Bai is surprised at this. Turning to the system, Bai queries about the purpose of the blue bar displayed, to which the system responds that it signifies a countdown until his disciple's demise if not rescued. Bai is shocked and asks if it's true. The system confirms. While others are busy setting up tents, Liu feeds Xiao Meng carrots. A message sent by Bai arrives, addressing you. The messenger instructs Liu to bring Xiao Meng to the main peak's transportation gate, prompting Liu to ask if something is amiss. Bai requests their assistance in locating their junior and his new disciple. Two hooded figures pass by. One asks the commander if everything is ready, and the commander, referring to the hooded person as Old Master, confirms. Raising his arm, he orders the soldiers to take their positions. The two hooded figures walk towards a gate, instructing guards on either side to delay as much as possible, promising rewards later. They walk through the gate. Once across, Lu Hengzhong, the first hooded figure and a Lu family patriarch, reveals his face with concern, stating that the killers are already in the city and refusing to let the other person leave. The other person acknowledges fault for breaking off the engagement. Removing her hood, she reveals herself as Nalan Duo, expressing concern about not wanting to drag her uncle down with her. With tear-filled eyes, she implores her uncle to allow her to confront her pursuers and fight to the death. The uncle cautions against impulsivity, citing his responsibility for her safety and understanding her decision to break off the engagement due to her intended spouse's cruelty. He assures her they'll be safe once people from the Immortal Alliance arrive. Behind them, someone addresses Lu Hengzhong, admitting underestimating him. Two individuals, one in a white cloak with a hood and the other in black, emerge holding severed heads. Lu identifies one head as Zhong'er and questions the motive behind the brutal killings, expressing outrage over the deaths of 163 members of Nalan's family. The black hooded figure, armed and appearing behind Lu, reveals their killing for the palace lord's amusement and declares it's time to send Lu to his family too. He gravely injures Lu with his weapon as Lu shouts for Nalan to run. Lu is mercilessly killed. Bai, Liu, and Xiao Meng travel on a flying boat to rescue Bai's new disciple. Liu stops Xiao Meng from eating the melon, explaining it's for their new junior sister. The system informs Bai that Nalan Duo, aged 19 and the third young miss of the Nalan family, possesses a high-grade extreme profoundine meridian and is engaged to Xiao Ping of the Xiao family. The system shows a flashback where Nalan breaks the engagement with Xiao Ping, asserting that the decision was hers alone. At 14, Xiao Ping experienced a cultivation deviation, losing all his spiritual powers. Xiao Ping interpreted the breakup as deep humiliation, intensifying his cultivation efforts, eventually rising to become the new palace lord, massacring the entire Nalan family in pursuit of redemption. After hearing Nalan's past story, Bai wonders why it sounds familiar. The system issues a red alert, warning Bai that his disciple is about to die, catching Bai off guard. Saying they need to hurry, he urges the others to hold on tightly as he speeds up the flying boat to its maximum. Long ribbons resembling tentacles coil tightly around Liu and Xiao Meng as the flying boat accelerates to its maximum speed, securing them in place. Nalan angrily berates the two men for killing her uncle, but the one in the white cloak reassures her that as long as she accompanies them back to the Bloodsword Palace, she will be safe. He warns her that if she doesn't comply, the lives of the few remaining members of the Lu family hiding in the back residence will be in danger. Nalan, looking grim, agrees to go quietly, pleading for the safety of the Lu family, to which the one in the white cloak approves. He reassures Nalan about Palace Lord Zhao's treatment, while the other man in the black cloak raises his flaming fist. He releases the flames, causing Nalan to turn around and question his actions, while the other man produces a similar phenomenon on one of his hands. He slams that hand into Nalan's stomach, catching her by surprise and causing her to splutter blood from her mouth. She cries out in pain as the man laughs. Clutching her stomach, Nalan calls them monsters, as the man in the white cloak reassures her. Furious, Nalan threatens to take them down, denouncing them as demon spawns. Whimpering, she struggles as blood spills from her mouth, unable to use her spiritual abilities. Collapsed, she watches the man in a white cloak stand over her, laughing mockingly. Nalan looks up, her face reflecting surrender to despair. The man envelopes Nalan in inscribed stripes, sealing her powers, acknowledging the palace lord's caution. The other guy questions if he's done, and the man in the white cloak responds, questioning what if he isn't. Carrying Nalan, he reproaches the black-cloaked man for drinking moral blood, promising a reward upon returning Nalan to the palace. They notice something speeding towards them as they're about to leave. They swiftly retreat as something crashes down where they stood moments before. The one in the white cloak demands who dares to obstruct the Bloodsword sect. Blinding dust obscures their vision, leaving them unable to discern the newcomer's identity. As the dust clears, Bai appears on his flying boat, indifferent to their allegiance, ordering them to release their captive. He threatens to grant them a peaceful death if they comply. Ming-Shi from the Bloodsword Palace warns Bai against stealing, but Bai casually admits his intention to steal. Bai extends his arm and commands, "Come," with a flick of his finger. Nalan's cocooned body flies off Ming-Shi's shoulder as he tries to catch it, expressing astonishment. Ming-Shi attempts to reclaim Nalan using the binding immortal rope technique. Bai intensifies his spiritual power, shouting for Nalan's body to come to him, thwarting Ming-Shi's retrieval attempts. The bindings on Nalan's body tear apart, revealing her unconscious form. Ming-Shi concentrates harder, vowing not to let Bai take his possession. Excitedly, Bai questions if Ming-Shi is attempting to compete in spiritual power. Nalan's clothes are torn apart. Bai is shocked and curses angrily at the sight. Ming-Shi is left speechless. Xiao Meng is impressed by Nalan's naked body, complimenting her beauty, while Liu questions Bai about the situation. Bai grabs Nalan's unconscious body and orders Liu and Xiao Meng to handle the two men from the Bloodsword Palace. He instructs them to leave the men alive as he vanishes with Nalan in a burst of spiritual energy. Ming-Shi acknowledges Bai's strength and orders the other guy to gather his blood double, charging up his blood chi. Ming-Shi hurls the blood chi, called a blood slash, at Liu. Liu jumps to evade the attack. Ming-Shi commands the blood chi to explode. The explosion occurs behind Liu, ready to engulf her. The second guy employs the shadow blood copy technique, creating multiple duplicates of themselves and propelling them in every direction. Xiao Meng summons rope-like strings, declaring no escape for any of the clones. The second guy plans to teleport out if any of the copies escape. Ming-Shi is horrified as binding ropes unexpectedly ensnare his face. All duplicate copies are destroyed, surprising Ming-Shi, while the other guy questions Xiao Meng's power level. Liu escapes from Ming-Shi's blood fold, releasing a burst of lightning, surprising both Ming-Shi and the other guy. Liu unleashes her moon-will thunder attack, with electric current crackling in her eyes. Lightning emerges from the ground, crumbling the surface, while Ming-Shi realizes something below them. An enormous lightning ray ensnares both Ming-Shi and the other guy, as Xiao Meng considers offering Liu a melon later. Bai uses his spiritual energy to revive Nalan, discovering her dantian sealed with blood chi, deeming it a nasty seal. Nalan regains consciousness, whimpering in pain. Bai inquires about Nalan's discomfort, but she struggles to comprehend the situation. Nalan attempts to attack Bai, but he restrains her and reassures her of his intention to save her. Nalan accuses Bai of shredding her clothing, prompting Bai to explain it was accidental and caution her due to the seal on her dantian. Nalan cries out in agony, expressing pain. Bai advises Nalan not to move, explaining the severity of having blood chi seal one's dantian, and begins to heal her with spiritual energy. Despite the pain, Nalan questions Bai's identity and motive for helping her. Bai assures Nalan of her recovery, introduces himself, and offers her discipleship. Surprised by Bai's true identity, Nalan questions if he is the infamous Trash from the academy. Being called Trash leaves Bai speechless. Bai admits to being that Trash and focuses on repairing Nalan's dantian, exerting immense spiritual energy as she requests gentleness. Nalan, wrapped in Bai's coat, shoots him a fierce look as he wipes sweat from his face. The Bloodsword Palace men are bound, unable to move, as Bai expresses disappointment, branding them as the scum of the cultivation worlds for attacking a mortal. Nalan is surprised that the Bloodsword Palace men, despite being at the peak of Golden Core, were easily defeated. Liu greets Nalan, recognizing her as a junior sister, while Nalan notes Liu's early stage of Golden Core. Liu criticizes Nalan for clinging to Bai's clothes, prompting Bai to clarify that Nalan hasn't agreed to join them yet. Liu suggests Nalan reconsider joining them, as not many people are fortunate enough to become Bai's disciples, while Xiao Meng observes Liu's demeanor. Nalan ponders Xiao Meng's demonic appearance and wonders how Bai, with a high-level demon disciple, could be considered a crippled trash. Nalan clenches her teeth in anger, recalling Xiao Ping's actions against her family. She stands up and calls for Bai, who asks if she has decided to join him. Nalan kneels and begs Bai to accept her as his disciple, which he does with a smile, making her his third disciple. Bai gives Nalan 2 books as part of her initiation. Nalan expresses concern about suffering qi deviation, fearing she can't cultivate anymore. Bai offers to destroy the Blood Sword Palace for Nalan, but she bows deeply in gratitude instead. Holding Nalan's shoulders, Bai questions if helping her seek revenge will ease her rage, confusing Nalan. Bai explains that cultivation requires purity of heart and clarity of thought, telling Nalan it's her challenge to overcome. Startled, Nalan admits she doesn't understand and believes Xiao Ping, a talented cultivator, must take her revenge. Bai uses the heart-calming talisman technique on Nalan, urging her to calm down and listen. He encourages Nalan to open her mind, dismissing Xiao Ping's talent in his presence, and suggests she takes revenge on the Blood Sword Palace alone, prompting Nalan to question her capability for such a task. With confidence, Bai assures Nalan that he never lies and summons a blade. He hands over the blade to Nalan, saying it will be his first lesson to her. Bai asserts that grievances and debts must be settled and instructs Nalan to use her most dreadful method to deal with the Blood Sword Palace scum still on the ground. With hesitation, Nalan agrees, her eyes filled with disdain toward them. It's the Blood Sword Palace. 2 guards discuss their master's plan for the lady from the Nalan family, with one revealing the Blood Sword Palace's practice of killing girls after doing it. The first guard fantasizes about sharing the woman meant for the palace master, before the guard behind him is suddenly sliced in half. As he turns to inquire about the silence, his face is sliced in half, blood oozing out. 2 women, their swords dripping with blood, discuss the remaining time of their 2-star hidden spirit talisman, expressing regret at having only half an hour left of stealth. They plan to head to the main hall to find Xu Ping and suggest beheading him first upon arrival. Mo Shi of the Guangling Prefecture Mo family, at the peak of Golden Core, questions her companion, referring to her as sister, about the risk they are taking for a single scholar. Mo Ran, Mo Shi's sister from the same family and also at the peak of Golden Core, asserts that they aren't risking everything solely for one man. Mo Ran expresses her desire for the imprint granting access to the abode. Mo Shi voices concern that they can only fight against a nascent soul, but Mo Ran reassures her, citing their stolen talismans for assistance. Mo Shi acknowledges Mo Ran's intelligence, and they decide to proceed. Sensing disruption ahead, Mo Ran questions the situation, and Mo Shi identifies the activation of the protective sword formation. They realize someone is invading the Blood Palace as a large golden object. Bai's flying boat approaches from above in the sky. On the flying vessel, Yu gives Nalan the silk word for her protection, prompting protests from Xiao Meng about their depleted supply, but Bai urges them to prepare as he descends first, reminding Nalan to bring the talisman. Bai confidently jumps off the vessel, knowing the palace master is only at nascent soul level. In the palace, commanders panic upon realizing the infiltration and loss of contact with envoys. Palace master Xu Ping, at peak of nascent soul, prepares for potential attack, confident in his sword formation. Xu Ping's ring emits a voice, urging him to summon his blood puppet before it's too late. Xu Ping, addressing his great ancestor, activates his shadow blood puppet, and the ancestor responds that the intruder is only in the revolving light stage. Bai descends, charging at the palace with a fierce grin. Bai crashes, causing a massive explosion and forming a colossal crater amid swirling dust and smoke. Surveying the aftermath, Bai acknowledges his excessive force but hopes no one in the nascent soul realm perished. Spotting Xu Ping, he's relieved to find him alive. Xu Ping activates his blood qi. Observing from afar, the sisters note Xu Ping's survival due to his blood qi, with Mo Ran suggesting moving closer to watch the fight, while Mo Shi hesitates due to recent danger and their reliance on talismans. Mo Ran reveals possession of the 3-star Divine Way talisman for their escape, eagerly anticipating Xu Ping's defeat. Excited for the battle, Mo Ran instructs Mo Shi to hide their qi, teasing her reluctance to accompany her next time. Bai senses the Mo family girl's presence, showing concern. Choosing not to engage unless they interfere, Bai focuses on stopping Xu Ping's escape. Xu Ping, surrounded by blood qi, questions why they aren't leaving. The ancestor explains that their qi has been detected, making escape impossible, and suggests bargaining with Bai. Xu Ping looks up at Bai and inquires about his identity. Bai introduces himself to Xu Li. Mo Ran notes Bai's previous injury, prompting Mo Shi to question her stealth knowledge. Mo Ran recalls Bai's injury while sealing a demon world portal but doubts its accuracy. Mo Ran expresses interest in Bai's academy, prompting Mo Shi to ask if she admires him. Xu Ping questions Bai's motive for attacking the Bloodsword Palace, recalling the Academy's spread rumors about Bai's disability. Bai clarifies that the Academy holds no grudge but his disciple seeks revenge on Xu Ping. Bai acknowledges the justification for sect destruction but offers Xu Ping a chance. He proposes a duel to the death with his disciple as the condition for Xu Ping's freedom. Xu Ping identifies Nalan among Bai's disciples. He mutters her name with rage. Xu Ping questions Bai if he will truly honor his word if he defeats Bai's disciple, to which Bai affirms his commitment to keeping his word. With a smile, Xu Ping inquires if Bai won't intervene even if he severely injures Bai's precious disciples. Bai agrees not to interfere, stating that it's Nalan who seeks personal revenge. Xu Ping bursts into laughter upon learning that Nalan desires to kill him herself. He challenges Nalan, his eyes brimming with evil intent. Nalan informs Bai of her decision to fight, and Bai encourages her, reminding her to use the treasure he gave her wisely, ensuring she won't lose. As Nalan advances towards Xu Ping, Liu expresses her concern to Bai about Nalan's well-being. Liu acknowledges Xu Ping's formidable nascent soul stage, recalling Bai as the only one she's seen defeat opponents 3 stages above, while Xiao Meng fears Nalan's confrontation with Xu Ping will result in her demise. Bai reassures them of Nalan's safety, affirming his commitment to protecting her, though Xiao Meng questions if he'll intervene during the fight. Bai implies Xiao Meng must fulfill her role if needed, to which Xiao Meng pledges to do her duty. Liu calls out to Nalan, witnessing her struggle in the fight. Xu Ping ensnares Nalan with his blood qi, rendering her immobile, and taunts her for daring to challenge someone of his nascent soul realm, ridiculing her as pathetic. He savors his impending torment of Nalan, vowing to subject her to slow torture and humiliation before her master, intending to reciprocate the suffering he endured. Undeterred, Nalan defiantly retorts to Xu Ping, declaring that he'll be the one to endure suffering. Amidst a massive explosion, Xu Ping coughs and berates Nalan for choosing self-destruction to evade torment. Realizing Nalan's resilience exceeded his expectations, Xu Ping feels he underestimated her. Emerging from a silk cocoon, Nalan calls out for Xiao Ping. She reminds Xu Ping of massacring her and Lu's families, totaling 206 lives. Her eye glowing with fury, she declares vengeance for her kin. Observing the battle from the side, Xiao Peng remarks that even though the silkworm can resurrect one's physical body, the pain is very real, expressing admiration for Bai's new disciple. Shilu nervously bites her nails, as she watches Xu Ping effortlessly destroy the silkworm's cocoon she created, prompting Bai to reassure her to stop complaining and promise compensation later. Liu expresses concern over Nalan's inferior strength compared to Xu Ping, despite the life-destroying talisman Bai provided. Bai explains that Nalan's innate talents require life-and-death battles for full activation. Bai assures Liu that once Nalan achieves her potential, Xiao Ping won't stand a chance, explaining that the treasures are merely accelerants for her growth. Another explosion rocks the battlefield, intensifying the struggle. Shocked, Xiao Ping realizes Nalan's resilience, admitting he's nearly depleted his blood puppets. With Nalan's increasing strength, Xiao Ping worries about his failing puppet. Nalan, preparing for her final self-explosion, acknowledges the vast power gap between them. Irritated, Xiao Ping readies himself as Nalan persists in her advance. Nalan struggles to activate her last self-explosion talisman, concerned about her depleted spiritual power. Surprised, Xiao Ping observes Nalan's dilemma. Realizing Nalan's spiritual depletion, Xiao Ping ridicules her, using his qi to knock her down. He beckons Nalan to him, seizing her waist with his qi as she coughs. Binding Nalan tightly, Xiao Ping taunts her, asserting she lacks the power to seek vengeance. He transforms his puppet into Nalan's father's head, professing love, unsettling Nalan. Xiao Ping reveals his puppets are made from Nalan's family, questioning her enjoyment of explosions. Nalan's father's head explodes, causing her anguish. Amid Nalan's screams, Xiao Ping mocks her, asking if she likes the explosion. Laughing, he torments Nalan as she suffers. Multiple heads sprout from the puppet, each calling Nalan's name. Horrified, Xiao Meng and Liu want to intervene, but Bai restrains them, citing Nalan's karma. Bai urges trust in Nalan and himself, his determination evident. With Nalan immobilized, Xiao Ping prepares to strike her with a sword formed from his qi. Charging at Nalan with triumphant glee, Xiao Ping prepares to strike. He swings his sword at Nalan. Bai and Liu react with shock. Opening her eyes, Nalan's gaze exudes a deadly intensity. Xiao Ping recoils in agony as his attacking hand decays. Dark wings emerge from Nalan's back as her transformation begins. Nalan's monstrous appearance terrifies Xiao Ping. She unleashes a shockwave with a swipe of her wings, narrowly missing Xiao Ping. Confused and in pain, Xiao Ping consults his ancestor about Nalan's power. He is warned about the dangerous toxin meridian and urged to use all his resources to survive. Xiao Ping invokes the blood-bound sword technique, brandishing the abyssal hell slash. With a menacing cry, he aims a lethal blow at Nalan. Nalan swiftly evades his attack. Seizing the opportunity, Nalan counters, leaving Xiao Ping unable to react. Her strike connects, sending Xiao Ping crashing into the ground amidst flying boulders. Standing over him, Nalan delivers a punishing punch to his bloody face. As Xiao Ping's blood puppet weakens, he pleads to his ancestor for salvation. Nalan launches another assault as Xiao Ping's desperation grows. Raising her wings menacingly, Nalan prepares for the final blow. With a gaze filled with hatred, Nalan delivers the decisive strike. Nalan's attack crushes Xiao Ping's head, finally avenging her family. The ring detaches from Xiao Ping's finger, levitating with blood qi as it questions Nalan's lack of contentment after defeating Xiao Ping, leaving her startled by the unexpected event of a speaking ring. Using more blood qi, the ring positions itself where Xiao Ping's neck once was and cautions Nalan against arrogance, emphasizing the folly of youth. The ring strikes Nalan, propelling her backward with force, warning her that she will face severe consequences. Bai catches her in midair, praising her for her actions and assuring her to leave the rest to him. Xiao Ping's body rises to its feet amidst a great uproar of blood qi. Great splatters of blood rain down, prompting Mo Ran to stretch out her palm to collect the drops as they fall on it. She exclaims about the heavenly phenomenon, while Mo Shi inquires if it's the exclusive entity attainable solely in the Great Ascension realm. The ring has seized control of Xiao Ping's lifeless form, transforming him into the formidable blood sword ancestor, Shui Wuchen, emanating a terrifying aura as he acknowledges Bao's remarkable courage. The blood qi of Shui Wuchen looms over the highest mountains, crackling with lightning. Full of anger, Shui Wuchen expresses his frustration over his mountain's destruction and the loss of his disciple, causing stones and boulders around him to fly. He clenches his fist. Stones and boulders hurl toward Bai and his disciples, but Bai swiftly erects a protective shield around them, with Liu expressing concern for Nalan's condition, while Xiao Meng assures her that Nalan will be fine under Bai's care and will awaken soon. Shui Wuchen questions Bai's viciousness and intent to destroy the Blood Sword Palace legacy, asking if he fears karma. Bai smirks, stating he's not afraid of karma but embodies Shui Wuchen's karma, questioning if Shui Wuchen comprehends the concept. Bai confuses Shui Wuchen by questioning the link between his destruction and himself, summoning his puppets. Bai's puppets attack Shui Wuchen. A massive explosion ensues, with Bai standing close to it, shielded from harm. Mo Shi observes Bai's use of a self-destruct talisman, recognizing his puppet's superiority, while Mo Ran awards Bai 10 marks in her diary. A damaged puppet of Bai's falls near Mo Shi. Mo Shi shows it to Mo Ran upon picking it up. Mo Ran examines the puppet, noting its unique carvings, while Mo Shi worries about explosions. Mo Ran reassures her, explaining the harm talisman inside has already been triggered. Mo Shi plans to return the puppet to her family's talisman craftsman for further analysis. Shui Wuchen, visibly enraged, begins to heal his injuries caused by the explosion, angrily calling out Bai's name. With a scowl, he declares that Bai is humiliating him. Sending a fierce attack towards Bai, Shui Wuchen curses him to die, but Bai advises him not to be so agitated, mockingly referring to him as an old thing. Bai prepares to unleash the 4-star sacred talisman, the immediate slash. Shui Wuchen appears shocked upon hearing that it's a sacred talisman. The talisman strikes Shui Wuchen. His body is sliced into numerous pieces and falls to the ground. Liu inquires if the battle is over, and Bai confirms, urging her to allow him to dispose of the remains to prevent environmental pollution. Xiao Meng points at the severed parts of Shui Wuchen's body, suggesting he might still be alive, prompting Bai to joke if he's akin to a cockroach. Shui Wuchen's willpower projection materializes and concedes defeat, stating that Bai killed his only disciple. It moves toward Bai's disciples. Shui Wuchen's projection chops off Xiao Meng's head, declaring that he'll take one of Bai's disciples in return. Holding Xiao Meng's head by her hair in his teeth, Shui Wuchen's willpower projection laughs and taunts Bai about losing a disciple. Bai acknowledges Shui Wuchen's tricks and challenges him to execute Xiao Meng if he can, as a cocoon appears beside Bai, glowing and trembling. From inside the cocoon, Xiao Meng emerges, angrily asserting that she is not Bai's disciple. Shui Wuchen's projection is speechless at the sight, some strands of Xiao Meng's hair still clutched in his teeth, as Xiao Meng orders him to descend, indicating her frustration. Shui Wuchen's willpower projection threatens to shred Bai upon his real body's return, prompting Bai's remark on the classic villain line, while Xiao Meng expresses frustration at losing her last molting for the month. Bai turns to the concealed Mo sisters, instructing them to proceed with whatever they came there to do, noting that the Xian Alliance will arrive soon. Mo Shi and Mo Ran, who were supposed to be concealed, are unsurprised that someone as powerful as Bai noticed them, and both of them greet Bai, clasping their hands together in respect. Bai reassures the Mo sisters they needn't show etiquette, mentioning his long-standing relationship with their family head, and Mo Ran expresses surprise at Bai knowing their grandfather. Bai laughs, recalling the old man's frequent purchases of talismans from him over the years, and asks why they came to the Blood Sword Palace. Mo Ran explains her quest for vengeance against Xiao Ping for killing her best friend's family, while Mo Shi reveals she was dragged along and requests Bai not to inform their grandfather. Blushing, Mo Ran admits she didn't expect Bai to handle her business personally. Bai chuckles and decides to let the sisters handle the remnants of the Blood Sword Palace's outer courts. Bai bids farewell, asking the sisters to convey his regards to their grandfather before flying off to his academy. Mo Shi jokingly suggests Mo Ran scratch Bai's name out of her books as she'll never win him, leading Mo Ran to blush and inquire what she means. On Bai's flying device, Nalan sleeps while Xiao Meng grows tired and impatient, irritating Lu Yu. As they head home, the system congratulates Bai on completing the world mission and rewards him with increased feats, but he's disappointed, feeling his reward pales in comparison to Nalan's. A paper swan flies towards Bai. The swan informs Bai he must represent the academy at the Ling family ball in Tianxing City. Bai informs the others of the change, heading towards Tianxing City, disappointing Xiao Meng. Displeased, Xiao Meng expresses her desire to go home loudly, prompting Liu to call her noisy. Xiao Meng teaches the process of making a body double molt. First, a drop of Mi Meng's blood essence is required. The blood essence initiates the formation of a cocoon. After 10 days, the process is completed. Little Meng emerges from the cocoon. Little Meng stitches the cocoon back together after emerging, with her lifespan lasting only a single day. Thus, a revived molt is created. Xiao Meng takes the molt away from Little Meng, causing her to complain in anger. To calm the upset Little Meng, Xiao Meng allows her to spend time with Wu Tui, the Demon King, with whom she shares a close bond, playing together for the entire day. At the Qinghong Academy, in the discussion hall, a messenger informs Dean Li Guanqi of Qinghong Academy about Bai's departure for the Lin residence. Dean Li Guanqi expresses contentment, seeing Bai's departure as a fortunate opportunity for the Lin family's breakthrough banquet. Law enforcement elder Tu Wangxing voices concern that Bai's visit to the Lin family might bring shame to the academy. Dean Li Guanqi attributes Bai's recent strange behavior at Qinghuan Peak to a leaked sliver of heavenly Dao aura. Law enforcement elder Chang Yuming expresses shock and questions if Bai has undergone another breakthrough. The dean notes Bai's preference for remaining low-key, suggesting his strength is comparable to his. The dean surprises the elders by announcing a delegation of rights to instructors from various academies. Dean Li Guanqi expresses delight, stating that now the juniors can carry the academy's flag without the elders' exertion. He encourages descending elders to consult Instructor Bai. Instructor Nai raises his hand to address the dean's statement, as the other elders are speechless. The dean inquires if Instructor Nai has something to add. Instructor Nai mentions that while allowing Junior Bai to attend the banquet won't tarnish their prestige, he reminds them that the academy has yet to announce Bai's strength recovery. The dean is stunned by Instructor Ni's remark, rendered speechless. At the Lin residence in Tianjin City, Lin Yuanji, the eldest son of the Lin family, exits the gates accompanied by Lin Jinan, the family patriarch, drawing attention from bystanders. People in the streets bow and congratulate Lin Jinan on his ancestors' breakthrough to the body recombining stage, to which he expresses gratitude. Lin Yuanji notices two men admiring the beauty of two women. He follows their gaze and sees two exceptionally pretty women. They are Li Yu and Nalan Duo. Lin Yuanji blushes, acknowledging them as sweethearts. He asks his father about the origin of those two female cultivators. Another man steps in, identifying them as Su Liua and Nalan Duo, disciples of instructor Bai from Qinghong Academy's Talisman Department. Bai himself approaches, paying respects to the patriarch and congratulating ancestor Lin on his breakthrough. Lin Jinan recognizes Bai, expressing honor at meeting him for the first time and reminding him of the upcoming breakthrough banquet. He orders an attendant to prepare a room for Bai, who assures he'll do it immediately. The attendant leads Bai inside while Lin Jinan tells him to consider it as homia as two onlookers remark on Bai's past and Nalan's survival. Lin Yuanji watches as Bai and his disciples enter the gates. Lin Jinan feels the academy belittles them by sending Bai, while his son suggests Bai might seek their help. Lin Jinan questions his son's reasoning. Lin Yuanji suggests to his father that Nalan's presence with Bai indicates she seeks the academy's support after being chased by the Blood Sword Palace. Lin Jinan dismisses the idea, urging his son to be concise. Lin Yuanji speculates that Bai may seek to offer Nalan to him for support, prompting his father to question if he desires to marry her. Lin Yuanji jokes about his father's desire for a grandchild and expresses interest in marrying Bai's other disciple as well. Lin Jinan acknowledges the potential trouble Nalan brings and the Blood Sword Palace's persistence, but Lin Yuanji argues that with their ancestors' breakthrough, they can handle them and gain power. With a greedy look, Lin Jinan praises his son's idea, seeing an opportunity to gain power and prestige. Lin Jinan agrees to seek the ancestors' help against the Blood Sword Palace and allows his son to handle Bai's disciples, receiving thanks from Lin Yuanji. Lin Yuanji dreams of Nalan becoming his woman soon. Nalan sneezes as dust enters her nose. While cleaning their room, Nalan complains about the Lin family's treatment, but Liu finds the room acceptable. Liu compares the room to faculty-disciple rooms, surprising Nalan with the apparent difference. Liu plans to fetch water while little Meng seeks food, with Bai cautioning her not to get caught. Bai reassures Nalan not to heed her senior sister's words, assuring her of the cultivation conditions at Qinghong Academy, to which Nalan sighs in relief, acknowledging the school's reputation. Bai suggests that with focus on cultivation, even a humble room can feel like a scenic mountain, prompting Nalan to question their home's conditions compared to their current situation. Nalan expresses frustration at their room, emphasizing their representation of the Talisman Department and Bai's strength, feeling disrespected by the Lin family. Bai gently reminds Nalan that the Talisman Department's prominence is a thing of the past, urging her to focus on greater achievements beyond surface appearances. Bai agrees to give Nalan two treasures. Nalan is astonished as Bai summons a bright golden object. Tentacle-like ropes suddenly bind Nalan's body, surprising her. The system appears and informs Nalan of Bai's reward, the scriptures of lunar poison and the lunar silk rope, advising her to utilize them effectively. Bai explains that Nalan, being a beginner, won't immediately use the equipment, opting to demonstrate instead. The ropes tug at Nalan's clothes, prompting her to question if they will undress her again. Looking puzzled, Bai nervously sweats, urging Nalan to hold on and watch out instead. Nalan calls out for Bai as he warns her and holds her up. Bai apologizes to Nalan for the mishap, asking if she's alright. Nalan expresses feeling hot and sweaty, with a red face, unsure why her solar plexus feels warm. Meng enjoys various dishes in the kitchen. A waiter enters and finds Meng eating. Meng hits the waiter on the head with a rolling pin. The waiter becomes dizzy as Meng continues eating. The chef enters and also catches Meng eating. Meng strikes the chef's head with the rolling pin. The chef becomes dizzy as Meng resumes eating. Liu enters and discovers Meng eating. Meng attempts to hit Liu with the rolling pin, but Liu catches it. Liu pulls Meng out of the kitchen. There's strange light coming from the room where Bai and his disciples are currently staying. Nalan lies on her back, as Bai, employing his spiritual energy, advises her to stay still and explains the importance of a golden core for her awakened constitution's control. Bai reassures her, saying he has a way to prevent her from berserking. He orders Liu to release Xiao Meng, and she obeys. Liu shakes the seal inside where Xiao Meng is and instructs her to wake up and get to work. Waking from her nap, Xiao Meng expresses her belief that Liu and others were attending a feast and had instructed her to stay hidden, questioning Liu's reason for summoning her. In a hurried voice, Bai explains that there is no time to spare and requests Xiao Meng to give him her demon core, yet Xiao Meng refuses, stating it's her lifeblood demon core. Bai proposes that she either lends it to him or he will take it himself, to which Xiao Meng agrees, asking him not to pinch her as she hands it over. She spits out the golden core, complaining that all Bai knows is to bully a demon. Bai denies bullying her, promising to help Meng reach the Emperor realm and return the favor once Nalan masters the gold technique, but she warns him against deception. Bai hands over the demon core to Nalan, instructing her to eat it, but Nalan questions why she needs to consume the core, attributing her condition to her lack of cultivation. Bai reveals that he is forging a fake golden core for her. Nalan expresses confusion about the fake golden core, but Bai insists she should just eat it, mentioning it'll taste worse if it's cold. Nalan swallows the golden core. Bai instructs Nalan to direct the demon pill towards her sea of consciousness, while Liu wonders if something like the golden core truly exists. Nalan remarks that her sea of consciousness feels much fuller, with wings extending behind her. She gives a struggling look and admits she feels weird. Feathers fly everywhere as her wings disappear from her back. She asks Bai if it's really the golden core realm, indicating she doesn't feel any change in herself. Bai explains to her that it's just the way her spiritual power circulates that is similar, and that her actual realm is still at the beginning of the fusion realm. Bai remarks that the golden core realm isn't as simple as expected, while Xiao Meng comments that Bai is truly abnormal. Liu's and Xiao Meng's attention is caught by something. A booming voice informs them that the Tianxing festival is about to begin and asks if they will attend. They all express curiosity upon hearing about the festival. Thousands of floating lanterns rise toward the sky. Hundreds of people have gathered for the celebration, the night sky beautiful with fireworks and lanterns. Nalan points toward the sky, calling for her master. She grabs Bai's arm and suggests that they buy the floating lanterns called Tianxing Light. Bai, busy eating, agrees. Liu, surprised at the flying lanterns, asks how they are flying since they don't have spiritual powers. Xiao Meng says she can't fly as well and that her spiritual power is flowing towards her core. Nalan calls out to Liu, waving merrily. She holds the Xing light, ready to release, stating that the Tianxing festival welcomes everyone, mortal or cultivator. Nalan says that if one wishes upon the Xing light, the heavens will hear them. Staring at the lights, she admits to missing so many beautiful scenes as she only focused on cultivating in her previous life. Bai is enjoying some fruits when he notices Nalan burst into tears. He asks her what is wrong, and Nalan says she remembered coming to the Tianxing festival with her family. Bai tries to comfort Nalan, while Liu watches him give all the attention to Nalan. Meng warns Liu that if she doesn't intervene, Nalan might win Bai's favor, but Liu dismisses the idea, confident in Bai's impartiality. She believes that Bai's attention to his disciples is always based on their talents and efforts. Liu suggests to Bai and Nalan that they make a wish together. She makes her first wish, wishing that everyone at Qingyan Peak will be safe and sound. Bai wishes that Qingyan Peak will be forever home to Nalan from that moment. Getting emotional, Nalan agrees. Closing her eyes and clasping her hands, Nalan avows to her deceased parents that she has avenged them and found a good master, wishing for their happiness in the heavens and hoping to reunite with them as their daughter in the next life. Xiao Meng notices the Xing light shaking and draws others' attention to it. Bai notices it and uses Divine Movement Talisman to make the light fly up at high speed. The light streaks upward at remarkable speed, displacing other lights in its path, prompting bewildered shouts from onlookers questioning who initiated the disruption. Bai comments that the heavens will definitely listen to their wishes now as the Xing light rockets upwards. Bai instructs Liu to release the lights and make a wish, intending to accelerate them with a talisman, though Nalan expresses concern about the audacity. Bai reassures her, prepared to confront the heavens if necessary, prompting Nalan's comparison to bullying the heavens, while Liu advises her to adapt. Multiple Xing lights shoot upward, interrupting the trajectory of others' lights, eliciting further irritation and grievances from the spectators. At the same time in Qingluo Peak, Xiaolu gazes at the night sky. Clasping her hands, she wishes to break through the Demon Master realm and reach Boss's realm someday, asking for the Moon God's blessing. The Demon King observes Xiaolu's behavior and asks about her evening activity, to which she responds, saying she is praying to a moon god. Xiao Meng senses a disturbance from the moon and invites the Demon King to pray with her. Agreeing, the Demon King closes her eyes, seeking wisdom for future battles. The Xing lights float towards the moon. At the Tianxing city court, inside the inner palace, numerous people gather, engaged in lively conversations with each other. They express concern over the Lin ancestor's absence, speculating that he might have driven himself into the deep end by not cultivating with proper techniques. The doors fling open as a figure walks in, his body surrounded by qi, and people exclaim that the Lin ancestor is arriving. Lin Jinan, the family head, arrives holding a baby, prompting speculation among the crowd about its origins and his relationship to it, particularly regarding rumors of illegitimacy. Lin Jin addresses the baby as father and informs him that all the guests have arrived. Everyone is left shocked upon seeing Lin Jin referring to the child as father. The baby turns out to be the Lin family ancestor, named Lin Cheng. At the beginning stage of the body recombining realm, Lin Cheng gives permission for the feast to begin. Obeying his father, Lin Jin raises his hand and shouts for the feast to start, instructing the guests to show their respects to the ancestor. Discomfort spreads through the crowd, with one person expressing difficulty in paying respects to a child. The ancestor, displeased and with glowing eyes, questions the guests if they are looking down on him. Taken aback by the question, the guests scramble and bow before the ancestor. They congratulate him for breaking through the recombining stage, marveling at the ancestor's fury and terrifying aura. The guests praise the ancestor, acclaiming his cultivation as triumphant and invincible, expressing their wishes for him to achieve Xian and ascend soon. Outside, Bai and his disciples are busy eating, with Nalan telling Bai that it's not good for them to just sit there. Bai questions her, asking what's wrong with that. He points out that the others can't see them anyway. Liu remarks that the Lin ancestor is acting arrogantly just because he reached the body recombining state, finding it hilarious. Bai asserts that there are only a few hundred body recombining stage cultivators across the entire South Realm, urging Liu to let him be proud of it, while Nalan, in awe at the body recombining stage, notices its distance from Bai's. Someone from behind them expresses disapproval at a trash like Bai, sarcastically echoing his sentiment of let him be proud of it, prompting Bai to turn to see who said that. It's Yi Zilen, a Lin family disciple, his face twisted into a hateful look as he curses at Bai. Bai, his mouth stuffed with food, shows a confused look. Yi Zilen twists his face even more at the sight of Bai, while Bai questions him who he is. Filled with rage, Yi Zilen says Bai had humiliated him for a woman long time ago, damning him for playing amnesiac. Bai laughs, recalling him. Coughing what looks like blood, Yi Zilen mentions he couldn't do anything to Bai when he was in the academy, but now that he's here, he says it's time to end things between them. Bai, still smiling, asks Yi Zi how long he's been in that condition and offers him a drumstick to fill himself up. Smacking the drumstick out of Bai's hand, Yi Zi shouts at Bai to stop playing dumb. Giving a death stare at Bai, Yi Zi orders him to kneel on the floor and raise his ass up if he doesn't want to die, the same thing Bai did to him back then. Liu stands up, looking angry, and asks Yi Zi how he dares to disrespect her master. Calling her noisy, Yi Zi points angrily at her. Bai uses his chopsticks to stop Yi Zi from harming Liu, telling him not to mess with the youngsters and inviting him to come at him if he wants. Yi Zi gives a disgusted and hateful look to Bai. An attendant arrives and informs Yi Zi that the family head has ordered him to go into the palace. Angrily, he tells the attendant to lead the way and makes his way to the palace, as Liu calls him a moron. Liu, arms crossed, deems people like Yi Zi annoying, while Bai remarks on the Lin family's arrogance, suggesting he doesn't feel welcome there. The system appears, congratulating Bai for unlocking the world's mission and instructs him to defeat the incoming enemies and spread his name. Bai readies his sensory talisman. Thunder rumbles over the city. Inside the palace, Yi Zin bows before the Lin family's head and the Lin ancestor as the ancestor questions Yi Zin if he really hasn't been able to break through for 3 years because of Bai. Yi Zin praises the ancestor and recounts a conflict with Bai long ago, alleging Bai launched a sneak attack on him, weakening his body, and requests the ancestor to deliver justice. Lin Jin, the head of the house, shows disapproval, deeming it madness. He recalls the ancestor accidentally combining his body into his nascent soul, leaving him without a new body yet, and questions Yi Zin's audacity in asking the ancestor to intervene in private matters, provoking Qinghong Academy. The ancestor orders Lin Jin not to speak if he doesn't understand, asserting that facing that abnormality during his breakthrough doesn't mean it's a mistake, saying it's a good thing as he was able to, leaving Lin Jin shocked. The ancestor holds out a book, attributing his breakthrough to secrets within it left behind by Miss Kai Su, written by a powerful individual, and states he will allow the two to examine it at their peak of immortalization. Lin Zin and Yi Zin both bow before the ancestor, expressing their gratitude. The ancestor remarks that the current Qinghong Academy is of no concern to him, but Li Guanqi poses a threat, advising Yi Zin to understand. Bowing once again, Yi Zin's face displays despair as he acknowledges his understanding. A shield-like object appears above the palace, startling the ancestor and Lin Zin. The ancestor realizes someone is attacking the Tianxing city's grand formation and expresses concern it might not hold for long. An enormous snake emerges from the dark clouds, with a masked figure riding on it. People below the city are puzzled by the commotion, with some realizing the city is under attack. The people wonder who might be attacking the city as they feel an insane pressure on their bodies. Nalan questions Bai about the attacker breaking through the city's defense as he eats, to which Bai predicts the defense won't hold much longer, while Liu enjoys the food. Duan Beizong, a citizen, overhears their conversation, convinced that Bai and his disciples are amateurs, noting that cracking the Tianqing formation, established by a saint-level talisman master, isn't easy. One of the people seeing Bai and his disciples calls them lowlifes, prompting Liu, getting upset, to ask Bai if he isn't going to say anything to such comments, to which Bai responds that she finally got him. Bai, looking serious, asks if it is time. The intruder finally manages to break through Tianqing's formation, leaving people below in shock. Duan Beizong, who previously believed cracking through the defense would be nearly impossible, is bewildered, his mouth open in shock. More people are shocked upon learning the identity of the intruder, some questioning how a dead guy can be alive. The intruder is the green snake young master. He jumps off the large snake he is riding and onto the ground. Once on the ground, the large snake transforms into a smaller one, touching the green snake young master's mask-covered face. The green snake young master sees Bai and Liu eating, noticing they are not afraid or anything. With food in his hand, Bai asks the intruder why he is staring at him and tells him to find a seat himself if he wants to join the party. The green snake young master's snake hisses at Bai as Liu, untroubled, asks Bai if he wants to try some of her food. Liu senses the intruder's aura to be dangerous and asks Bai who he is, to which Bai replies that he has no idea. Bai turns to Nalan and asks her if she knows anything about the new arrival, noticing she looks scared. Nalan reveals the man's identity as a Tribulation Peak evil cultivator from the Langfang Sea region 200 years ago, causing chaos in the 3 prefectures around Guangling, prompting collaboration among all major sects and families to defeat him. She further explains that her Nalan family was on the mission too, but none of them made it back. Hearing this, Bai speculates the guy must be close to ascending, suggesting the Lin family is in deep trouble, but Nalan disagrees. She tells Bai that the green snake young master is already dead, surprising Bai, who asks who it is then. Nalan explains that she heard from her dad that back then, it was the Lin family ancestor who killed the snake master, sacrificing himself in the process. Bai, learning that a dead guy from 200 years ago has come back for revenge, says that's kind of cool. Gathering up more food, Bai suggests with a smile that they go and watch the show, prompting Nalan to ask what show. Bai says it's the show of dogs biting other dogs, with a smirk. The green snake master turns towards the family head, Lin Jinan, and congratulates the Lin ancestor on breaking through. He asks Lin Jin if he isn't happy to see him, surrounded by a sudden burst of energy. The force of the snake master's energy makes Lin Jin and his ancestor cover their eyes as the ancestor, astounded, shouts that it can't be. The ancestor exclaims that he had seen the green snake master's head get chopped up 200 years ago and asks who the hell he is. Hearing this, the green snake young master says that the kid is pretty smart. Lin Jin tells the green snake young master that the kid is his father, Lin Cheng. Disbelieving, the green snake young master demands Lin Jin to call out his old father and inform him of his presence, while the ancestor shouts at him, affirming that he is truly Lin Cheng. The ancestor appears very worried, prompting Yizine to express his concerns about how the green snake young master can scare the Lin ancestor so much. The ancestor commands Yizine to seek help from the big sects, handing him a token, which Yizine agrees to. Hurrying out of the palace with the ancestor's orders, Yizine marvels at the pressure of the green snake young master, possibly even stronger than the ancestors. Gripping the token given by the ancestor tightly, Yizine broods over the ancestor not helping him with the Qinghong Academy and teaching Bai a lesson. He crushes the token in his hand, expressing his desire to make Bai pay. Bai, Nalan, and Liu sit nearby, hidden by Bai's powers. Recognizing the green snake young master's presence, Nalan frets about being noticed, but Liu assures her, praising Bai's skills. Bai, taking a swig of coconut juice, advises Liu that skills are meaningless if one messes up and suggests she just relax and eat the watermelon. The green snake young master, holding the snake in his hand, insults the ancestor as an old dog and questions why he isn't kneeling before him. The ancestor warns the green snake young master not to get cocky, reminding him of his defeat 200 years ago. Yizine enters, holding a box, and tells the ancestor to shut up, criticizing him as good for nothing, which surprises Lin Jin, before turning towards the green snake young master. The ancestor angrily points his hand at Yi Xin and shoots a laser-like beam at him, but the green snake young master blocks it. The green snake young master instructs the ancestor to let people finish talking first. Yi Xin bows before the green snake young master, thanking him for saving his life as the snake master asks him what he wants. Yi Xin opens the box and presents the green snake young master with the dragon saliva wood, originally meant for the ancestors' party but now appearing insignificant. The snake master acknowledges Yi Xin's courage and accepts the gift, urging him to leave and promising to protect him. Yi Xin concurs with the green snake young master's decision, intending to fetch pastries for him, pondering that the green snake young master may favor him and plotting revenge against Bai as he departs. The ancestor questions Yi Xin about the longevity of traders like him, to which Yi Xin retorts, suggesting he may outlive the ancestor. Bai asks Nalan for one of her poison feathers, while she, munching on watermelon, questions his intentions. Bai states his intention to assist Yi Xin and combines Nalan's poison feather with a flood dragon scale and earth immortal corpse chi, creating a potent mixture. Blowing the mixture at Yi Xin, Bai commands it to go. It strikes Yi Xin in the back. Yi Xin's body undergoes a transformation, turning him into a huge, beast-like creature, as he marvels at his newfound power. At the Lin family's palace, Yi Xin laughs with satisfaction upon reaching the nascent soul stage. He claims equality with Lin family's young master, enraging Lin Jin, who prepares to attack, calling him a jerk. The ancestor advises Lin Jin to remain calm, noting it's not the right time for aggression, while Lin Jin suggests preemptive action against Yi Xin to avoid potential issues. The ancestor warns Lin Jin to be cautious due to the green snake's surveillance and reveals additional assistance sent out, urging patience until reinforcements arrive. The green snake, recognizing the ancestor's unusual power, schemes to exploit it to ridicule the Lin family, mocking the ancestor for not capitalizing on this advantage and disdainfully labeling him an old dog for his apparent obliviousness. Yi Xin claims superiority over Lin Jin's son, who only associates with girls, prompting Lin Jin to brand him a coward allied with evil and declare that he's no longer his student. As Lin Jin's son enters, questioning the commotion, Yi Xin taunts him, asking if he was disturbed during his time with the lady. Recognizing his son's arrival, Lin Jin urgently orders him to flee. As Lin Jin's son questions Yi Xin's identity, Yi Xin charges at him, proclaiming himself as the one who will end him. With a worried expression, Lin Jin calls out to his son, but in that moment, the snake leaps at him from behind, prompting the ancestor to warn Jin to watch out and command the green snake to stop. Lin Jin, his hand charged with chi, strikes the snake in its head without even looking at it, commanding it to get lost. Yi Xin tells young Master Lin it's time to go, his clawed hand ready to strike. As Yi Xin launches his attack, Lin Jin rushes in to push his son away, but despite his efforts, it's already too late. Observing from the sidelines, the green snake's young master expresses admiration for the father-son bond but remarks it's a pity. Crying, Zane holds his wounded son, repeatedly calling out his name. Standing over Lin Jin, Yi Zane declares he's still too slow. Full of anger, the ancestor shouts at the green snake master, declaring his readiness to kill him regardless of losing his powers. Demanding the return of his grandson's life, he strikes at the green snake master, who casually questions why he's so agitated over the loss of a grandson. The green snake master mutters the name of the large snake, its eyes ablaze with flames. A tremendous burst of energy emanates from the palace, visible from the outside. The large snake coils around the ancestor as the snake master blames him, but the ancestor retorts, saying evil scum like him have no right to speak of faults. Bai, Liu, and Nalan stand inside a shield, watching the ongoing battle. Nalan criticizes the Lin family's rudeness and arrogance, questioning if they'll allow the snake master to kill them without intervening, while Bai ponders the history between the snake master and the Lin family, and Liu suggests that helping is nice but not helping is fine too. Bai stresses fighting evil and protecting the righteous, reluctant to see the Lin family wiped out, prompting Liu to agree it's their responsibility to act, instructing Liu and Nalan to conserve energy and ensure the Lin family head's safety. Bai flies away, promising to return soon, with them both agreeing. The snake forcefully slams its massive scaled body into the ancestor. Upon impact, the ancestor's shoulder suffers grave injury, and he coughs up blood. The snake master suggests to the ancestor that he might spare his life if he begs. Clutching his wound, the ancestor declares he will fight for righteousness even in death, never yielding to evil, reaffirming his commitment to the cause. Removing his mask, the Snake Master is utterly astonished to hear the ancestor refer to himself as a good guy. Holding the mask, the Snake Master recalls the ancestor's role in the tragic marriage of Lin Miaoshuan, chased to Thunder Cliff, questioning his definition of good and proposing to destroy the Lin family as retribution for his deceased wife. The ancestor realizes the identity of the Snake Master and is shocked. With his mask removed, Ji Shenran reveals himself as a follower of the Green Snake Lang Jun, stating that the Ji Shenran the ancestor knew died alongside Miaoshuan on the cliff that night. He warns that Qingpe, the large snake, is on the brink of becoming a demon lord and transforming into a dragon after exterminating the Lin family, claiming that the souls of everyone in Tianqing City will become her sustenance as retribution for the ancestor's actions. Stunned by the revelation, the ancestor questions Ji Shenran's intentions, expressing concern for the millions in Tianqing City and whether evil individuals like him fear divine retribution and karma. Ji Shenran retorts, stating that unlike hypocrites like the ancestor, who speak kindly but act cruelly, villains like him don't conceal their misdeeds, blaming the ancestor for not finishing him earlier. The ancestor sees Ji Shenran as a monster, weighing his options carefully, aware his next move could be fatal. Employing a star-shifting technique, he shouts at Ji Shenran, commanding him to perish. Midway through casting his technique, the ancestor spits out blood. Ji Shenran acknowledges the ancestor's immense effort, noting that he truly unleashed his full power, even breaking through the void. Beaten and coughing, the ancestor collapses onto his back, realizing the poison had already infiltrated his body. Ji Shenran gazes down at the ancestor, explaining that while normal poisons might not affect him, soul poison operates differently. Struggling to articulate, the ancestor questions Ji Shenran about any connection to the soul sect. Ji Shenran confirms his affiliation, revealing it helped him acquire Qingpe, a powerful pet, declaring his intention to use the ancestor as a precursor for Qingpe's soul feast, with Tianqing City's inhabitants as the main course. A puppet of Bai's appears before Ji Shenran, startling him. Bai intervenes, seizing Ji Shenran's pet, Qingpe, deeming it too dangerous and announcing his intent to take it away. Ji Shenran realizes the domain's significance, identifying it as exclusive to Earth Immortals, but Bai explains it's a simplified version attainable even by those in the crossing tribulation stage. Shocked, Ji Shenran questions when the Lin family acquired someone capable of opening a domain, then asks Bai for his identity, prompting Bai to introduce himself. In his frail, dying old man form, Ji Shenran asks Bai if he understands the Lin family's actions toward him, to which Bai responds affirmatively, reading the situation from Ji Shenran's expression. Collapsing and coughing violently, Ji Shenran is advised by Bai to conserve his breath, who expresses pity for him and disapproves of his plan to harm the city, ultimately agreeing to let him die with dignity. Ji Shenran's body glows as he melts away, accusing Bai and others of being phonies who deserve to die, leaving Bai confused. Liu, gazing at the sky, witnesses a weirdly shaped object materialize amidst a dazzling golden light. Recognizing the distinctive aura, Liu identifies the presence of the demon race. Transforming into a mud-like form, Ji Shenran's face remains visible as he whispers, Miaoshuan. Transformed into his corpse form, Ji Shenran's ability to corrode the spiritual space, a technique associated with the demon clan, dawns on Bai, who recognizes Ji Shenran's prowess in evil cultivation. Ji Shenran proclaims that the hypocritical world must be destroyed, even if it requires his own sacrifice to appease his lord. Ji Shenran opens his huge mouth, forming a fireball that he launches at Bai. Anticipating the impact, Bai braces himself, preparing to counter with physical force if his spiritual power proves ineffective. With a powerful punch, Bai breaks through the fireball unscathed, only his clothes suffering damage from the flames. Bai's punch smashes the Ji Shenran into countless pieces upon impact. The system congratulates Bai, but he delays claiming the reward, suspecting the individual's connections to the soul and demon clans may yield valuable clues. Bai's attention is suddenly drawn to something else. He realizes Ji Shenran is attempting to escape. Bai raises his fist at the escaping remnants, causing them to explode into smithereens. From the explosion, a round bead-like substance falls, and Bai catches it, noting its familiar appearance. Liu observes the strange box-like object in the sky and notes that the demon clan's aura has completely disappeared. Glancing at Nalan, she remarks that Bai will return soon and inquires if they are done fighting. In battle, Nalan asks Liu to wait as her poison is ineffective against the enemy, while Xiao Meng, perched on her head, clarifies her role is solely to replenish spiritual power. Nalan looks up at Yi Zane, safely perched on a raised platform, and advises him against running around, warning him to engage in combat with her or face regret upon Bai's return. Yi Zane, looking worried, says it's the green snake Immortals' deadly venom, wondering how Liu and Nalan can act as if nothing has happened. Yi Zane lunges at Nalan, choosing brute strength over poison, but she stands firm, challenging him and questioning who's truly afraid. Yi Zane crashes into the ground where Nalan was standing. Nalan, having evaded his attack by jumping, counterattacks with a powerful kick. Her kick causes a small explosion upon impact. Surveying the destroyed terrain from her kick, Nalan notices that Yi Zane has escaped, remarking that he needs more practice. Liu admires the demon pill's body-enhancing abilities, hoping Si Mimi will share it next time, but Xiao Meng advises against it. Yu realizes that Yi Zane has fled. Yi Zane sprints away, reflecting that he doesn't need to worry about firewood as long as there are green hills, and expressing surprise at the fierceness of Bai's disciples. Bai suddenly appears in front of Yi Zane, claiming it's a coincidence and that he was just looking for him, leaving Yi Zane startled. Addressing Yi Zane as brother, Bai declares that it's time to hit the road. A loud scream echoes as Bai finishes off Yi Zane. Liu advises Nalan not to panic, instructing her to rely on Xiao Meng to locate Yi Zane, but Xiao Meng states her abilities are limited to sensing treasures. Spotting Bai, they express joy and call out to him, waving enthusiastically. Bai calls 3 of the girls over to him, showing them an object he holds in his hands. He asks if the object looks familiar to them, while Xiao Meng claims it is her treasure. Bai says he found the piece on the corpse of an opponent he defeated earlier and queries Xiao Meng where she had found it. Xiao Meng explains that she discovered the treasure while traveling in the South Sea, where people were offering it. She sensed an unknown power within it and decided to borrow it. Bai recalls sealing the Demon Clan's entrance in the South Sea and realizes the intricate connections between the Soul Sect and the Demon Clan. He suggests returning to Qinghuan Peak first as they prepare to depart on the flying boat. They arrive at Qinghuan Peak. As they disembark, Nalan expresses discomfort with the height of Qinghuan Peak. Xiao Meng assures her she'll get used to it, while Bai decides he'll report to the dean and pay respects to the master after packing up, instructing Liu to find Ziling at the 4 Arts Department for their next task. Before Bai can finish warning Nalan of the upcoming hardships during their journey, both Xiao Meng and Nalan try to get his attention to something he hasn't noticed yet. Inside the gate, they witness hundreds of firewoods flying everywhere, puzzling them. Bai questions why Xiao Lu is inside and Nalan remarks on the abundance of firewood. Lost in thought, Xiao Lu sits surrounded by scattered firewood. The Demon King offers Xiao Lu a carrot, urging her to eat as she hasn't eaten for a long time, but she politely declines, stating she doesn't eat. Bai asks about the scattered firewood, and the Demon King expresses joy at seeing them. The Demon King excitedly jumps into Liu's arms as Bai inquires about Man-Man's whereabouts. Xiao Lu rushes to Bai, informing him that Man-Man needs his help, and Bai tries to calm her down while asking for details. Ziling calls out to Xiao Lu from inside the house, informing her that Man-Man's situation is dire, and Xiao Lu responds that she's on her way. Inside the house, they find Man-Man lying on the bed, passed out. Ziling explains that she has done everything she could, and Liu expresses concern, asking what happened. Bai holds her shoulder and asks about Man-Man's condition, suggesting it seems like a soul separation, startling Ziling with his sudden presence, causing her to blush. Ziling confirms Bai's suspicion, stating that Man-Man's body is rejecting her soul. Ziling explains she can only temporarily lock Man-Man's soul using the soul-binding crystal, but it's on the verge of collapse. Bai questions where she acquired the living souls needed to fuel it. Ziling admits to Bai that she replenished the crystal with souls from the Academy's livestock, but it won't last long. She explains Man-Man's survival depends on her cultivation, and without the crystal, her spirit will perish. But Bai interrupts her, telling her she need not explain further. Xiao Lu, her face filled with despair, walks out of the room as Liu asks her where she's going. Bai steps in front of Xiao Lu, blocking her path, as she angrily demands that he move aside. Bai straightforwardly asks her what she plans to do if he refuses. Tears streaming down her face, Xiao Lu declares that she'll kill him. Bai embraces her, reassuring her that Man-Man is gentle and forbidding her from entertaining such thoughts, while Xiao Lu cries, unsure of what to do. Bai smiles and assures her not to worry, telling her to leave it to him. Suddenly, there is a burst of light from inside the room where Man-Man and others are. Man-Man's soul, separated from her body and looking puzzled, sits down as Bai, with a smile, announces that it's done. Lu's soul sits atop her physical body, accompanied by a green snake. Bai confidently remarks that everything went as he predicted, reassuring the others as they gaze at the soul and the snake. Puzzled, Xiao Lu questions Bai if the entire ordeal was caused by that snake. Ziling is astonished by witnessing a soul being removed from the body without harm. Bai explains Qing Pai's ability to consume souls and share its spiritual power, suggesting it nourish Man-Man's soul from then on. Bai acknowledges that it will be a bit challenging for Man-Man. Man-Man's soul laughs happily, expressing gratitude for seeing everyone again and brushing off the difficulty she faces. She adds that her new body isn't quite accustomed to it yet, patting the snake affectionately. Liu inquires about when Man-Man will be able to return to her own body. Bai explains Man-Man's soul separation after reconstructing her meridians, suspecting her prolonged fusion with the corpse made her soul incompatible with her current body, and suggests it may take 100 years of nourishment, even with Qing Pai's help, to turn her corpse soul into a living one, especially that of an Earth immortal. Xiao Meng dismisses the time frame, stating Man-Man's safety is paramount in immortal cultivation, reflecting on her own journey enduring decades before becoming a demon, and believing 100 years will pass swiftly. Bai strokes the Demon King's hair, suggesting she'll ascend to immortality by then, but expresses concern over the limited time frame of 2 days, proposing brainstorming ideas to expedite the process, which the Demon King eagerly agrees to. Ziling informs Bai that during her time as a soul envoy in the Soul Sect, she heard about a treasure in the Soul Palace in the Demon Realm that is related to repairing souls. Bai rests his chin on his arm, contemplating the idea, and suggests they go there to investigate. He adds that they might even find additional treasures along the way. Bai instructs Nalan, Ziling, and Xiao Lu to accompany him to the Demon Realm, despite Ziling's reluctance. Bai orders Xiao Meng and Liu to stay behind and care for the Demon King and Man-Man, but Liu expresses her desire to join them. Bai reminds Liu that Man-Man needs her presence and advises her to stay by her side. Man-Man's soul addresses Liu, asking if she wants to stay and watch over the house. Liu agrees to stay back, opting to look after Man-Man and the Demon King. Bai checks with the others to ensure they've packed everything they need. Bai, Nalan, Xiao Lu, and Ziling prepare to depart for the Demon Realm, with Bai mentioning calling Qian Zhongfeng over, as Xiao Lu eagerly urges Bai to hasten their departure, while Nalan appears uncomfortable and calls out to Bai. Bai asks Nalan what's wrong and if she left anything behind, reminding her not to forget the cocoon and talisman he provided her. Nalan reassures Bai that she has everything with her but expresses concern about potentially dragging them down due to her low realm. Bai reminds Nalan of her recent breakthrough to the Golden Core stage and her instability, suggesting taking her to the Demon Realm for training, but Xiao Lu interrupts, offering to cover for Nalan and urging her not to worry. Xiao Lu recounts an encounter from 10 years ago where she fought a demon who escaped before a winner could be determined, vowing to defeat him thoroughly this time. Bai advises Xiao Lu against picking fights and causing trouble during their mission to retrieve treasures from the Soul Palace and investigate the Demon Realm, warning her not to act recklessly. The floating boat arrives, and Bai instructs them to board, but they are startled when tentacle-like appendages automatically grab them and pull them onto the ship. Bai sets their destination as the Beiyuan Sea in the south and commands the ship to depart. At the Qinghong Academy, inside the Broken Sword Cave of the Sword Arts Department, a man sits on a throne constructed from swords, deep in meditation. He opens his eyes. Beside the meditator, a shadowy figure informs him of the imminent revival of the Demon Lord and criticizes him for hiding away while others work towards their cause. The meditator is revealed as Chenihi, the former Sword Arts Department instructor, known as the South Border Sword God, asserting his duty assigned by his lord, claiming to be the sharp sword that will strike at the heart of the Immortal Alliance when needed. The shadowy figure questions whether Chenihi truly considers himself a sharp sword and sarcastically asks if his rear end is sore. Chenihi rises from the sword seat, blood seeping from his buttocks, explaining that only through merging with the sword can he comprehend its intent, asserting that this method is his path of cultivation. He turns towards the shadow to inquire about its purpose for visiting, questioning if it's merely to catch up, to which the shadow denies. The shadow informs Cheni that the little snake Qing she has revealed itself, drawing attention to their activities, and mentions that some individuals from the academy have departed for the Beiyuan Sea. Cheni asks which department these individuals are from. The shadow, hailing from Qingyuan Peak in the Talisman Department, prompts Cheni to deduce it must be Bai. At Beiyuan Beach, Bai and the others have arrived. Nalan, wearing her swimsuit, blushes and asks if she's wearing what is called a swimsuit. Xiao Lu, burdened with bags, criticizes Bai for insisting they wear swimsuits, suggesting a simple water avoidance technique could have sufficed. Bai, shirtless, reminds Xiao Lu that demonic energy around the Beiyuan Sea nullifies spiritual energy, rendering water avoidance techniques ineffective, defending the swimsuits by explaining they're infused with dragon skin for excellent defense, while Xiao Meng chimes in, expressing annoyance at having to carry all the gear herself. Bai mentions disciplining someone uncooperative and calls for Ziling to join them quickly. Ziling, in her swimsuit, complains about the attire, worrying it's too revealing and will hinder her chances of marriage. Bai compliments Ziling's appearance in the swimsuit, remarking it suits her well. Ziling blushes and smiles gleefully, despite her previous complaints, muttering that compliments from Bai won't make her any happier. Xiao Lu pops her head out of the water, urging Ziling to follow, as the others have already started moving. All of them swim through the water, guided by Bai's directions. Unbeknownst to Bai and the others, a stranger hides behind a rock, spying on them. Then, using a green device, someone is reporting to their captain, the The mechanism is set up, followed by a scary guy, who reveals this time we must make them come back with no return. Bai spots the seal breaking down and comments that it probably won't last long. He notices the demonic energy concentration exceeding 180 times, resulting in spiritual power erosion nearing 80%, and remarks that it's bad. While in the water, they communicate with each other using their divine sense. Xiaolu questions why she can't use her spiritual powers when the talisman beads can be used. When asked news about the demon realm while in the soul sect, Ziling replies that in recent years, the demon realm seems to have made significant moves, mentioning they revived the soul ancestor in preparation. Bai tells Xiaolu her spiritual powers have been eroded by demonic energy, advising her not to dwell on it, while Lu recalls visiting the place 1,000 years ago, noting the absence of such energy then. With a concerned look, Lu asks what happened there in these years while she and her boss were in the Bliss Palace. Bai explains that 1,000 years ago, the human and demon realm were two separate worlds that did not communicate with each other. A former island nation sought to obtain demonic energy to resist spiritual power and forcibly tore open a spatial rift, allowing monsters to enter the human world despite opposition from other countries. Unsatisfied and unwilling to limit the rift for convenience, they caused the demon realm channel to completely lose control, leading to a disaster. All of this pollution caused the ocean to be contaminated, and the sea was tainted by demonic energy, giving birth to numerous mutant monsters. With an angry expression, Lu curses those people, asserting their disregard for anything beyond destabilizing the world, and questions their whereabouts, eager to impart a necessary lesson. Bai informs her that it's too late to punish the island country as it was completely destroyed long ago, and the current Baiyuan Sea is where the island country once stood. Bai instructs the others to don the provided headphones, explaining they will safeguard against demonic energy weakening their demonic sense and facilitate long-distance communication. Stating the need to open seals in 4 directions to access the channel to the demon realm, Bai informs the others of the locations of each seal, instructs them to press the talisman bead into the seals, and disperses them in different directions, asking for their return upon completion. Bai reaches his seal and, after pushing the bead into its cracks, confirms he is done and asks if the others have finished yet. Xiaolu replies affirmatively, stating she is also done. Nalan confirms with an affirmative response. Ziling also confirms she is finished. Bai suddenly hears screams through his headphones and asks, "What's going on?" A tentacle wraps around Xiaolu's throat, her face showing puzzlement. Another tentacle has already wrapped itself around Nalan as she calls out for Bai. Bai also notices a few tentacles ahead of him. The source of the tentacles is a monstrously huge creature that resembles a mixture of a jellyfish and an octopus, with countless green slimy tentacles. The sea monster's salted chestnut head, known as Juvenile, currently at the tribulation stage. Bai clicks his tongue in annoyance, questioning the origin of the tribulation stage demon and deeming it troublesome, while noting the unstable portal and his limitation to only one move, which he suggests might be a bit unkind. Xiaolu, with a tentacle wrapped around her, exclaims in pain that the creature is absorbing her spiritual powers. She calls out to Bai, pleading for help as her powers are nearly drained. Bai activates the talisman array, Yuan Ting, summoning a large disc-like object around him. As Bai attacks, destroying 2 of the huge tentacles and freeing Nalan and Ziling, Xiaolu questions why he isn't rescuing her. Holding the tired girls, whose spiritual powers are being drained, Bai informs Lu that she is a demon lord and advises her to find her own way to be free. Xiaolu, her face burning with anger at Bai's remarks that she can't even handle a small threat, mutters that it's fine if he wants to play like that. She blows a part of the tentacle holding her into pieces, causing a small explosion. The severed piece of the tentacle falls to the sea floor. Surrounded by an evil aura, Xiaolu comments that she's been with Bai for so long she almost forgot her true appearance, blaming him for whatever follows. Her eyes ablaze, she stares at the monster and declares she is hungry. She jumps from the floor, straight at the monster. Once near the monster's large head, she pulls a pin-like thing from her hair, muttering meteor hammer. The small pin enlarges in Xiaolu's hands, growing by several meters, and she brings it down on the monster's head, crushing it. Laughing at the disassembled form of the monster, Xiaolu repeats, "Kill, kill, kill." Watching from afar, Nalan asks Bai if Xiaolu won, while Ziling remarks on the terrifying killing aura of the Lord. Bai explains that a tribulation stage monster is not that simple, likely just completing the first stage, and assures them he'll bring Lu back when the portal is stable. A shadowy figure watching Xiaolu defeat the monster comments that she is a bit interesting and has a huge amount of demonic energy. Addressed as envoy sir, the individual beside the shadow asks if they should assist the Lord Sea God, to which the envoy responds that Xiao just broke the Sea God's trap device, indicating it's not their turn to act, and suggesting they enjoy the spectacle of the gods' battle. The ground starts shaking where the monster lies dead, and Xiaolu, near it, asks if the monster is finally showing its true form. A huge form towers up from the ground. It's the evolved form of the juvenile, looking more scary and terrifying than before. Excited at seeing it, Xiaolu laughs and praises it, saying the fighting will be more interesting as she reveals her own true form. Now several feet larger, Lu punches the monster to the surface. Xiao is taller than the sea, only her feet sinking as she stands over the monster, punching and making it fall down. The guy in the scuba suit, witnessing the monster's struggle, calls out to the envoy, who, soaked and no longer in his shadowy form, expresses concern as he coughs. The envoy insists they can't let Xiao Lu pass through the portal, instructs the other to contact Chania, and declares they must fulfill the demon lords cause even at the cost of their lives. A personnel calls out to Chenjiashi and informs him that the envoy sent a signal. Acknowledging the signal, Chenjiashi orders personnel to allow launching one East Wine Sword to the Beiyuan Abyss at coordinates 114514. The giant sword glows and propels itself upwards from the ground, followed by a chant, for the demon lord. Xiao Lu and the monster stand tall, facing each other. Nailin, looking amazed, praises that Lu is so cool as Bai urges her to hurry up, saying the portal will close soon. Inside the demon realm, dark clouds cover the sky as thunder roars. The head maid, sweeping the ground, sees the dark clouds and runs to other maids, urging them to take the clothes inside, saying, "It's going to rain." Emerging from the dark clouds directly above the tentacled monster is a large golden sword. "For my lord," shouts the envoy. An incredibly powerful explosion erupts, flames spreading across the surface of the sea. In the void, the system warns Bai that the spiritual energy shield is at 80% and rapidly decreasing. Alarmed, Bai orders the system to correct the route towards the demon world. The system complies. Concerned, Bai questions the sudden appearance of the Immortal Alliance's treasure sword, Dongfeng, and suspects collusion with the demon world, deciding to depart before spiritual energy depletion. Nailin, scared, asks Bai where they are and if she can sit by his side. Bai reassures her, saying he's thinking of a way to resolve the situation. The system announces successful correction with an uncertain landing point, prompting Bai to commend it. Bai hands Nailin her puppet avatar, warning of potential separation in the demon world and advising her to protect herself, with Nailin obediently responding, "Yes, master." Ziling laments her fate, expressing a desire not to perish in the void, wishing to be a bird in her next life. Bai comforts her, offering a puppet and assuring they're close to safety. Bai requests Xiao Lu to cease her attacks as she bites down on the monster's tentacles, declaring her intent to kill. Entering a large donut-shaped void, Bai informs them they're entering the demon world and advises them to prioritize safety. The three girls affirm their understanding. At Mushi Town, several rays of light emanate from a small hut. Exhausted and slumped on the hay, Bai sighs in relief, declaring their arrival in the demon world akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride before commanding the system to initiate disguise. The system warns Bai to convert his spiritual energy promptly, reminding him it's only at 0.000001%. Bai grimaces, remarking the ticket is rather expensive. New clothes appear on Bai as he tries to connect to the puppet communication channel without success due to his lack of a puppet. The system informs him of his low energy, analyzing a 99.999% survival rate for those with his puppets. The system announces energy conversion successful, and a horn sprouts on Bai's forehead. He contemplates its size, aware that in the demon world, strength is often measured by horn quality. The system informs Bai that the demon language module is loaded. Bai remarks it's redundant to learn the language with divine sense. Exiting the hut, Bai notices two strangers. One informs the other, a captain, about a missing person, prompting the captain to order a quick search or take on the absent individual's duties. The white demon holds a sign declaring urgent hiring by Wilton Manson, with limited spots available and a generous pay of 3 low-grade demon stones per month. He sighs, commenting on the captain's competence and doubts he can find anyone suitable for the job since the strong laborers in the village have been conscripted by the military. Bai waves at him and inquires if he is hiring. Bai smiles, stating he recently moved to the village and is in need of a job. The worker questions Bai's attire, wondering if he's a worker or a Feather Clan young master seeking adventure, noting the absence of typical features like a tail and pointed ears. Hearing such comments, Bai wonders if his disguise is truly that poor. Mistaking Bai for the missing person, the captain orders him to report quickly to the carriage. The captain rewards the worker for finding the missing individual, as Bai enters the carriage, pondering the villager's nervousness. Seated, Bai considers Xiao Meng, Nailin, and Ziling's well-being, relying on his puppet's guidance and combat abilities, acknowledging they won't face issues like spiritual energy conversion and disguise. Unlike himself. Introducing himself as David, the worker questions Bai if he's new, expressing concern about Bai's pallor, as Bai reassures him, lost in thought. David finds Bai's name odd and asks about his origins. Bai explains he's from the distant east, having initially traveled but now seeking employment due to running out of money. Bai notices others' despair and asks David why they're gloomy despite being workers. David explains that working for a noble lord is troublesome. David whispers to Bai that white demons like them are viewed as no different from slaves by black demons, and if they accidentally offend the black demon lord, they can be killed without hesitation. prompting Bai to question if skin color truly determines status there. David comments that Bai must have never been to the West before. Bai replies he hasn't, as his hometown in the East has always determined status based on strength and nobility, without considering skin color differences. David suggests Bai's hometown must be beautiful and offers to share common knowledge, explaining in their realm, there are two major races, the Black Goat race, skilled in magic, and the White Demons, lacking magic affinity. He explains to Bai that despite the majority of white demons, a few black demon masters who can master magic achieved greatness in the last war, ascending to nobility, while white demons are born into lowly status, their lives disregarded by the nobles. Dismayed by the grim details, Bai questions why David looks forward to going there if the noble mansion is so terrible, to which David responds with a smile, it's because of love. Bai doubts David's sincerity, leading David to blush and confess that since the young lady of the Wilton Duke's house smiled at him, he has been smitten with her, affirming its true love. David likens his feelings to those in an opera, declaring his heart belongs solely to the young lady in this life, while Bai remarks that David's chances of getting killed are higher than marrying her. David stares at Bai, prompting Bai to inquire what's on his mind. Placing his hand on Bai's shoulder, David predicts that one day Bai will understand the taste of love, suggesting there might be female demons who won't judge him by his small horn, encouraging Bai to cheer up, though Bai admits he's a bit angry at David. As the captain announces their arrival and instructs them to disembark, David gives a cheerful smile and shouts in excitement that they have finally arrived. All the workers disembark from the carriage. As Bai gazes around leisurely, the captain scolds him for dawdling, calling him lazy, to which Bai retorts, questioning if the captain is in a hurry to reincarnate. Bai gazes at the Grand Wilton mansion. A whip cracks, aimed at Bai. Bai catches the whip with his hand. Bai stares at the whip wielder, sarcastically remarking their eagerness to reincarnate, while the whip wielder marvels at Bai's strength despite his status as a lowly white. The captain orders Bai to hurry over and report, cautioning that time is limited and they might not hire him if he's late. David spots Bai and calls him over, indicating he's secured a good spot for them. Bai acknowledges and heads towards him. Bai asks about the line of people around them, and David explains that the steward is conducting magic tests. If they're lucky, they might secure a job in the mansion's inner courtyard. The steward assesses the white demon's magic levels. One demon's level is only 4, prompting the steward to direct them to the labor group, stating that only those with a level of 7 or higher can work in the house. The Wilton Mansion steward reveals that out of 20 individuals, only 3 possess a level 7, with none reaching level 10. Bai queries David about the magic levels and if there are realm diversions besides skin color, to which David confirms. David elaborates that low demons are capped in their potential, with higher ranks exclusive to black demons. Bai strides towards the stage to gauge his level as David shouts at him to listen first. The steward reads Bai's name, commenting on its strangeness, as Bai reflects on controlling his strength, aware that as a white demon, he can only attain low demon status at best, allowing him to stay in the house and gather information. A giant demon grabs Bai's arm, attempting to force his hand onto the crystal ball for level measurement, as the steward, judging from Bai's shabby appearance, suggests he should become a laborer. Despite the giant demon's efforts, he fails to move Bai's arm, prompting Bai to instruct the steward to wait until he presses the crystal, leaving the steward bewildered as Bai's level is revealed. The room glows as Bai places his hand on the crystal to measure his level. The steward is bewildered by Bai's result. David exclaims no way while staring at Bai as the crystal he touches glows. Bai tries to comprehend what just happened. The steward hits Bai's hand with the list, telling him to let go. Bai, taken aback, asks what's up while contemplating his next move and considers eliminating everyone quietly, though he realizes it's not feasible. The steward asks Bai if he believes he has great elemental affinity, explaining that having elemental affinity but no magic power is still considered trash, leaving Bai confused. The steward shouts at Bai to join the labor group, dismissing him as trash and commanding him not to waste his time. The other white demons surround Bai, expressing sympathy and commenting on his small horn, with one questioning if he'll be able to find a wife in the future. Bai realizes it's fortunate he didn't expose himself but feels unhappy, wanting to find a way to confront and defeat the steward. There's another flash of blinding light followed by a shock of exclamation. David measures his level, and the steward, taken aback, announces David's magic level as 15, making him an intermediate chaos demon. David laughs, claiming himself to be a genius, while the steward praises him, acknowledging his great potential, as Bai agrees that David indeed has potential. The steward smiles and praises David, encouraging him to work hard and become successful, but inwardly, he plots to remove him from his path, not wanting a lowly individual like him to climb higher in rank. The steward offers David a special position in the inner house, mentioning high pay and less work, sparking David's interest, who eagerly asks if he can join the position. The steward assures David he can join, expressing openness to talented individuals and urging him not to disappoint him. Excited, David hopes to see the miss in the inner house as the steward instructs him to register himself and start his job that day, while Bai, observing the steward, realizes he must be lying and has other intentions with David. Bai sighs and asks Frog Brother to let him read his fortune. The steward calls the next person to measure their magic level as someone from the crowd creates a disturbance. The steward shouts at Bai, asking him what he's going crazy over, as Bai solemnly apologizes. Bai explains he thought of something happy, sharing that his brother's wife gave birth to a 7 pounds and 8 ounces child. The steward, horrified, commands the giant demon behind him to drag Bai outside and teach him a lesson. The giant demon accompanies Bai outside, asking him not to hit him in his face as he hasn't married yet. The steward calls for the next person. A moment later, the steward leads the chosen white demons as laborers to the working fields. Gathering the laborers, the steward informs them they'll work on the mountain now, each having 500 pieces of firewood to chop down, and instructs them to finish before nightfall or they won't eat. Some laborers complain about not being given food and question how they can work, while some beg the Lord of Demons to be kind, leading Bai to think the black demons don't treat others nicely. The steward, hearing the complaints, shouts at them to shut up, mentioning it's time for the master to bathe and threatens to use them as firewood if they keep whining. Startled, the laborers express their sorrow, admitting they are too hungry to work and fear punishment. Bai, noticing everything, grabs the axe and confirms with the steward if it's 500 pieces of firewood per person or not. A voice orders Bai to stop just as he was about to start chopping. It's the Wilton Manor chief maid, Sufang Wei La, who informs them that the firewood quota for the day has been filled and prohibits overharvesting. The steward shows dislike at the maid's presence, questioning why she is there. Chief maid, Sufang Wei, declares that her maid team will supervise the laborers and orders the other maids to register the laborers, who agree. The steward warns the maid chief that if the laborers don't learn their lesson, they won't know their master in the future, but the maid chief asserts that the labor department's affairs are not his concern. Giving a laugh, the steward leaves, thinking to himself that she is a stupid woman who supports the lowly, while the chief maid bids him to take care. Bai, registering his name, asks one of the maids who the person is, pointing at the chief maid, and the maid introduces the chief maid to Bai, saying she is a very good person. Bai waves at Su Fang, the head maid, and asks if they still need to chop firewood, offering to do it all by himself if needed. The head maid instructs Bai to call her Wei La, head maid, and explains that the firewood they need to chop isn't ordinary. She points at an old, large tree, identifying it as the demon plant called Demon Vine. Other laborers recognize the tree and complain about how it can be chopped with an axe. Bai effortlessly chops down the tree with a single swing of his axe and asks for more to chop. The maid chief tells Bai she has been dealing with those demons alone all along and asks if he wants to help her. Bai expresses his willingness to help, stating he doesn't want others to die, and thinks he may also learn something while helping. With a smile, Bai challenges the maid chief to compete with him. Accepting the challenge, the chief maid grabs an axe. Bai and the chief maid begin chopping firewood rapidly, shocking other laborers who witness the scene. With large piles of chopped firewood behind each of them, Bai and the maid chief pant, tired. Bai counts his chopped firewood, totaling 501 pieces. He asks the chief maid if he won since he chopped all the demons, prompting her laughter. Snatching the axe from Bai's hands, the chief maid breaks it into two, tossing the pieces onto her pile, muttering 502. She explains that the axe handle is also made of demon vine wood, declaring herself the winner, while Bai protests, accusing her of cheating and noting her competitiveness. The chief maid instructs the laborers to go to the cafeteria to eat, and they rush away. Looking at the chopped firewood, Bai remarks on how demonic the trees in that world are. He wonders how Naylin will manage over there unless she uses the puppet. Meanwhile, Naylin, with wings behind her back, faces a terrifying demon with sharp teeth and claws, ready to fight. And, appearing battered, coughs as her watch system notifies her of a 70% spiritual power conversion, an injury level of 1, and a moderately dangerous environment level. The massive monster bares its teeth, snapping at Naylin as she dodges backward, though she still receives scratches on her arms. Holding her bleeding arm, Naylin admits to her carelessness as her watch notifies her of her injury level increasing to level 3 and advises using items due to the environment's escalation to moderate danger level 3. Opening its huge mouth, the monster lunges at Naylin as the watch suggests using items, but she shouts at it to shut up, insisting she's not fragile. As the monster approaches with its mouth wide open, the watch advises Naylin to listen, but she's concerned her spiritual energy isn't sufficient for a certain move. With her eyes ablaze and spiritual energy flowing out of her body, she uses a technique called Chiman. The monster's head gets smashed into the ground, rubble flying everywhere. Naylin says, "Reverse the universe." Her watch announces her spiritual power conversion reaching 100%. She summons an artifact which she uses to launch a powerful attack on the monster. The monster, torn and injured by Naylin's attack, prompts her mockery, questioning if that's all it's capable of. Staring at the dismembered monster, she remarks it was just right, considering it neither too much nor too little, and acknowledges that prolonging the battle would have depleted her spiritual powers. Nalan expresses gratitude to Man for teaching her the incredible technique that doesn't consume spiritual energy, finding it cool. Nalan recalls Man's soul cautioning her about the Chimin technique, emphasizing its connection to seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Smiling at her successful first use of the Chimin technique, Nalan requests her watch's system for a spirit awakening talisman to restore her spiritual power, but encounters an error. The watch malfunctions, shifting to manual mode, frustrating Nalan as she worries about her vulnerability to another lizard monster, unaware that one lurks behind her. It launches a surprise attack on Nalan, its teeth ready to chew her up. However, it only grabs Nalan's clothes. Nalan narrowly avoids injury from the attack but finds herself stripped of her clothes. Nalan briefly considers potential issues with using Chimin twice in a short time but dismisses the thought, feeling lucky. Someone standing far away observes Nalan struggling with the lizard monster. It's the Shaja angel, Sakia, at upper-rank demon peak, her wings wide open behind her and a pair of large, sharp horns on her head. Sakia watches Nalan, deciding to go and help her soon. The monster strikes at Nalan, who jumps back to avoid it. Nalan urgently demands a spirit awakening talisman from her watch as she struggles to maintain her form, but the watch announces that manual mode switching is in progress at 2.66%, prompting Nalan to implore it to hurry up. The monster aims another attack at Nalan, barely managing to bite one of her wings off before something interrupts it, attacking it back and leaving it shocked. The monster raises its head, forming a ball of fire-like thing above its mouth. It shoots a beam of laser at Nalan. There's a huge explosion. Bai's puppet creates a shield and protects Nalan from the attack, prompting Nalan to express her happiness upon seeing it. Nalan looks over at the lizard monster and is puzzled to see its half of the body chopped off, asking in confusion if the lizard just exploded. Someone walks up to Nalan, taking her by surprise. It's the Shaja angel, Sakia, who asks Nalan if she is hurt or not, referring to her as companion, which surprises Nalan. The angel praises Nalan for her heroic act of fighting bravely and defeating the dragon puppet, telling her she is undeniably Shaja's companion. Nalan expresses that the lizard also managed to bite her and killing it is not a heroic deed, as she asks the angel what being Shaja's companion means. The angel replies to Nalan that anyone who helps Shaja fight against the Geos people are all Shaja's companions, expressing gratitude to Nalan for avenging their family member killed by the monster. She points out to Nalan that their wings are also the same, suggesting their ancestors might be from the same tribe. Nalan chuckles, impressed with her performance, while also questioning the native woman's motives for claiming kinship with her, suspecting an ulterior motive. Nalan tells the angel that she's lost and asks for directions to the nearest city, concealing her true intention to use it as a lead to find Bai. The angel agrees to take Nalan to Shaja City, the Shaja's capital, and Nalan thanks her for her trouble. Introducing herself as Sheikah, the angel asks for Nalan's name, to which Nalan cautiously responds with the pseudonym Great Sage equal to Heaven, Sun Duo Duo. Arriving at the city, Sheikah tells Nalan that this is New Shaja City and explains that if they go further in, they will reach the central area. Seeing the city's location, Nalan expresses surprise, not expecting the Shaja city to be built in a tunnel. A door opens, and a small girl called Aisha exclaims with happiness at Sheikah's return. Aisha, looking hopeful, asks Sheikah if she found her mom and dad. Sheikah explains to Aisha that her parents are in paradise reciting scriptures for the Lord, handing her a book they asked her to give to her, which Aisha thanks her for. Nalan and the angel walk away, exchanging waves with Aisha, who smiles back. Nalan asks Sheikah if Aisha's parents are dead, to which the angel confirms, adding that the puppeteers behind those dragon puppets are cruel beasts and their sins will never be forgiven. A guard approaches Sheikah, informing her that the dragon puppeteer has woken up, prompting Sheikah to tell him to lead the way. Sheikah invites Nalan to go with her, and Nalan agrees. Inside the room is the dragon puppeteer, gravely injured and tied to a rope, coughing. Sheikah asks the dragon puppeteer about their teams and purpose, but still coughing, the dragon puppeteer mocks them as lowly beasts playing war games, challenging Sheikah's understanding of their actions. Sheikah smacks the dragon puppeteer in response. With a murderous look, Sheikah warns the dragon puppeteer to answer her questions if he wants to live, stating her patience is limited. The dragon puppeteer, a noble Geos warrior, declares his mission to expel beings like Sheikah, boasting of the imminent arrival of the war god's glory with a grim warning. Despite Sheikah repeatedly punching him, he continues to laugh, asserting that no one will live and they deserve to die. With a splatter of blood, Sheikah lands a killing blow, silencing the dragon puppeteer, and turns to Nalan, apologizing for letting her witness it, to which Nalan responds that it's okay. Sheikah informs Nalan of an upcoming big battle and offers her a place to stay temporarily, which Nalan accepts gratefully, though she worries about the trouble she might be in. Smoke billows skyward from Failing Island. A large crater emits smoke, hinting at a figure still within. Xiao Lu confronts a many-tentacled monster, urging it to surrender. Biting a tentacle, she remarks on its resistance. Pausing mid-fight, Lu questions what's happening as her guide informs her that her spiritual power conversion is complete, now entering dormancy. Resuming her berserk state, Lu demands the monster's submission. A crying demon child lies on her back as Lu asks if she's convinced. Voices approaching from behind capture Lu's attention. In the forest, 3 women, 2 masked, observe surging magic essence. Deadlocking the demon child, Xiao Lu turns her attention at the newcomers, and inquires about their business. The unmasked woman is shocked as she recognizes the demon child. Lin Merlin, leader of Klein Church, joyfully identifies the child as the legendary ancient deity, Canera. The demon child breaks free from Xiao Lu's grasp and flies towards Lin Merlin, surprising Lu. Lin Merlin cradles the child in her arms, the child appearing confused. Holding the child aloft, Lin Merlin declares her as the ancient deity Canera, heralding the era of their Klein Church as her followers cheer. Xiao Lu appears bewildered by the scene. Lin Merlin, still holding the child, laughs and calls her the legendary Lady Nana. Lin Merlin affectionately rubs Lady Nana against her cheeks, describing her as small, soft, and adorable. The masked woman points out Xiao Lu's resemblance to Lady Nana, surprising Lin Merlin. Xiao Lu observes the group, remarking on their eccentricity, as Lin Merlin hands Lady Nana to her followers. In a flash, Lin Merlin appears behind Xiao Lu, startling her with her speed, prompting Lu to question her intentions. Trying to seize Xiao Lu, Lin Merlin claims she must be Lord Kanara's sister, Lu, but Xiao Meng asserts she is her grandmother, and despite Xiao Lu's warnings, Merlin insists she'll take her home. Xiao Lu punches Merlin away, telling her to go to hell. Blushing, Merlin, still on the ground, remarks on Xiao Lu's touch, claiming she seems to like it, while Xiao Lu finds it disgusting. Lady Nana, looking angry, points at Xiao Lu, prompting one follower to comment on her attitude, but Merlin insists they must be sisters since they look so alike. Grinning, Xiao Lu realizes what's happening. Lady Nana shouts angrily at Lu, prompting Merlin to misinterpret her, asking if she needs to pee as she doesn't understand the ancient language. Xiao Lu wonders if this is the legendary click and get a special gift moment, deciding to take advantage of the fact that those women don't understand Nana. Snatching Nana away, Xiao Lu claims Nana is hungry and orders them to prepare food, while Lin Merlin, realizing Xiao Lu understands Nana, suggests they must really be sisters. Choking Nana, Xiao Lu tells her the people can't understand her and urges her to be sensible, prompting Nana to whimper enough. Lin Merlin commands her disciples to quickly return and prepare the divine feast, to which they respond affirmatively. Inside the Klein Church Canera Temple, disciples bustle about, busy with the feast preparations. Xiao Lu expresses disappointment at finding the temple inside a cave. Lin Merlin informs Xiao Lu and Nana that after thousands of years, they have descended and will receive a gift later, expressing hope they will like it, as Xiao Lu remarks that Nana probably wasn't even an octopus egg thousands of years ago. Disciples approach, holding a large object overhead, signifying the arrival of the gift. Xiao Lu is astounded by the sight of the gift. The gift is revealed to be a huge statue of Lord Canera, supported by 3 disciples. Xiao Lu, poking Nana's cheek, questions the statue's relevance to Nana. Lin Merlin insists there's a connection and asks if Xiao Lu can't see it. She points to the statue's chest, then to Nana's, and finally to Xiao Lu's, highlighting their similarities. Angered, Xiao Lu slaps Lin Merlin's breasts and questions if she relies on them to recognize people. With a sinister glare, Xiao Lu's eyes turn evil. Suddenly adopting a caring demeanor, Xiao Lu hugs Nana, confusing her. With her nose bleeding, Lin Merlin smiles and comments that the relationship between Lady Nana and Xiao Lu, whom she refers to as Lord Kuru, is really good. A cook appears, informing Lin Merlin that the divine feast is ready. Merlin expresses delight and says she'll bring Lady Nana immediately. Merlin informs Xiao Lu and Nana that before the meal, they need to perform a ceremony for Lady Nana to initiate the divine feast, prompting Xiao Lu, carrying Nana, to urge them to hurry as she is starving. Lin Merlin points to a chest with teeth and instructs them to go there. A large tongue emerges from the chest, wrapping around Nana and pulling her away from Xiao Lu's arms. Xiao Lu confronts Lin Merlin, demanding Nana's release, but Merlin assures her that the boxy won't harm Lady Nana. The chest releases Nana, dressing her in a new outfit. Merlin reassures Xiao Lu that the box didn't harm Nana. Nana seems at a loss for words at her new clothes. Nana gives a smile of approval for her new outfit. Everyone chants Nana's name upon seeing her liking the dress. Nana grins widely, hearing her name being chanted. Lin Merlin announces the feast is about to begin, instructing them to continue playing music and dancing, and suggests they start eating. As someone wearing a graduation hat approaches Merlin, addressing the person as a scholar, Merlin asks if he needs something, to which the scholar informs her that, as prophesied in the Book of Evil Seas, Lord Kanara's body has already descended, and asks if they are ready to execute the plan. The scholar informs Merlin that the cannon from the Dissension Division is fully prepared, awaiting her command. Merlin then expresses their plan to spread the gospel after the grand feast. At the border of the Holy Demon Empire lies experiment field number 404. Following a commission, a red rock giant sandworm emerges from the desert sand, massive and menacing. A robot-like magic puppet on the ground aims its arm at the worm, ready to fire. The magic puppet shoots a large laser beam at the worm's head, severing it. The crystal falls down, burning, as the person inside the robot remarks that it's the 13th one. The magic puppet catches the crystal with a rope. The hood of the magic puppet opens, revealing a demon woman who yawns and asks the miss if they have enough magic crystals, having already killed 13 sandworms that day. Identified as Doug, a senior magical pilot from the Imperial Loma Research Institute, she mentions they've been fighting for 5 days without resupplying, expressing concerns despite their magical puppet's endurance, as they're facing issues. Another magic puppet appears beside Doug, and Kate, a senior magical puppet pilot from the same research institute, tells Doug to just listen to the miss, dismissing her concerns. Kate highlights the dwindling resources diverted to airships and magic prison warheads, noting the diminishing plans and reminding Doug that their magical puppet warriors plan will be shelved if they don't produce results soon. The miss, communicating through virtual screens, reassures Doug and Kate that they will soon stand on equal footing, urging Doug to hold on a little longer as she acknowledges the situation. Rococo, the leader of the Magical Puppet Project, insists that confirming the magic crystal's energy conversion efficiency will demonstrate the puppet's combat value, opting to extend the power supply limit test before returning. She adds that by then, the military will provide sufficient resources to overcome the final spell barrier, receiving agreement from the others. Doug informs Miss Rococo that they have ventured deep into the area but encountered only giant rock sandworms, finding it suspicious. Kate concurs, noting the strangeness of the situation, particularly given that the 404 experimental field is notorious as a death zone infested with powerful magical creatures. As a sandstorm approaches with lightning crackling, one of them points out to Miss Rococo to look in that direction. Huge sand tornadoes approach, prompting Doug to advise against venturing deeper, while Kate finds the situation too bizarre. Miss Rococo reveals that the project has been shelved for half a year, brought back by exhausting all her resources, emphasizing there's no turning back. She reminds them that their test objective is to hunt down the Desert Lord, the mighty rock emperor worm, with intelligence marking the nest just 5 kilometers ahead. Miss Rococo stresses that success or failure hinges on their final move, leaving the decision to them without coercion. Doug and Kate express their belief in Miss Rococo and agree to brave the sandstorm. Inside the sandstorm, Miss Rococo notes the low visibility, cautioning others not to stray too far and to proceed with caution, receiving confirmation. Despite someone spotting a giant, Miss Rococo advises against panicking, dismissing it as a mirage and suggesting they take cover. Perched on Bai's puppet's shoulders, several feet tall now, Ziling shouts, "Hello, hello." With a worried expression, Ziling continues to shout if anyone is there. Ziling's voice grows louder as she calls out, causing sand to enter her mouth. She coughs, clearing the sand from her mouth. Hiccuping, she asks Bai's puppet where he has brought her. Reflecting on her arrival, she recalls being besieged by sand monsters and realizing her inability to use magical powers, saved only by Bai's puppet eliminating the monsters, leaving them trapped in the desert unable to find a way out. Tearfully, she questions if this is truly the demon realm or some kind of hell. Suddenly, a large laser-like beam approaches Ziling, which Bai's puppet blocks with his hand. Kate, launching the attack from inside her magical puppet, notes the giant puppet's resilience to a 120mm magic beam cannon hit, prompting Miss Rococo to urge her to recharge the cannon immediately. Miss Rococo commands Kate to fire another shot as Kate directs her attention to the giant puppet's shoulder. Perched on Bai's puppet's shoulder, Ziling implores the three not to harm her, identifying herself as a law-abiding citizen and appealing for help to escape the cursed place. Shocked, Miss Rococo says that can't be. Another magic beam targets Ziling, but Bai's puppet intercepts it, prompting Ziling to express frustration at the natives' attacks. Miss Rococo identifies Ziling as a white devil and speculates that the giant puppet may be a rebel creation. As a missile-like projectile heads towards Ziling, Bai's puppet intercepts it, prompting Ziling to take cover. A magical puppet charges at Ziling from behind, shouting insults and calling her a lowly scum. Bai's puppet effortlessly stops the attack with one hand and crushes the magical puppet with the other. Bai's puppet single-handedly defeats all 3 magical puppets controlled by Miss Rococo, Kate, and Doug. Miss Rococo marvels at the power of Bai's puppet, finding it impossible. Speculating that Bai's puppet might be a rebel creation, Miss Rococo questions the sacrifices made by her family for generations, including her father's death, if the enemy is so powerful. Charging up a weapon, Miss Rococo resolves to take down the giant puppet and Zi-Ling, even if it means her own demise. A massive beam of energy fires at Bai's puppet. Bai's puppet successfully intercepts the attack again, leaving Zi-Ling unscathed. Observing Bai's puppet's clothes burnt from the last attack, Zi-Ling acknowledges the native's strength. Zi-Ling and Bai's puppet approach the wreckage of Miss Rococo's magical puppet. Zi-Ling forces open the hood of the magical puppet. Inside, Miss Rococo's body is desiccated, her eye sockets empty, prompting Zi-Ling to remark if that's what demons look like. Zi-Ling flies towards Rococo's corpse, noting her recent demise and the freshness of her soul. Activating her spiritual powers, Zi-Ling urges Rococo to provide useful information and not disappoint her. With a laugh, Zi-Ling remarks on her stroke of good fortune this time. Addressing Rococo as a poor soul, Zi-Ling vows to help fulfill her unfinished ambition, using her spiritual powers on Rococo's corpse. Rococo, revived and full of life, smiles and declares her intent to head to the imperial capital. In his first week chopping firewood, Bai stands before towering piles of chopped logs, feeling at home. But Su Fangwei, the maid chief, warns him he's overworking, saying the wood he's chopped will last a year. Spotting Bai riding a giant stone golem at the material site, Su Fangwei, annoyed, questions his actions, and upon learning he brought it to aid in moving stones, she commands him to return it. During the maid organization's fishing activity, Su Fangwei proudly displays her catch to her maids, while behind her, Bai reels in a wail. At the pet house, Bai engages in a boxing match with one of the large pets, while Su Fangwei shouts frantically behind him, urging him to stop his actions. Bai sets fire to cardboard cutouts, saying it's easier to burn them than clean them, causing Su Fangwei to shout in fury. Su Fangwei yells at Bai to stop. She wakes up with a start and is relieved to know she had been dreaming, muttering about Bai being an annoying brat. Looking annoyed, she complains that Bai has only been there for a week but is already starting to haunt her dreams, bringing calamity upon her. She puts on her maid uniform. Yawning and stretching, Su Fangwei gets ready for her work, hoping it will be a smooth day. Walking out of her room, she heads over to see Bai to find out what he is up to. Bai sneezes, remarking on the recent chill in the air, while a cat lounges on his lap as he reads a newspaper. The newspaper informs Bai of various events taking place in the demon realm. Sipping his tea and reading through the events, Bai remarks that not even the demon realm is peaceful. Su Fangwei makes her way to the lounge, greeted by a maid, on her way to see Bai. The cat, Krisen, suddenly jumps off Bai's lap and runs away, prompting Bai to ask what's wrong. A hand pulls Bai's ear, calling his name. Visibly annoyed, Su Fangwei shouts at Bai for drinking tea and slacking off, prompting Bai to protest that he has already completed his tasks and has come to the lounge to relax, eliciting an exclamation of pain from him. Su Fangwei brushes off his claims of having completed his work, saying that she has to clean up the mess made by him while doing his tasks. Bai tells her that he always exceeds his assigned tasks, and if Su Fangwei can't keep up, it's her problem. Aiming a slap at Bai, Su Fang warns him not to talk back, but Bai blocks her attack and admonishes her for resorting to violence whenever she loses an argument. Looking angry, Su Fangwei asks Bai if he's suggesting that his current tasks are too easy for him. She asks one of her maids to bring a set of the largest size maid uniform. With a puzzled look on his face, Bai inquires what Su Fang is up to. Throwing the maid uniform at Bai, Su Fang declares him a member of the maid corps from that moment, ordering him to call her Vera, though Bai hesitates, finding the uniform's extremity concerning. Bai says he is willing to work with her and asks if he can avoid wearing the uniform. Su Fang informs Bai that it's impossible due to the maid corps' strict dress requirements, reminding him that he'll begin as a trainee maid and can only officially join after passing the trials. She further tells him to consider himself lucky as normally short and white mages like him never get a chance to participate in trials. With a smirk, Bai directs Su Fang's attention to her own stature before criticizing others, alluding to her short horns and the disparaging nickname Little Horns used behind her back, firmly stating his refusal to engage in any maid trials. Clenching her teeth, Su Fang asks Bai how dare he say she has little horns, calling him a brat. She warns him to apologize and change into the maid outfit, but Bai protests, refusing to comply, and throws the uniform away. Su Fang grabs the uniform and punches Bai angrily, telling him that the uniform is important for him and how he can just throw it around. Realizing he has angered Su Fang, Bai chooses not to engage in conflict, opting instead to depart gracefully, avoiding the revelation of his spiritual powers. He turns towards the nearby window, shouting at the cat sitting on it to get away from there, hoping he can pass through. Realizing Bai is trying to escape, Su Fang jumps towards him from behind, saying he can't escape without putting on the uniform. She jumps on Bai, unbalancing him and sending him crashing to the ground. Bai uses a purifying charm on Su Fang, stunning her. With Su Fang ceasing her fuss, Bai observes the tranquility returning, sensing a familiarity in the atmosphere. Helping the stunned Sufang lay on the ground, he tells her to just sleep peacefully there. As he is about to leave, he realizes Sufang has already awakened, his hand reaching out to the doorknob. Sufang, appearing increasingly angered, accuses Bai of challenging her authority by disregarding her instructions and questions his respect for her dignity. Amidst the uproar in the lounge, Bai implores Sufang to settle down for a proper conversation, while she struggles to enforce the maid uniform on him. At the estate farm, two maids are battling a huge chicken-like creature. As the chicken slams one maid against the wall, she questions their chances of making it to dinner due to the feathered earth dragon's strength, prompting the other maid to check on her. The maid with blue hair suggests they might become dinner for the creature, prompting the other maid to agree and propose seeking help from Chief Maid Vera. A golden streak of light comes towards the two maids. A voice from it says, "Chief Maid is currently unavailable," telling them not to worry. The new arrival cuts down the chicken monster into half. It's Bai, a long hammer in his hand, who says he will take charge from now on, and he seems to have put on the maid clothes. Bai turns to the maids and asks them if they are both okay as they thank him. The large chicken is cut, its meat loaded onto a cart, as the maids Bai saved commend him for swiftly solving the magic bowl chicken problem. Noticing his attire, they hesitate, asking if he is also a maid. Bai explains that the head maid forced him into the costume, noting she's the strongest person he's ever seen, and the maid with blue hair remarks it's the first time a man has joined their maid team. The other maid reveals their maid team originated as the estate's soldier team, but under Lady Vera's leadership, assessments became tougher, leaving most male mages unable to pass the first trial, let alone become apprentice maids. The maid in blue hair observes Lady Vera's appreciation for Bai, prompting his gratitude for the provided clothes, as he privately acknowledges the female-dominated nature of the demon realm, explaining Sufang's remarkable physical abilities. Bai and the maids carrying the meat arrive at Sanrik's house. Inside, Bai wonders why his talisman is useless against Sufang's physical strength, questioning his own weakening, and commands the system to investigate by opening the attribute panel. Bai and the two maids are on a mission, with the maid in blue hair questioning his lack of armor, to which Bai responds it's too troublesome, prompting her to caution him about the injuries suffered by 3 maids that month. Bai assures them he will manage fine and mentions his expertise in pet care as they enter through a large door. Inside, it's dark, with strange noises emanating from all directions. Massive and sharp teeth belonging to some creature are visible, prompting Bai to inquire about its identity. There, chained to a pole, is a strange demon pet named Sanrik, adorned with a large single horn in place of hair, growling menacingly. Bai reaches for its horn, lifting the demon pet Sanrik off its feet, marveling that it's not a toy outfit, while the two maids, observing Bai's actions, start sweating, urging him to put the pet down due to its hot temper. Sanrik opens his mouth, creating an energy ball, leaving Bai puzzled. A massive explosion occurs. The maids take refuge behind a wall, with one asking if Bai is okay. A small hole appears where Bai was standing moments ago, emitting smoke, while Sanrik stands nearby, spitting flames. A hand emerges from the hole, reaching out to grab Sanrik. Before Sanrik can fire another energy ball, Bai's half-body emerges, grabbing Sanrik's mouth shut, admonishing no spitting allowed, causing an explosion on its face. Sanrik whimpers, his face blackened with smoke from the explosion. Pushing himself out of the hole, Bai remarks that Sanrik won't be able to get up for a while the maids praise his skills, acknowledging they would be in trouble without him. Bai modestly remarks that he simply helped them out, acknowledging the maid team's daily struggles, while a maid mentions the special task force led by Butler Grady, who deal with more daunting tasks, and another maid informs Bai about their mission to explore the dangerous abyss mined from magic crystals, warning of the high mortality rate and frequent disappearances due to the numerous monsters and traps within. Bai recalls David's description of Lady Vera as kind, prompting him to consider that the mine is certainly worth paying attention to. He informs the maids that it's getting late, suggesting they feed the pet and depart, to which they agree. At the laborers' dormitory, 2 demons carry David through the door and fling him onto the hay on the ground, with Bai sound asleep next to him. One of the men comments on David's weight, likening him to a dead pig's head, while another predicts he won't wake up tomorrow and may collapse if he continues working for a few more days. As the 2 guys leave, one of them mentions the steward keeps giving David a hard time and not letting him rest, while the other suggests they can only see if David is tough enough to withstand it. Bai wakes up, and David, lying beside him, mentions seeing the young lady just as he was about to leave, adding that soon Bai will be able to enjoy wedding candies. Bai, utilizing his powers, heals David's injuries, praising his courageous act of risking his life in pursuit of crystals for another. Bai reveals that the estate owner sought Sharjah, the puppet, and the special magic crystals, whereas he only sought information about the Soul Sect, highlighting the increasing complexity of the situation. Bai orders the system to activate and perform tasks for him, but it only emits a continuous beeping sound, prompting Bai to realize he must handle matters on his own. Pondering deeply, he recognizes that the only high-level figure he can reach out to is the devilish muscle man, contemplating whether he should seek his assistance. In the darkness outside, a maid holds a puppet on strings, realizing Bai, labeled as an Eastern traveler, possesses the ability to use talismans too. At the back mountain, as the maid surveys her surroundings, she wonders how monsters came to inhabit the area, unaware of the towering tree monster looming behind her. The tree monster strikes the maid from behind with its branches, knocking her off her feet. The maid turns around and sees the tree monster rustling towards her. An axe comes flying out of nowhere. The axe passes through the tree, chopping it in half. Someone approaches the maid, calling out to her, as the maid responds with a greeting, saying hello. Carrying firewood, Bai warns the maid about the dangerous area and questions her presence, to which she responds that she has something to discuss, inquiring if Mr. Bai is present. Bai confirms that he is the one the maid is seeking and then asks if Su Fong sent her. Bai expresses doubt about whether the maid could truly be the one Su Fong sent, noting her clumsy demeanor, causing the maid to change her expression to one of appalled surprise. The maid, responsible for the mansion's internal affairs, informs Bai that Lady Versa, who oversees both combat and domestic departments, has an important task for him and requests his cooperation. Bai ponders silently for a moment. Finally sighing, Bai agrees to go with the maid, who responds with a smile, saying really. Bai inquires about their destination and purpose, prompting the maid to direct him to a carriage down the mountain, where she instructs him to blindfold himself. Bai questions the maid about her role as a maid, noting her apparent lack of skills, to which the maid responds with a smile, confirming that she indeed is a maid. She tells Bai they better get going, mentioning that time waits for no one, prompting Bai to walk alongside her. In the forest, a black lady demon sits beneath a monstrous tree with another maid, remarking that it's good the target, referring to Bai, followed the puppeteer, and that phase 1 of the plan was successful. She stresses the target's value and orders the other maid to prepare their comrades, noting that if they succeed, the target will become their strongest asset. The other maid worries that the puppeteer may reveal her to Bai, as she lacks infiltration training, fearing she may have already been exposed, and acknowledges Bai's keen perception. The black demon insists that men like Bai are naive, assuring that they won't expose the puppeteer, as she is the most experienced infiltrator, urging the maid to trust her. In the maid's lounge, Su Fangwei sits with a teacup in hand, looking pleased as she remarks on the peaceful day, noting Bai's absence of trouble or mess. Another maid stretches her arms on the opposite side, agreeing that it's indeed peaceful, while the rest of the maids enjoy themselves, with one even sleeping, prompting Su Fang to spit out her tea in surprise. Su Fang questions why they're idling at her place, reminding them it's only 3 o'clock and inquiring if they have no work. One maid explains that Bai assists with heavy tasks, leaving them idle, while another praises Bai's prowess in easily defeating monsters, sparing them work, with another jokingly suggesting proposing to him if she were older. Growing frustrated, Su Fang questions their duties as female demons and criticizes their reliance on Bai. Su Fang calls out to the sleeping maid, Xiao Feng, to check on Bai, who protests having slept only 2 hours. Threatening a wage deduction, Su Fang persuades Xiao Feng to comply. Xiao Feng reads from a diary, reporting that Bai left with a maid around 10:30 in the morning, heading to the abyssal mine, surprising Su Fang, who questions why she wasn't informed earlier. The other maids express concern about the dangerous abyssal mine, known for ghosts and zombies, with a mortality rate of 90% for white magi. Su Fang suspects someone from the estate may have taken Bai to the abyssal mine without informing her. Distracting herself from thoughts of the abyssal mine, Su Fang predicts Bai's return at mealtime, instructing the other maids to resume their duties. Concerned, the maids gather around Su Fang, their expressions reflecting worry, prompting her to inquire about their distress. The maids express worry for Bai, acknowledging his strength but fearing for his safety in the mine, pleading with Su Fang to rescue him, but she dismisses their concerns and orders them back to work. Tearfully, the maids implore Su Fang to aid Bai. Unable to resist their pleas, Su Fang reluctantly agrees to find him. Su Fang decides to rescue Bai not only to ensure his safety but also to confront whoever dared to take him without her knowledge. The carriage transporting Bai reaches its destination, as announced by the driver. Bai and the maid disembark, and Bai notices the mine entrance atop a mountain. The maid explains that the abyssal mine is a vast underground maze, and efforts have been made to fortify it on the mountain. Realizing Bai has outpaced her, the maid asks him to wait. They come across an old man, lacking an arm, passed out, a small flask by his side. Bai calls out to the old man, asking how they can descend into the mines, but the old man remains asleep. Bai shouts, jolting the old man awake, who then notices Bai and the maid, expressing surprise at their presence. The old man insists on bringing his treasure, tucking the flask into his clothing while hiccuping. Standing up, he informs Bai that they need to use the elevator right in front of them. Turning to the maid, he tells her she can return to the estate, and she agrees. The old man warns Bai that the elevator is old and may be shaky, asking if Bai is okay with that, to which Bai agrees. He explains that it takes about 10 minutes to descend to the deeper areas of the mine and warns Bai to be careful of potential minor troubles along the way. Bai responds with a determined look, showing he isn't afraid. The elevator begins its descent. It reaches the midpoint of the abyssal mine. The old man compliments Bai's bravery, noting that most people are scared on their first descent, and estimates they'll arrive in about 2 minutes. Taking a sip from his flask, Bai notices winged creatures approaching and alerts the old man, pointing toward them. The old man identifies the creatures as abyssal birds, mid-level demon creatures. One of the birds spots Bai and the man and flies toward them. The old man remarks that they haven't reached the middle-lower level yet, finding it unusual for the birds to be present, explaining that they snatch people from the elevator and eat them, which Bai connects to the earlier mentioned minor trouble. A blow strikes, killing the bird as it falls. As more birds approach, Bai readies his axe and seeks a solution from the old man, who advises him to wait momentarily as he searches for a solution. The old man retrieves a long, round object from his bag, exclaiming that he found what he was looking for. The abyssal birds draw close to the elevator. A massive burst of fire and smoke emanates, causing the birds to retreat. The old man reveals the object in his hand as dragon's breath grass, found only at a depth of 50 meters in the deep level, capable of simulating a dragon's breath when ignited, which he finds quite powerful. Thanking Bai for preventing their immediate demise, the old man expresses gratitude, and Bai inquires about their current depth. The old man responds that they are at around 1,500 meters, the middle layer, and they should soon see the stronghold, to which Bai acknowledges. Bai reflects on the maze's danger level, likening it to the abyss of Sanwu, hoping to find valuable items to bring back. The elevator eventually halts. Observing the valley below, Bai queries the old man about the stronghold's location. Pointing ahead, the old man indicates it's about 5 kilometers away, promising someone will bring mounts to transport them there later. Bai notices an insect-like creature crawling ahead and asks the old man about it. The old man explains that it's an abyssal shepherd ant, aiding in maintaining the stronghold's security by accepting sacrifices of white magic regularly. Below, Bai observes a shepherd ant attacking workers, including David. Bai leaps down to aid the workers. The old man takes another swig from his flask, remarking on the impatience of young people. The shepherd ant navigates through large rocks in pursuit of David, who is fleeing. David employs earth magic to lift boulders around him. Turning toward the shepherd ant, David hurls the boulders at it, exclaiming, "Build the foundation." A massive explosion of small stones and dust ensues. Standing atop the dead shepherd ant, Bai calls out to David. Bai advises David not to die before tasting his wedding candy, prompting David to curse, "Damn it." After dying as a trash, he was reincarnated and the system gave him the ability to get strong by chopping wood. So after chopping billions of wood in 10 years, he becomes the strongest. However, only immortal beauties notices his real strength, while others still remark him as a loser. Therefore, these Instagram baddies beg to become his disciples while others think of him as a weak nobody. Finally, this is the name of the manhwa and let's begin. David expresses surprise at seeing Bai in the mines instead of training at the maid house, to which Bai casually responds about taking a walk. Bai asks David about his recent magic usage, and David explains it's low-tier earth magic taught by squad leader Mutu, useful but draining his magical energy, limiting its use. Bai warns David against lingering in the area, cautioning him about the potential danger of becoming prey for insects. Horrified, David urges Bai to look behind him. While David desperately tries to draw Bai's attention to the approaching danger, Bai continues to impart life lessons, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing life over money and promising to discuss David joining the maid corps upon his return. A huge worm charges at Bai. Without turning around, Bai summons a 2-star talisman. The worm swallows Bai up to his waist, prompting David to rush to his aid, prepared to fight the worm to save Bai. An explosion occurs, causing the bug to be blown into countless pieces. Falling back in shock, David exclaims, "Oh my demon lord." Unscathed, Bai approaches David, urging him to start working for the maid corps immediately and offering to personally select a maid outfit for him, though David expresses indifference. David questions Bai on his use of high-tier magic without mana, to which Bai cryptically responds with a smile that it wasn't magic. Bai inquires if David is familiar with cultivation before leaving him puzzled. Bai assures David he will explain more about cultivation later and suggests they deal with the bugs first. A black demon guard observes through a telescope and notices that David is still alive. He reports to Lord Mapakairo with bad news, informing him that the intended sacrifice for the abyssal shepherd ant, which was supposed to be David, is still alive. The guard bows before Mapakairo, apologizing for the disturbance, and explains his intent to quickly find female demons while drawing attention to the fact that the sacrifice is still alive. Lord Mapakairo grabs his weapon, dismissing the situation as insignificant. Standing up, he declares his intent to sever the sacrifice's head and feed it to the bug, satisfying their contract. The guard bows and directs Lord Mapakairo towards David's location before Mapakairo departs, promising a swift return. Mapakairo orders the guard to find 5 female white demons and send them to his room before his arrival, warning of dire consequences otherwise, to which the guard promptly agrees. Mapakairo leaps, swiftly rocketing away from the stronghold. Bai tells David it's the perfect time to train, given the swarm of bugs, and David asks for his next move. Bai instructs David to chant. David chants as instructed by Bai and successfully produces a huge beam of light, exclaiming it worked. Pulling David away while blocking Lord Mapakairo's attack, Bai remarks that it didn't work because David didn't chant as instructed. Mapakairo is shocked to see his attack blocked by a white demon. Bai tells David to change his accent if he wants to cultivate and become immortal. Bai drops David, causing him to slam hard on the ground. Mapakairo asks Bai and David if they are rebels and why they violated the contract, while David seeks guidance from Bai, who instructs him to focus on the phrase and get the pronunciation right. Bai looks up at Mapakairo and asks him if he is the boss. Mapakairo, realizing Bai can speak the official language, asks if they are rebels intending to wage war against the manor. Bai, not from any rebel camp but just a maid, indicates David will leave his job to join the maid corps, as David apologizes to Mapakairo for the trouble. Bai mentions Su Fang as his boss, suggesting Mapakairo consult her for any issues, prompting Mapakairo to remark that Bai's disrespectful demeanor aligns with being Su Fang's employee. Mapakairo insists David leave his head if he quits, swiping his weapon, while Bai questions the violence and asks if he's not afraid of offending Su Fang. Mapakairo insists employees can't leave at will, claims he's not afraid of Su Fang, boasts of invincibility, then laughs while eating mushrooms. Bai is surprised Mapakairo isn't afraid of Su Fang, recalling his earlier struggle with her, while David warns that if Mapakairo finishes the giant mushroom, he'll go crazy, suggesting they leave quickly. Mapakairo questions if Bai underestimates him, emphasizing that even if the demon venerable arrives now, they won't save their heads. Mapakairo employs the high-tier magic technique Rumbling Earthquake. The ground rumbles into pieces, followed by a massive explosion. The demon guard from the palace laughs and says the fight's effect has even reached there. The old man from the rebel camp holds the demon guard's severed head, predicting Su Fang's arrival to save Bai and urging Mapakairo to step up. He mentions hearing about live sacrifices, prohibited giant mushrooms, and forbidden necromancy being researched there, deeming it inhuman, and inquires if the severed head has any thoughts on the matter. The old man expresses concern about the research's connection to the legendary Farron Islands, known for magic and a notorious lunatic, comparing news gathering to farming as he seeks the severed head's opinion. The severed head and its corresponding body begin to dissolve. A lower-ranked demon appears there also from the rebel camp, his name Melt, as he points out to the old man that he was talking to himself. Melt scolds the old man for conversing with the dead, ordering him to work, but the old man insists he's finished, pointing to the battle as proof. Melt asks about the target's reliability, and the old man says it depends on the battle's outcome, reminiscing about a past intense battle with an earth dragon. In one of the abyssal mine layers, Su Fang shows a worker Bai's picture and asks if he recalls anything about him. The worker replies that the lift is under repair, so nobody has gone down it that day. Su Fang questions the guard if he implies someone lied to her, reminding him that her maids prioritize honesty and justice, implying they wouldn't deceive her. The worker claims all lifts are undergoing scheduled maintenance, leaving no possibility for anyone to descend, leading Su Fang to question how every lift could be under maintenance simultaneously. The worker, tearful, claims ignorance as a lowly worker and pleads for mercy, prompting Su Fang to demand the truth from him. Su Fang requests the logs from him, and the worker hands them over as requested. Reviewing the logs, Su Fang observes a significant number of reported deaths, deeming it unusual even for the dangerous abyssal mine. She questions the guard about the Ministry of Internal Affairs' unawareness of the deaths, and he attributes the management to Manager Gradid, claiming he doesn't know much. Su Fang reassures the worker and instructs him to return to his duties before climbing out of a window, prompting the guard to inquire about her actions. Deciding to investigate Stronghold Number 1 first, Su Fang leaps out of the window before heading to search for Bai. The guard is in complete dilemma, unsure of how to explain Lady Su Fang's decision to jump into the mine, while a maid welcomes a lady. Lucy Wilton, the eldest daughter of Wilton Manor, walks in and decides to investigate what's happening at I Ching's side herself. She notices the worker looking worried and muttering to himself while glancing around. The worker, unable to speak properly due to shock, is uttering strange words, prompting Lucy Wilton to order the maid Yi Zi to approach him and find out what's wrong. Yi Zi advises the worker to calm down, take a deep breath, and speak clearly. The worker explains that the lady chief maid jumped down into the mine, gesturing towards the window. The maid wearing a mask remarks that it's typical of the chief maid to do something she herself would never dare to do so easily. Lucy Wilton reassures them with a smile, stating that there's no problem as Su Fang is the strongest demon she has ever seen, and tells them not to worry about her. Yeezy asks the worker if he has prepared the lift to the 31st stronghold, to which he responds affirmatively. Lucy Wilton instructs the maid wearing the mask to stay and coordinate while she and Yeezy go down to observe. The worker warmly invites Lucy Wilton into the lift, assuring her with a smile that there's no trouble at all. The lift closes and descends with Yeezy, Lucy Wilton, and the worker inside. Lord Mapakairo lies bound on his back, his hands tied together. Bai, leading the way with David and the bound Mapakairo, questions the need to bring Mapakairo to the checkpoint for contract termination, prompting David to explain the requirement for demon power in lower-ranked contracts and proposing the use of Mapakairo's blood on the certificate. Arriving at the palace, they find the door locked, prompting David to appeal to those above to open it, citing Mapakairo's injury. Melt consults the old man on what to do next, and the old man advises him to proceed as planned. Melt extended his hand toward Mapakairo, poised to wield his powers upon him. David notices that Mapakairo's head has vanished and screams out in horror. Bai instructs David not to panic upon seeing Mapakairo's apparent dissolution, suggesting they wait for instructions from those above. The old man and Melt land gracefully on their feet. The old man remarks to Bai that they didn't have the chance to get acquainted properly earlier. Bai questions the old man about his method of killing Mapakairo without warning instead of simply opening the door, finding it unconventional. The old man explains that there's no need to open the door as nobody else is inside besides himself and Melt. Shocked, David questions how there could be nobody inside, expressing concern for his colleagues. The old man reassures David that the white demons have been relocated, emphasizing their organization's focus on eliminating evil and black demons guilty of crimes. David identifies the group as the Resistance, prompting Bai to inquire about their purpose. David elaborates that the Resistance was formed to oppose the Empire's oppression and aims to establish a country free of discrimination, though they treat black demons harshly, offering them only submission or death. The old man chuckles, asserting that Mapakairo deserved his fate and insisting that the Resistance never suppresses the white demons, offering Bai the option to join them without further trouble, suggesting they could simply remain friends. David suggests Bai consider the old man's perspective, emphasizing the respect the Resistance garners among white demons and Mapakairo's deserved fate. Bai admonishes the old man and Melt for hiding, suggesting sincerity and friendship, before releasing a laser from his finger. The laser splits, striking the old man and Melt in the face. The old man's face undergoes transformation from the magic's effects. Melt's mask explodes, revealing his face. Melt prepares to retaliate, but the transformed old man intervenes, halting the attack. Transformed into a girl, she acknowledges Bai's advanced technique, stating negotiation is off the table. Apologizing for their earlier behavior, the girl, known as Thousand Faces, introduces herself and Melt as the stronghold's overseers, assuring Bai they mean no harm. David questions Bai about his motives regarding the girl's transformation, to which Bai responds with ignorance, claiming he didn't notice her lack of clothing. Bai, clearing his throat, queries Thousand Faces about her purpose in bringing him there. Thousand Faces explains her interest in Bai's talents and mentions certain individuals within the Maid Corps hold him in high regard, adding that she wanted to investigate further. Turning towards the door, Thousand Faces reveals the second reason for not opening it and instructs Melt to take action. Melt, obeying, generates a red jelly-like substance and directs it at the door, causing it to dissolve and reveal reanimated corpses within. As the melted door unveils zombies, Thousand Faces demonstrates their resilience to conventional attacks by decapitating them. Despite being decapitated, the zombies quickly regenerate, illustrating their relentless nature, and Thousand Faces explains the futility of conventional means against them. Thousand Faces elaborates on the zombies' origins, attributing their condition to a soul-level pathological change and warning of the danger of infection. Thousand Faces reveals abnormal reports regarding corpse disposal at the stronghold, clarifying it pertains to infected individuals. She instructs Melt to seal the door, prompting his irritation at her previous order to melt it. Thousand Faces concludes with the organization's limited information, prompting David to realize the dwindling numbers of their colleagues and Bai to remark on David's fortunate survival. Observing Bai, Thousand Faces shares her suspicion on the situation, leading Bai to encourage her to elaborate. Thousand Faces reveals her observation of the abyssal bird Bai previously defeated and suggests the virus affects both humans and demonic creatures. Expressing concern about the potential consequences of an outbreak, she seeks Bai's assistance in investigating further. Bai, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, reluctantly agrees to help just as a horde of bugs and zombified abyssal bird encircle them. A colossal dinosaur-like monster opens its enormous mouth, a blue ball of energy coalescing within. It unleashes a devastating beam of energy from its maw, obliterating numerous houses and buildings in the city. A significantly larger beam of energy descends from the sky, crashing down upon the monster. A figure with wings observes the monster from afar, their gaze fixed upon the creature. Sheikah urgently calls out for Nalan. Nalan swiftly slices the monster in half as she flies close to it, her wings outstretched. The monster erupts in a powerful explosion. Nalan remarks on the impressive indigenous magic released by the monster, considering how it could potentially enhance her own wings into formidable weapons. Sheikah inquires about the situation from Nalan's perspective. Nalan reports that the situation is dire, mentioning that she flew closer to inspect the malevolent sphere forming the array, noting that all her attacks pass through it ineffectively. Nalan notes that only the sky remains unsealed by the array, but its dangerous aura prevents her from flying up to investigate, adding that the enemy is sparing no effort in their assault this time. Sheikah asks if Nalan's magic is ineffective, to which Nalan clarifies that it's not magic but rather immortal arts. Nalan muses that if Bai were present, the insignificant groups of juicy people would be swiftly dealt with and their entire country could easily be destroyed. Reassuring the worried Sheikah about her master, Nalan explains that he only targets evil entities. Sheikah, looking concerned, questions if Nalan's master, as powerful as she claims, would be able to eliminate the approaching threat. Nalan follows Sheikah's gaze and notices something approaching, asking what it is. Sheikah recognizes the approaching entity as the Empire's Air Force, the Griffin Corps. Alarmed, she observes that they even brought a Type B-1 Hell missile, expressing concern over their intentions to level the entire area. Sheikah reveals that despite claiming to mediate the conflict between Shajat and Juicy, the Empire has allied itself with the Juicy race, which doesn't surprise her. Regretting their lack of preparedness for large-scale conflict, Nalan mentions they only came for resources and wishes they had brought more talismans, while Sheikah reassures her, taking responsibility for the mission and pledging to ensure Nalan's safety. Sheikah conjures a small sun-like energy orb above her horns, its glow intensifying. Spreading her expansive wings, Sheikah's entire body emanates a golden light as she readies her power. With a mighty flap of her wings, shockwaves of energy ripple through the sky, inadvertently striking Nalan, who cries out for Sheikah. Ascending higher, Sheikah releases even more power from her radiant form. The array on the ground emits rays toward Sheikah, ensnaring her within its confines. Nalan observes the unfolding events, remarking that the sky has proven to be a trap as anticipated. Sheikah finds herself trapped within a triangular-shaped array shield generated by the array. A crescent symbol manifests on Sheikah's forehead, gleaming like the sun. A colossal explosion ensues, sending immense shockwaves through the area and destroying the sphere forming the array. Emerging transformed, Sheikah ascends with golden wings and hair, wielding two large swords with formidable grace as she prepares to launch an attack against the griffins. Drawing nearer, the griffins discern a distant glowing object resembling a star. Suddenly, golden rope-like tendrils materialize, slicing through the griffins upon contact. The activated missiles they carry detonate simultaneously, unleashing a tremendous explosion that illuminates the entire sky. Nalan shields herself from the explosion's heat using her wings. Sheikah plummets to the ground, her form scorched by the blast. Rushing towards Sheikah, Nalan calls out her name, urging her to catch her. Catching Sheikah in midair, Nalan employs a talisman to heal her, inquiring about her condition as Sheikah coughs. Sheikah insists that Nalan refrain from using the talisman on her and suggests saving it for other warriors. As Sheikah coughs, Nalan vehemently rebukes her suggestion, urging her to hold on as she continues administering healing, while Sheikah weakly murmurs three words: "Bring me back." Sheikah falls silent, closing her eyes as Nalan pleads with her to wake up. In Sheikah's room within the underground base, Nalan wrings out a wet cloth. Using the cloth to clean Sheikah's back, Nalan seethes with anger as she expresses her frustration at Sheikah for passing out without a word, while Sheikah apologizes and attributes it to the consequences of overusing her angelic power, acknowledging her dependence on Nalan for survival. Sheikah expresses profound gratitude towards Nalan for bringing valuable resources and saving numerous lives, acknowledging her deep indebtedness, while Nalan reassures Sheikah, citing her master's counsel to consistently perform good deeds and amass goodwill. And as Sheikah apologizes and coughs up blood, Nalan urges her to rest. As Nalan prepares to leave, Sheikah expresses gratitude, and Nalan assures her there's no need to worry, suggesting she get some sleep. Closing the door behind her, Nalan expresses her excitement about learning the move, finding it incredibly cool. Aisha approaches Nalan with a flower crown in hand, offering it to her, explaining that she and her friends made it. Nalan kneels down, patting Aisha and informing her that Sheikah is still resting in bed, instructing her to personally give it to Sheikah when she wakes up, leaving Aisha looking puzzled. Aisha informs Nalan that the gift is for her, prompting Nalan to inquire why. Aisha explains that it's because Sheikah is soon going to heaven to serve the Lord, and questions if Nalan isn't the new Lady Angel, leaving Nalan staring open-mouthed in disbelief. A rectangular piercing appears on the ceiling of the grand temple-like structure. Someone is attempting to breach it. Through the opening, a purple, slimy substance drips down. Nala emerges, her wings spread behind her as she flies, causing the ceiling to crack and stones to tumble. Looking down, Nala remarks that she hadn't anticipated the depth of the angel's inheritance. Descending before the temple's massive doors, she prepares to enter. Pushing open the colossal doors, Nala steps inside. Statues of various angels line the walls of the interior. Recalling Aisha's words, Nala remembers the farewell ceremony for Shika scheduled in the church 3 days later, emphasizing her esteemed reputation among the next angel candidates. With a longing smile, Aisha shared the tradition of Lord Angels sacrificing their bodies at 17 to ignite the Holy Spirit flame, passing their powers to the chosen successor, expressing hope for Nala's potential to become an angel like Shika and protect Shaja. Standing before the towering, headless angel statue with missing arms, Nala observes the book bound by chains at its feet and contemplates that instead of representing a Lord Angel, it appears more akin to a human sacrifice. She gazes at the book bound by chains. Utilizing her powers, Nalan melts the chains away. Upon opening the book, Nalan hopes to find a clue that might help her save Shika. Her eyes widen in shock as she notices something on one of the pages. A strange symbol is drawn on the page, prompting Nalan to wonder if it's related to the mystical arts of divination. A colossal dragon-like monster has someone trapped within its mouth, with wings protruding through its teeth. The figure inside the monster's mouth is Shika, struggling to prevent it from swallowing her. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs, blowing the monster's head into bits. Shika emerges from the destroyed monster's mouth, panting heavily. Below, she observes Nalan interrogating a figure who is bound from the neck down in silk cloth, insisting they tell the truth. Shika calls out to Nalan, who responds with evident joy upon seeing her. Shika descends beside Nalan, reporting her success in neutralizing the dragon puppet, while Nalan confirms her achievement of capturing the puppet controllers. Shika offers Nalan some food, encouraging her to eat, to which Nalan agrees, reaching out eagerly for the offered meal. They settle down to eat the snacks, with Shika apologizing for the inability to start a fire due to their proximity to the enemy stronghold. Nalan takes a bite of her food, acknowledging the situation, stating it would be reckless to venture into enemy territory alone. Nalan adds that Shika's injuries haven't fully healed, noticing blood trickling from Shika's nose. Shika rises, brushing off her injuries, reassures Nalan, and instructs her to take the hostages back, but Nalan stands, insisting on accompanying her. Shika emphasizes the urgency of the situation, urging Nalan to follow her orders. Thanking Nalan, Shika speeds off into the distance. Nalan examines the paper in her hand, realizing time is short, and questions whether her rushed modifications will be enough. As one of the captives breaks free, he accuses Nalan and the others of being wretched villains, with Nalan observing his resilience as he coughs through the silk. The captive predicts that something will level the entire place flat into the ground. At the Shahjan Eastern separation wall, a soldier hastily puts on his uniform, looking up to realize something is amiss and wonders about the situation. The sound of sirens causes a major fuss, prompting soldiers to emerge from their tents, scrambling to understand what's happening. Feathers begin to fall from the sky, catching the attention of a soldier who wonders where they came from. Realizing a Shahja might have infiltrated, the soldier initially dismisses it as impossible due to the presence of magic nullification stones. Shika descends, her form glowing as she clarifies that her powers don't rely on magic, swiftly dispatching him. Chaos erupts among the soldiers as they realize the gravity of the situation, shouting about a Shahja terrorist attacking them. Soldiers below aim guns at Shika, warning her to surrender, accusing her of terrorist acts as she hovers above the walls. Shika bristles at being labeled a terrorist, pointing out that her people were invaded first. A soldier approaches the force's commander, informing him that the assessment of losses is complete, prompting the commander to instruct him to continue. The soldier reports the complete destruction of the 7th Dragon Puppet Division, with no surviving Dragon Puppet controllers, and informs the commander that all other high-ranking commanders, except for himself, have been killed. The commander, angered, questions the anomaly of the Trash Shahja, pondering her immunity to magic nullification and whether she might be the legendary angel inheritance. The commander reassures his forces, claiming the invader's magic is tied to her lifespan and she's nearing the end of her strength, ordering them to fire at her without fear. Hearing the commander's words, Shika smiles and remarks that even at the end of her strength, she still has enough time to vanquish them all. With glistening eyes and a determined expression, Shika challenges the commander and his subordinates to engage her in a final battle. The forces below open fire at Shika as she rockets towards them. An explosion rips through the air as Shika crashes into the enemy ranks. The commander and his forces are engulfed by the impact, screaming in agony as the commander gives the order to activate the magical Putter X Model 001. The heavily burnt soldier coughs as he issues the activation command, shouting to raise Shaja to the ground. Something slices out of the ground. Shaika holds her body upright, supported by her longsword, panting heavily. She notices a small eruption ahead of her. The Empire Magic Puppet X Model 001 emerges from the rubble, its form resembling a samurai, a large sword stealthily held behind its back. Shaika readies her sword, laughing as she remarks on her luck in witnessing the juicy sex weapon before her demise. Shaika coughs, blood spurting from her mouth as something pierces her cheek from behind. Nalan arrives at the scene, panting, and expresses relief at finally making it in time. Shaika exclaims Nalan's name as an arrow pierces her chest. Her armor disintegrates, leaving Shaika coughing and questioning why. Bloody-faced, Shaika stares at her hand, realizing the release of the angel's power and anticipating the impending backlash, yet despite facing death, she wonders why it's Nalan involved in the unfolding events. A weapon with sharp teeth descends toward Shaika as silvery silk envelopes her body. The Model 001, pounding the ground with his weapon, reveals his technique as the Tier 2 Explosion Talisman. A huge explosion erupts from the ground as Nalan pulls Shaika's cocoon form towards her, attached by a silk string, remarking it was too close. Nalan shields herself and Shaika's cocooned body with her wings from the explosion's force. Retrieving the silkworm, Nalan tears away the silk wrapping Shaika's face and offers it to her, urging her to eat. Shaika coughs but refuses to eat the silkworm offered by Nalan. At that moment, the Model 001 prepares to strike, his weapon raised high as he readies the Tier 3 Lightning Shadow Talisman. Holding Shaika's cocoon form, Nalan utilizes floating shadow immortal magic to defend against the Model 001's attack. Unable to hold on any longer, she chews the silkworm. Nalan force feeds the silkworm into Shaika's mouth. 3 days ago, Nalan pores over the book's pages, contemplating if it holds the secret to angel inheritance. The information reveals that beings in the demon world have 8 nodes restricting magic flow, releasing which results in enhanced power but immense bodily strain. Nalan comprehends that angel selection merely entails choosing an individual capable of withstanding the power, ultimately leading to the wielder's complete destruction of the cycle of magic energy, resulting in their survival for less than a day thereafter. Nalan realizes that Shaika has at most 3 days to live. Tearing the page from the book, Nalan finds the secret arts of cycling energy familiar and decides to attempt it. She initiates a motion, activating the cycle. The surroundings begin to shake. The vibrations are felt by others above, leaving them bewildered. Nalan channels her power, causing debris around her to fly up. Remembering Man's teachings about the 8 gates representing heavens, location, time, and space, Nalan realizes that Man's mystical arts involve using the outer 8 gates for unique combat. Nalan folds and tucks away the page. She hopes Shaika will allow her to accompany on a certain mission in 3 days. At present, Nalan marvels as Shaika's cocooned body glows, emitting rays of light, praising the mystical arts of divination as the greatest. Nalan ceases her laughter as she notices an attack coming towards her. A huge explosion follows, caused by Model 001's Tier 2 Immense Strength Talisman. A large portion of the wall is blown apart. Stones crumble down as thick smoke billows from the explosion. Nalan stumbles on the floor, still holding the cocoon form of Shaika, coughing as she realizes the giant puppet Model 001 has been using talismans to attack them, pondering how they appeared in the demon world. Injured on her head from the last strike, Nalan consumes another silkworm, noting she only has 5 left and debating whether to use Bai's little puppet as her spiritual energy depletes. Model 001 looms above Nalan, poised to attack. Nalan screams Shaika's name. A huge explosion ensues, and someone with wings emerges unharmed. Awake and embracing Nalan, Shaika expresses relief at their timely arrival, while Nalan, smiling, expresses gratitude for being able to revive her. Looking cheerful, Shaika praises Nalan for her potent transferred magic and strength, while Nalan explains its immortal magic, her second martial sister's main talent, the mystical arts of divination, suggesting Shaika remember it. Shaika lands on the ground. Looking resolute, Shaika instructs Nalan to wait there and leave the rest of the fight to her. Nalan sits on the ground, cheering that she can finally rest, as Shaika charges toward the enemy puppet. The puppet Model 001 braces as Shaika rushes towards him. Utilizing the mystical arts, Shaika creates a sword from her energy. With a single move, Shaika cuts off one of Model 001's arms. Shaika realizes the power within her that was once overwhelming has transformed into a potent and gentle strength. She wonders if this change is due to the mystical arts of divination. Model 001, with its remaining arm, fires a Tier 4 energy cannon at Shaika. Shaika employs the mystical art, Do, to shield herself from the cannon blast. Using the mystical art, Shang, Shaika delivers a final blow to Model 001. A massive explosion erupts, blowing Model 001 into pieces. Shaika sighs with relief, stating that it's finally over, and the Shaja are safe, visibly exhausted. Approaching Shaika with a flower in her hand, Nalan warmly wishes her a happy 17th birthday, causing Shaika to blush and turn red at the gesture. Explaining she found the flower while walking around, Nalan asks Shika if she likes it, to which Shika, accepting the flower with a smile, confirms that she does. Her face redder than before, Shika explains to Nalan that she might not know because she is from another world, but that the flower is a lily, and giving it to others holds a certain meaning. Before Shika can elaborate on the meaning of offering a lily flower, Nalan interrupts, dismissing the significance and urging her to quickly make a wish. Then, she sings her a birthday song as Shika wishes for the prosperity of the Shaja. Shika suggests they head back quickly, and Nalan agrees, remarking that if they don't go back soon, Shika would be attending her own funeral. At the Juicy frontline command post, the Juicy commanders wear grim expressions, a heavy silence prevailing among them. Gesturing to a point on the map, one commander reports the destruction of the demonic puppet and significant losses suffered by the advance party at Shaja City, noting the increased activity of the terrorist organization, the Wings of Shaja, and the declining number of Juicy dragon puppets. The commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Yatani, sits with a stern expression, resting his face on his hands. Removing his glasses, Yatani instructs the three commanders, Luther, Arthur, and Jacob, to remain while ordering the others to leave the room. The commanders comply with the chief's directive. Luther, the Juicy Advance Army Chief of Staff, Jacob, the Juicy Special Forces Chief of Intelligence, and Arthur, the Motorized Dragon Puppet Tactical Unit Commander, stand before the chief, their faces betraying despair. Pointing his finger at them, the chief berates them, branding them as useless trash and hindrances to progress. He continues his scolding, admonishing them for their defeat and lack of achievements during the week. The chief expresses disappointment in the constant depletion of the powerful dragon puppet unit under Arthur's command, noting the destruction of the experimental demonic puppet gifted by the Empire, which brings tears of shame to Arthur's eyes. However, he acknowledges the Empire's agreement to send more demonic puppets as backup, noting that things improve thereafter. At the Luoma Research Institute on the Empire outskirts, inside a room, two demons hang from the ceiling by their necks, arrows piercing their bodies. Rococo, holding a clipboard in one hand and the other emitting a glow of energy, remarks it's a shame, just as an arrow pierces her neck. She removes the arrow, noting the expenditure of her silkworm slough, and comments on the increased quality of the ammunition. Rococo calls out for Kate and Doug, inquiring if anyone is still alive. She expresses frustration, stating that recruiting new personnel for the building is a headache. A large spider with an eye on its back observes Rococo from behind. A person wielding a bow curses from behind the spider. It's Dark Demon Team Number 4, Nu, who looks visibly irritated, noting that the arrow she shot clearly passed through Rococo's neck and wondering why there was no reaction. Dismissing it, Nu asserts that regardless, her primary mission is to delay the progress of the demonic project, ensuring the deaths of her comrades are not in vain. She recalls informing that Rococo is just an upper-ranked demon researcher and shouldn't be evil, praying to the demon lord above to bless her safe return. A puppet behind her snarls, causing Nu to startle and scream. Hearing the scream from another direction, Rococo smiles, realizing she has found Nu. Rococo deduces that Nu is located on the top floor. Cornered by the puppet, Nu appears fearful. Recognizing the puppet as a resurrection of the dead, which is unkillable, Nu questions its nature and cries out for help. Floating in the air, Rococo arrives, informing Nu that despite her cries, no one will come to her aid, as she herself killed everyone in the building. Rococo stares at Nu, stating that she has suffered significant losses and asking if Nu plans to compensate for them. Nu, her mouth wide open in shock and sweating, questions Rococo's bizarre magic and manner of speaking, wondering if she is the real Rococo or someone from the realm of cultivation. Rococo confirms Nu's suspicion, suggesting her reward will be a painless death. Nu shouts at Rococo, labeling her a cultivation devil, and warns against desecrating her soul, recalling the forbidden magic of interrogating souls from the cultivation realm as torture worse than death. Someone slices Nu's arm, causing her to scream in agony. The same person thrusts a sword into Nu's brain from behind, killing her instantly. Rococo commends the person, addressing her as Kate. Utilizing her power, Rococo raises Nu's sliced hand from the ground, noticing something on it. Upon closer inspection, Rococo wonders if it's the soul-breaking talisman. Laughing, Rococo finds it increasingly interesting, using the talisman to summon a soul, instructing it not to disappoint her. Days ago, pointing to two envelopes labeled 4 and 1, someone assigns missions to the recipients, directing one to the Southern Abyss Mine and the other to the Empire's Demonic Puppet Research Institution, with both instructed to complete their respective missions. Nu and Crow, both from Dark Demon Team, hold envelopes with numbers. Nu, with the one marked 4, assures the person, addressing them as boss, that she'll ensure the client's satisfaction, while Crow, holding the envelope marked 1, simply responds with understood. Walking down the stairs, Crow informs Nu that the boss has agreed to let him leave the team and return home after completing his mission, to which Nu congratulates him. Nu congratulates Crow on his chance to leave the team and return home after completing his mission, then asks about his plans, to which Crow reveals his desire to become a baker, mentioning they have enough savings to sustain them for half their lives. Blushing at the mention of us, Nu happily accepts Crow's proposal as he extends his hand, revealing a ring, suggesting they marry and start a life together once he finishes his mission. After learning the story from the soul, Rococo deduces that the boss aimed to gain favor from both parties by sending Nu and Crow to different locations. She muses on the Empire's potential involvement at the Abyss Mine, noting their disregard for the internal conflict, and speculates on the origin of the talisman, suggesting it may have been crafted by a skilled artisan embroiled in a complex situation. Rococo receives a bow from a guard, who apologizes for the delay, prompting Rococo to instruct the guard to organize the cleaning of the building. Rococo anticipates the reaction of the two individuals who likely ordered the mission and considers their potential intentions to act independently, finding it disrespectful to the Emperor as she plans her hiring advertisement for the next day. At the basement of Building 8, Rococo quietly approaches Chrissy, a demon woman, from behind and inquires about the progress of the research. Chrissy from the Pure White Demon Empire University expresses gratitude to Rococo for the opportunity and admires the demon puppet's magic circuit, to which Rococo responds, saying there's no need to thank and emphasizing her focus on people's capabilities when making decisions, then asks Chrissy about the progress. Chrissy informs Rococo that the battery problem of the demon puppet has been resolved, and its battle time has been extended to 3 days, making it ready for mass production. Rococo smiles warmly, affectionately rubs Chrissy's hair, and praises her accomplishment, labeling her as the best and considering her a valuable asset and her lucky star, while Chrissy chuckles appreciatively at the recognition. At the lower level of the Abyss Mine, an ancient abyss dragon transcended demonic beast stands tall, its stomach cut open and its entrails slumping out, evidence of its recent defeat. On the dragon's massive entrails, two strangers stand, arguing. Bai and Su Fang, locked in a wrestling move, argue vehemently as Bai insists on turning back while Su Fang protests, determined to go the opposite direction, accused by Bai of leading them in circles due to her alleged lack of direction. Su Fang, her face twitching in anger, asserts her authority as the leader, insisting they follow her decisions. Bai retorts, asking Su Fang not to address him by his identification number, blaming her for their situation. Su Fang warns Bai against undermining her authority, reminding him to use her proper name, Dai. Bai reminds her of their many days spent in that place and questions whether she considers the possibility of others above who might be waiting for them. Su Fang reassures him that her mission is to uncover the truth and trusts her intuition, insisting they're on the right path. 3 days ago, Bai, David, Melt, and Thousand Faces are surrounded by zombie monsters approaching in large numbers from all sides. Melt prepares for the impending fight as Thousand Faces asks Bai to save them, expressing fear. David turns to Bai and asks what they should do now, prompting Bai to click his tongue in annoyance as he broods over the fact that, after channeling away his spiritual energy, the dam system has been playing dead. As the zombie monsters close in, David points Bai towards the sky, revealing a spaceship. Yeezy and Lucy are in the airship. Yeezy notices the zombie monsters below and expresses surprise. Lucy ponders the overrun lift area by zombies and considers the dire consequences if they leave the abyss, recalling her father's mention of undead and wondering if it pertains to the creatures before her. Yeezy spots Bai and the others, informing Lucy that survivors are below, prompting Lucy to order a rescue. Yeezy and Lucy scream as their ship is struck, veering off course. Below, Melt, disappointed after his failed attack on the ship, explains to Thousand Faces that he sensed an upper-ranked black demon aboard and couldn't resist attacking despite the possibility of the ship's occupants being there to save them. Lucy and Yeezy are suspended in a bubble-like structure as their spaceship crashes, while Thousand Faces instructs Melt not to attack further. Lucy checks if Yeezy is okay, receiving confirmation, then speculates about potential rebel involvement in the attack and proposes descending to gather intelligence after employing the camera bug. Lucy utilizes transcended magic called Frost, creating huge ice crystals around Bai and the others, freezing all the zombie monsters. David marvels at Lady Lucy's power, while Bai, impressed by the magic, admits to reconsidering his views on it. Lucy introduces herself as Lucy Wilton, announces the freezing of the monsters, urges everyone to evacuate the stronghold swiftly, leaving Thousand Faces in awe as he believes their lives have been spared by Lucy's presence. Lucy asks Yeezy if she has contacted Wayla, Su Fang, explaining she can't sustain the magic much longer, and Yeezy confirms the headmaid is nearby, monitoring an instrument. Yeezy shouts that their location with Su Fang has overlapped, as the Abyss Dragon emerges with tremendous force. Su Fang appears, seemingly battling the dragon, declaring victory and claiming it as her pet. Lucy and Yi are astonished by Su Fang's emergence. The ground rumbles and Thousand Faces produces a parachute-like device, lifting her and melt upwards. Recognizing Su Fang, the Thousand Faces remarks on Lord Duke's disloyalty to her, while Melt wonders if anyone in Wilton Manor is ordinary. Bai grabs David by his collar and flings him towards Lucy and Yi, urging him to go up, catching David by surprise. Lucy catches David and greets him, to which David nervously smiles and introduces himself, mentioning they've met before and asking if she remembers, while Yi shows disapproval at David being close to Lucy. The surroundings collapse, sending boulders flying everywhere, prompting Bai to decide it's his turn to head up. Bai jumps up but realizes he doesn't have enough spiritual energy to fly. He notices the Abyss Dragon and sees Su Fang battling it. Lucy communicates through the device, thanking Su Fang for her help and instructing her to uncover the truth behind the resurrection of the dead. Su Fang responds through the device, agreeing to Lucy's instructions, and Lucy expresses confidence in her abilities. The Abyss Dragon falls off the cliff. Riding on the dragon's back are Bai and Su Fang. Su Fang urges the dragon to go full speed ahead to find the truth, while Bai, sitting down, demands the system quickly return his spiritual energy to help him leave the place, but the system is updating. Su Fang reminds Bai of the importance of their mission entrusted by Lady Lucy, urging him to focus on the task at hand instead of thinking about returning to the manor. She reassures Bai that with her by his side, he doesn't need to worry about getting eaten. Su Fang, determined and with a smile on her face, declares they go forth for the lady, for the manor, and for the paid battles, while Bai, looking irritated, thinks all she wants is to go on a rampage. Bai tells Su Fang that he is not like her and threatens to go off on his own if they can't find the way back. Su Fang wraps her tail around Bai's neck, turning his head in another direction, claiming her intuition is correct, leaving Bai shocked at what he sees. They discover a huge portal, and Bai praises Su Fang for finding it, to which she proudly agrees. There is a commotion on the system, informing Bai that the update is complete. Suddenly, the system transforms into a woman who looks at Bai with a blush and affectionately calls him her darling. The system grabs Bai's arms, calling him darling and asking if he doesn't remember her, leaving Bai puzzled as he questions where his system went, not realizing it has transformed into a woman in front of him. Bai attempts to distance himself from the system as Su Fang calls him. Bai asks Su Fang what is wrong as the system presses herself against him. Su Fang tells Bai that something seems to be coming over there, pointing at the portal. A member of the Dark Demon team, number 1 named Crow, stands at the foot of the portal, wielding a sword. Crow jumps toward the Abyss Dragon. With a single slash of his sword, he chops off the dragon's head. Su Fang informs Bai that a demon with a very high ranking has come and tells him to get ready to fight. Meanwhile, Bai is being irritated by the system. Crow attacks Bai and Su Fang. Bai dodges, but Su Fang gets attacked. The ground crumbles at the impact, sending rubble and dust flying in all directions. Su Fang, lying on her back, angrily catches the sword meant to attack her, scolding Crow not to bully others. She breaks the sword with a punch, which also strikes Crow's face. Crow's head is blown off from Su Fang's punch, but its hand still moves, surprising Su Fang. Headless Crow swings his broken sword at Su Fang, who exclaims that death resurrection is indeed real. Glowing symbols appear on Crow's back as he falls to the ground, confusing Su Fang. Bai tells Su Fang that he has used a talisman to subdue Crow's soul, sitting on the end of the dragon's tail. He explains that he has subdued the soul of the dragon as well and understands that the souls of the undead are controlled by someone, suggesting it's not merely death resurrection or a soul virus, speculating it might have something to do with the soul sect. Bai asserts that once they find the person responsible, the situation will be resolved, and Su Fang acknowledges his information. Su Fang buries her dragon, bidding it to rest in peace, vowing to find the real culprit and seek vengeance. Seeing Bai twitch, Su Fang asks if he has fleas on his body and invites him to come and pay respects to her pet dragon. With the system still clinging to him, Bai suggests to Su Fang that they enter the portal and address the issues promptly. Growing suspicious, Su Fang questions Bai's sudden eagerness, and he explains that if they don't return soon, the female maids back at the manor may become more unruly. Agreeing with Bai's reasoning, Su Fang suggests they hurry to confront the main culprit, prompting Bai to ask the system, who only he can see, how he's supposed to move if she sticks so close to him. At the upper level of the Abyss Mine, in the spaceship, David expresses concern about Bai and Su Fang's lack of contact for a few days, especially worrying about Su Fang's safety as she's only a lower-ranked demon, but Lucy reassures him, emphasizing Su Fang's exceptional power. Recalling her father's counsel against judging based on rankings, Lucy reassures them about Bai and Su Fang's safety, highlighting Su Fang's unmatched strength in arm wrestling in the demon world, and recommends focusing on controlling the spread of the soul virus. Reassured by Lucy's words, David muses on the seemingly fated partnership between Bai and Su Fang, pondering why their horns are short despite their evident power. Yi Zi, looking offended, questions David about how he could comment on a woman's horns being small, prompting him to apologize. Yi Zi mocks David, labeling him the weakest among them and questioning his decision to descend, implying he may become insect food, while David denies the accusation, asserting his full recovery and asserting his own power. Lucy interrupts, urging them to pay attention to nearby movement, while David, cracking his knuckles, sees it as the perfect opportunity to showcase his true powers in front of Lucy, intending to impress her with the move Bai taught him. Countless abyss-winded dragons approach their ship, even more powerful than abyss birds. Lucy observes their strange appearance and suggests they might be infected by the soul virus, speculating they were attracted by their magical power. Lucy instructs Yi Zi to take David and leave first. David climbs to the edge of the ship, insisting he'll handle the monsters, but Yi Zi shouts at him to stop talking nonsense and get back inside. David bites his tongue, releasing a small amount of blood. He controls the blood with his fingers, declaring, "With my own blood, exterminate thy evil spirits," on his command. David uses the blood destruction talisman, surrounding himself with red blood discs. He points his fingers at the monsters, sending the blood discs flying at them. The dragon monsters close in on the ship. There is a huge explosion. Lady Lucy marvels that the abyss dragon leader was killed in one hit. David stands on the edge of the ship, grinning hard, while Yi Zi urges him to hurry up and get rid of the rest of the monsters. David's face turns to horror as he realizes his energy is already drained, hoping the lady will view him differently for his earlier actions. The Abyss Dragon King approaches behind David, mouth wide open, ready to engulf him, while David remains unaware. Yi Zi shouts at David, telling him to dodge the dragon, while Lucy readies her spell. The dragon bursts into pieces. Lucy grabs David, telling him not to move, as there are still more dragons. She declares that since the king is gone, she'll take care of the rest. Lucy creates a huge dark and red entity, summoning a fire spirit to burn down all the enemies, while long bullets like projectiles hurl out of the entity. In a red smoke-like outburst, all of the dragon monsters are defeated. Lucy, placing her hand on David's head to soothe him, warns against reckless behavior, reminding him of his current vulnerability and crediting her intervention for saving him, prompting David to apologize. At the demon venerable's secret realm, two huge headless statues stand tall before the portal. Bai and Su Fang emerge from the portal. Bai asks if that place is also part of the manor's assets, to which Su Fang replies no, mentioning that the Duke has never mentioned such a place in the depths of the mine. Before them stands a huge stone tomb with numerous inscriptions, and Su Fang, examining them, remarks that the words don't seem like those of the demon world, prompting Bai to request a closer look. Reading the words, Bai reveals they indicate the sealing of the demon venerable. Su Fang, shocked, questions if that's truly what's written and asks Bai if he comprehended the words, to which Bai responds affirmatively, mentioning that the language on the slab is from his hometown. Bai informs Su Fang that he has realized the truth about that place. He elaborates that the only talismans attached to the coffin are soul-refining talismans of decent quality and in large numbers, explaining that the resurrected corpses outside have been corroded by these talismans, turning into flesh puppets capable only of stealing living souls. Bai mentions that to his knowledge, there are only 4 divine talisman masters capable of such craftsmanship from his homeland. He adds that, as far as he knows, 3 of those 4 masters wouldn't come to the demon realm, prompting Su Fang to inquire if the 4th master could be behind all of this. Bai, who himself is the 4th person, asserts that it should be impossible as that person is known for their kindness and gentle heart, never resorting to bullying the weak or engaging in immoral acts. Su Fang remarks that Bai seems close to the 4th master and asks if they have a strong bond, to which Bai laughs and acknowledges the person's kindness and renown, suggesting they focus on solving the problem at hand. Bai suggests that all they need to do is destroy the tomb and tear off the lid of the coffin to settle everything, to which Su Fang agrees, raising her hand. Suddenly, someone grabs Su Fang's arm and questions why she has to be so cruel. Demon Venerable Misa informs Bai and Su Fang that they are standing on its grave and attempting to remove the lid of its coffin, which it considers crossing a line, as Su Fang demands her release and Bai implores the demon to heed Su Fang's request. With its eyes sparkling, the demon claims to be the boss of the demon world, akin to a god, dismissing the importance of listening to Bai and Su Fang, suggesting they will become its nourishment since they managed to reach there with some special ability. Su Fang thrusts her hand into the demon's eye, causing it to scream in pain. Clutching its eye in agony, the demon demands to know why Su Fang stabbed it, protesting the pain, as Su Fang admonishes it for grabbing her arm without permission. The demon, realizing Su Fang can understand it, implores her not to leave and challenges her to a one-on-one fight, as Bai asks if she truly comprehended the demon's language, to which Su Fang confidently replies she does. The demon raises its fist, threatening to kill her. It launches an ultimate black dragon wave at Su Fang, who herself gets ready to match it, while Bai steps away. Su Fang, her eyes red, readies a punch, likening it to the size of a clay pot. She strikes the punch, crumbling the demon into pieces. Her punch sends a shockwave, creating a small channel by removing dust and mud. Su Fang points her finger at the defeated monster, admonishing it not to have such a dirty mouth next time. Bai marvels at Su Fang's strength as she calls him by his registration number and tells him to help her dig the demon's grave. Bai looks at the grave, noting it has already been destroyed by the effect of her punch, suggesting they just need to open the lid and torch everything inside to be done with it. The grave's lid opens itself, and a dark shadow emerges. The dark shadow springs out a tentacle, wrapping itself around Bai, who shows confusion. It pulls Bai towards the grave, prompting Su Fang to shout his name and rush to save him. The demon she defeated earlier grabs her hand, questioning her haste. It heals the damage done to it and asks Su Fang if she thought it would be defeated so easily, claiming it hasn't encountered a powerful demon like her in a long time. The demon expresses its desire to see how long Su Fang can last battling with it and launches an attack towards her. Bai, dragged inside the tomb and looking puzzled with the black shadow's tentacle still entangled around him, wonders if he is being treated as a soft persimmon. The shadow releases Bai, stating that after so many years, he is the first living being to walk this far. Realizing the source of the soul is there, Bai thinks Su Fang is going to struggle for a bit. Bai acknowledges that there is no soul-related magic in the demon world and questions the dark shadow soul about its identity to exist in the form of a soul. A demon's head emerges from the shadowy mass, acknowledging Bai for his knowledge about souls. Now with his full body almost emerged, the demon declares himself as the real Venerable One, the god of malignity and trickery, the legendary lord of the demon world, explaining that the entity battling Su Fang outside is just a divine body prepared by the soul sect for the Venerable to extend his life, and compliments Bai's high caliber. Bai questions why, if his caliber is so high, the Venerable is kneeling, to which the Venerable, actually kneeling before Bai, explains that it's a critical moment and requests Bai to lend him a hand, promising to reward him once his soul is merged with his body. Lost in contemplation, Bai wrestles with the decision of whether to align with the demon Venerable, considering man's need for the art of body and soul fusion, or to reject the offer and send him back, while the Venerable promises Bai authority, land, forbidden spells, and anything else he desires as rewards. Seeing Bai's hesitance, the Venerable proposes they conquer the demon world together and split the rewards evenly. The Venerable increases his offer to 60 to 40, then to 70 to 30, calling Bai a greedy punk. Bai, noting his depleted spiritual energy and the persistent presence of the system posing as a woman, contemplates his options. The Venerable urges Bai to take his time and offers to become his lackey, suggesting he take everything. Bai, done with his contemplation, demands the method for merging souls and body from the Venerable. The grasping Bai's face and lifting him up, the Venerable laments that the critical moment has passed, declares Bai's opportunity gone, and questions if he's from the cultivation world, prompting Bai to question the Venerable's sneak attack. With a wide grin, the Venerable reveals his intention to kill Bai and everyone from the soul sect and the cultivation world. With a smile, the Venerable commands Bai to die. Bai manages to escape the Venerable's grip, destroying his arm in the process, as the Venerable shouts in confusion. Appearing, the system inquires if Bai is alright, to which he responds by expressing his frustration, blaming the system for not providing him with his spiritual energy. The system advises Bai to remember certain things on his own and reassures him that she will always be waiting for him. Recognizing Bai, the Venerable laughs incredulously, questioning how he is still alive. Before the Venerable can finish his sentence, the system blasts him, prompting Bai to remark that the Venerable wanted to have some final words. The system reveals that the Venerable was trying to say Heaven's Tao. Reflecting on her hands, the system identifies them as a fragment of Heaven's Tao as Bai collapses unconscious. Multiple system notifications appear around the system, all indicating the completion of the system upgrade. More system upgrade notifications appear as the system, looking at Bai, affectionately murmurs, "Darling."